Good morning, folks. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 supplementary budget estimates. Today we begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today, and I pay our respects to elders past and present. That respect is extended to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We have set the 14th of November as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 19th of December as the date for return of answers. Our proceedings today begin with parliamentary... It's yesterday's. Our proceedings today begin with the Office of the Governor-General, followed by the Department of Finance, and then Minister Farrell's portfolios. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public, which includes answers to questions on notice. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence, you're protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee. Such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's a contempt to also give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed a test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings, which is that any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of these hearings. I remind officers that the Senate's resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament's expressly provided otherwise. We've resolved as the Senate that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister, and this resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into Hansard. As Chair, I seek to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way, and I thank my colleagues for their support in doing so. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear, and committee members are reminded, along with witnesses, if anyone is appearing via video conference, that if you're not speaking, to please mute your microphone. So, good morning, and I'd like to welcome and thank Dr. Gerard Martin, who is the Official Secretary, and other officers of the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Dr. Martin, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. It's actually, it is Mr. You've promoted me there, but thank you.
Oh, okay.
Given it's my first opportunity to speak to the committee in this role, I might make a short opening statement if that's okay.
Thank you.
So, Senator Gerard Martin, Official Secretary to the Governor-General, just to briefly update the committee on some of the activities of the office since the last estimates hearing. So at the end of June 24, the office transitioned General Hurley from office and welcomed Ms Sam Mostyn to the role of Governor-General on the 1st of July. Since that date, the office has supported the new Governor-General undertaking her constitutional duties, including presiding over 9 Executive Council meetings and applying royal assent to 41 bills. On the 29th of July, the Governor-General swore in new ministers to the Executive. The details of the appointment of new ministers was gazetted on the 15th of August in line with the provisions of the Ministers of State Act and relevant regulations. On the 30th of September, a larger instrument was gazetted with the details of all actions taken by Governors-General in relation to appointments of ministers dating back to May 2022, so this Parliament. In September, Ms Mostyn conducted 5 investiture ceremonies to provide recipients with Australian bravery decorations and honours within the Order of Australia. There have been 165 school visits to Government House with over 7,500 students since the 1st of July, many of whom the Governor-General has met with.
Lovely.
Ms Mostyn has visited all the states and territories with the exception of Western Australia, which will take place in coming weeks. She's hosted and undertaken a range of visits to community organisations and convened roundtables, including a multicultural community leaders forum. She has also accepted patronage of 111 organisations to date. As Commander-in-Chief, she has met with the Chief of the Defence Force and the Chiefs of the Army, Navy and Air Force, as well as with a number of other senior military personnel to receive briefings on the operations of the Australian Defence Force. She has visited the headquarters of ADF Joint Operations Command. In the Northern Territory, she attended Operation Pitch Black and visited the Norforce Regional Surveillance Unit at Larrakia Barracks, as well as visiting RAF Base Tyndall. She has visited the National Emergency Management Agency here in Canberra to be briefed on preparedness to respond to emergencies that might occur over the upcoming high-risk weather season, as well as emergency management and disaster preparedness centres in Queensland and the Northern Territory. Ms Mostyn has undertaken one international trip to support our Paralympians in Paris. During that visit, Ms Mostyn, accompanied by Mr Beckett, supported athletes at 9 events over 3 days of competition, visited the Paralympic Athletes Village and attended a welcoming ceremony for athletes from the Pacific. She also attended a reception hosted by President Macron and met with the Governor-General of Canada, the Honourable Mary Simon. Ms Mostyn and Mr Beckett also visited the Sir John Monash Centre and War Memorial in Villers-Bretonneux. And finally, 2 weeks ago, the Governor-General and the Office provided support to the visit by Their Majesties, the King and Queen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Martin, for those helpful remarks. We'll go to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Martin, and welcome. Can I just clarify, you mentioned that the Governor-General had accepted patronage for 111 organisations. Are those the same 111 organisations that carried over from the previous Governor-General, or do you have to sort of recommit? Is it patronage that's been sought from the Office of the Governor-General, or is it the individual as the Governor-General?
So, thank you, Senator. So the patronages are sought from the Governor-General. The Office provides some advice to the Governor-General. So each of the patronages that was entered into by the previous Governor-General cease on the departure of that Governor-General from office. And so any organisations that wish to continue with the Governor-General as patron have to reapply and seek to have the new Governor-General take up that patronage.
On notice, do you think you could provide us a list of the organisations for which the Governor-General has chosen to become the patron, which have reapplied, which were accepted and which were rejected, and which are the new ones?
Certainly can. We've listed all the patronage that she has taken up on the Governor-General's website, but we'll give you that breakdown on notice.
That would be terrific, thank you. Can I just confirm the Governor-General's role in the Council of the Order of Australia and the Order more generally?
So the Governor-General is the Chancellor of the Order of Australia, so she's not a member of the Council, but she acts on the advice of the Council.
Right, and what's the role of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General?
In relation to the Council,
yes.
the Official Secretary is also the Secretary to the Order of the Council, so not a member of the Council, but Secretary to the Council.
So did you say you are a member of the Council?
Not a member of the Council.
Okay. And what's the role of members on the Council?
So the role of the 19 members of the Council is to consider nominations for appointments to the Council and also on occasion to consider terminations.
How are the meetings of the Council arranged? Are they done through you as Secretary?
Yes, Senator, that's right. There's a secretariat within the office.
And is there a quorum that's required of the 19?
Yes, Senator, there is.
There is. What is that quorum?
I think it's 1/3. I might ask my colleague. 10.
10, thank you. And does every state need to be represented?
I might just ask my expert colleague, Ms Prendergast, to join me at the table. There are representatives of every state and territory, of course.
Across the 19, yes.
Sharon Prendergast, Director of Honours and Awards, Senator. So of the 19 members, 8 of those represent each of the state and territories.
Right. And does each state and territory need to be represented in order for a meeting to be quorate?
No.
No. Can the meetings take place remotely?
Yes, they have done remotely through COVID particularly. There are a number of meetings that were done remotely, but it's preferable for them to be in person.
How many, on average, would be in person as opposed to remotely, say, the last 2 or 3 meetings?
In person. would be, I'd have to check, but I think
Do you expect
it would be about
two-thirds to become in person,
No,
one-third?
it'd be about 90%.
90% are in person.
percentage, yeah.
And they're held in Canberra?
Yep.
Yeah. And are the papers for those meetings provided to members in advance?
Yes.
How far in advance?
I would have to double check on the exact time, but the nominations are released to council a couple of months beforehand in tranches.
Right.
So we might release 100 and then we might release another 200.
Okay. When the council makes a decision on a matter relating to honours and awards, are those decisions ever binding or can they be overturned and reversed?
So the council makes recommendations to the Governor-General.
So they're not binding, the Governor-General has the final
They're
say.
recommendations to the Governor-General.
Right. And does the council make recommendations to have things overturned and reversed, and the Governor-General responds to those two, but it's the Governor-General's final call?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
If there is a decision to overturn or reverse a decision, is that a recommendation of the council, but it is the Governor-General that has the final say?
So yes, Senator, that is correct.
Right. So is the Governor-General aware of the reported decision by the council to only remove an honour if an individual has a legal finding against them?
So, Senator, the process for considering terminations of appointments is set out in the relevant ordinance to the Constitution of the Order of Australia, and there are a number of criteria under that ordinance that can be considered for the purposes of termination of awards.
So there is a reported decision by the council to only remove an honour if the individual had a legal finding against them. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I'm aware of some reporting in relation to correspondence from the previous chair of the council, Mr. Stone, who indicated that that was the only situation in which terminations would be considered by the council. But I can tell you that the ordinance that sets out the arrangements for consideration of terminations contains a number of measures.
So that reported decision by the council is not so? The council did not make that decision, is that right?
I'm sure that was, if that reporting was correct, that was an accurate reflection of the then chair's position, Senator, but the ordinance that sets out the arrangements for consideration of terminations is quite clear.
So the current chair overturned that decision,
so I'm not aware
decided to? I mean, was there an active decision that contravened the previous decision of the council?
I'm not aware of any previous decision of the council that does anything in relation to the ordinance and the measures that are set out for consideration of terminations.
So I understand what the ordinance says, but if the report is accurate, then the council made a decision not to remove an honour unless the individual had a legal finding against them. I'm sure that was a decision that was minuted, so perhaps is there a minute somewhere that said that? And if there is, or even if there isn't, if it has been reported, has the council then actively made a decision that it would overturn that previous decision of the council and minuted that?
So it's open to the council at any stage to make decisions and interpret the ordinance for particular cases. It is, if that reporting is accurate of Mr. Stone's comments, then it's likely that the council may have made a decision on that occasion to apply the ordinance in a particular way, but there's no binding decision of council that needed to be overturned.
Would such a decision be minuted?
So decisions in relation to particular appointments are minuted. I'm not aware of any minute relating to a decision about the method by which terminations can be considered.
Okay. Can I ask that perhaps you double check that and see if that there are minuted decisions that would or would not have specifically gone to a rule, a framework, as opposed to an individual decision?
I'm happy to take it on notice, Senator, but I'm certainly not aware of any.
Thank you. Do you have any information about how many times the Governor-General may have used their power to remove an individual's honour?
So, Senator, I'm only aware in the last 3 years. So approximately 6 times in the last 3 years have terminations been considered.
And 6 times they've been considered, but how many times has a recommendation been made and the Governor-General has made the decision to do so?
So the Governor-General, all Governors-General have always acted on the advice of the Council.
Yeah, they haven't ever gone against the advice of the Council.
Senator.
So even though in the last 6 years, I think you said, that there have been 6 occasions. Sorry, how many occasions did you say?
My recollection is 6 times across the course of the last 3 years. Senator.
6 times in the last 3 years, a consideration has been made, but how many times has a decision been taken?
6 times.
To remove an individual's honour?
Yes, Senator.
I'm aware that one occasion where honours were revoked, and it was following a conviction rather than a finding through a separate process. And I know that Mr. Brian Burke had his revoked following a conviction for fraud. Is that correct?
That is my recollection, yes, Senator.
Yes. So the recent decision to remove the honour from former Secretary Mr. Pazulo, when did that commence?
Pardon me. So, well, if I can take you through the timeline, Senator. So, perhaps if I start by explaining the process that the Council follows, and then I'll apply the timeline to that. So, under the arrangement set out in the ordinance, it's essentially a 2-stage process. So, there's initial consideration by the Council to decide if grounds exist for the possible termination. If the Council thinks there is, the Council may then request further information before making a decision. And then on receipt of that information, there is a second stage where the Council considers a second time, taking into account the information received from the person that they've sought it from, and make a final recommendation to the Governor-General.
So, again, when did it commence?
Yep. So, this process commenced essentially on the 27th of November 2023.
27th of November 23. Okay.
When there was a statement from the Australian Public Service Commission on the outcomes of the independent inquiry. That was released publicly, that statement was released publicly, and that was followed by the termination of Mr. Pazulo's appointment as Secretary.
So who requested his honour to be reviewed?
So any matters that become public, Senator, as in the case with Mr. Pazulo's termination of his appointment as Secretary, are matters that could come to the attention of the Council. So because there were public statements in November 2023, the next Council meeting on the 20th of February 2024, the Council then considered issues relating to Mr. Pazulo.
Right. So was it somebody outside of the Council or was it somebody within the Council that requested that this honour be reviewed?
So any matters relating to holders of appointments within the Order of Australia can come to the attention of the Council.
Yes.
This one, because it was very public, would have been a matter that the then Secretary of the Council would have asked the Council if they wished to consider. So
you as Secretary, did you ask the Council to consider it?
So it predates my time, Senator, but yes, the Secretary of the Council would have put it on the agenda. So the
Secretary of Council would have put it on the agenda, and they would have done that off their own bat, not because somebody asked them to, somebody suggested it?
Yes, Senator.
So the ASC Commissioner was here yesterday. The APS Commissioner, I should say, was here yesterday. He absolutely guaranteed us that he had no input whatsoever. But what you're saying is that because the APSC made a finding publicly, the Secretary took it upon themselves to then put it on the agenda that honour should be reviewed.
As they would with any appointment to the order that has attracted public attention, Senator.
So public attention is all it takes. It doesn't necessarily need to be a conviction, as it has been for other reviews.
So public attention is enough to ensure that the Council might wish to consider a matter, but there are criteria set out in the ordinance as to what the standard is for a decision on termination. Right,
and what are those standards?
I'm going to rotate the call shortly, Senator Hume.
I'll come back to this.
So essentially, Senator, that a process has been completed.
Well, that's not giving any information.
What do you mean by, a process? Does it have to be a judicial process?
No, Senator. A public inquiry. So the specific section of the ordinance, I think, that's my... So it's subsection 4.6 of the ordinance. So if the Governor-General is satisfied that it would not have been desirable to make the appointment or give an award if the information that was not available to the Council when the recommendation was made, then that's grounds for termination.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be a judicial inquiry, Senator.
So, for example, Alan Joyce, in terms of his conduct, there is the court of public opinion, and I think most Australians would think that he has brought the order into disrepute with his actions.
I'm sure he'll be very grateful you put that on the record today.
I previously put it on the record, actually. I've written to the Prime Minister. I haven't had the courtesy of a response from him. So would that be something that is akin to how the former Secretary was treated?
Look, I can't really offer you an opinion on that, Senator, but it's a matter for Council to determine.
Can I just clarify? You mentioned public inquiry, but the APSC's investigations are not public inquiries.
So perhaps I misspoke, Senator. So the findings were made public.
So it doesn't need to be a public inquiry. It just needs to be something that's out there in the ether, in the newspapers, as, say, for instance, Senator McGrath's example.
So look, again, I just refer to the section of the ordinance that sets out the criteria, Senator.
Okay, I have more questions.
Yes, I'm sure you do. Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Shoebridge.
Welcome, Mr. Martin, and
thank you, Senator.
And good luck in your job, and good luck to the Governor-General as well.
Thank you.
If you had a copy of the ordinance, if you could just table a copy with the...
Yes, Senator, we can do that.
Would be very helpful, thank you. So when was Mr. Pazulo's award officially removed? Do we know the date?
So on the 15th of October 2024, Senator, the decision to terminate was gazetted.
Yeah. So the process began in November, and then it was gazetted on the 15th, but I assume that followed a decision, well, a recommendation from the Council?
It did, Senator. So at its meeting on the 28th and 29th of August 2024, the Council considered the appointment and made a recommendation to the Governor-General.
Yep.
On the 26th of September, the Governor-General approved the termination on the recommendation of Council.
And the Governor-General was acting consistently with well-established precedent of accepting the recommendations that came after proper consideration by the Council?
Yes, Senator.
And that's consistent with, at least as far as you're able to recall, the last 6 times such a recommendation was made from the Council?
On every previous occasion, Governor-Generals have acted on the advice of the Council.
And the Council is comprised of representatives from each state and territory?
Yes, Senator. There's 19 members of the Council in total that represent each state and territory.
Yeah, and they are nominated by the state and territory governments?
The state and territory representatives are nominated by the individual governments.
And it's a genuinely non-partisan council? As far as possible, it endeavours to be a genuinely non-partisan council. That's part of its remit, is that right?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. It's an independent council.
Yep. And in relation to the removal of Mr. Pazulo's award, was that in accordance with subsection 4.6 of the ordinance, that once the council had the further information that came out of the Australian Public Service Commission's investigation, their view was that it would not have been desirable to have given the award to Mr. Pazulo had that information been available at the time. That was the test that was met, is that right?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And then the Governor-General accepted the recommendation?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr. Martin. Are the minutes of the council available?
No, I don't believe so, Senator.
is would you mind taking on notice if there's a policy consideration behind that? And if so, what is the policy consideration?
Yes, Senator, I'll take that on notice.
And it may well be that elements of the council's recommendations should be confidential because of they may consider some deeply personal elements. But whether or not the whole of the determinations of the council and its minutes should be confidential is a matter I'd be interested in getting your observations on notice.
Senator, I'm happy to have a look at that.
Yep. Recently, and I've only gone back in very recent history, there have been a series of awards made to persons who were deceased at the time the award was made. And to be clear, I'm not calling in to question any of these awards. And in fact, because of where this questioning is going to go, I won't name people because I don't want people inappropriately associated with the next name that I'm going to use. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 individuals who were posthumously awarded, granted awards through the council process, and that's a well-established process, is that people can be awarded, can be granted awards posthumously. Is there a requirement that the application be in before they're deceased? What's the process?
So that's it exactly, Senator. So the policy is that where nominations have been received while the person is still living, then they're allowed to continue through the process to conclusion. And in some cases, unfortunately, that does mean that the final award is made to someone who's already passed away.
Yep. Now, I understand how awards can be made posthumously, and I'm not in any way critiquing that. The concern I have is there's no process to remove awards once someone has been deceased. And many people believe that that is bringing the honours system into disrepute. Because when you search the awards database, you can bring up a raft of individuals who have had some truly shocking findings made against them since they've passed away. Are you aware of those concerns?
Yes, Senator, I am, and so is the council, and I'm aware that the council has considered this matter pretty carefully and put out a statement in relation to the way the council is approaching this very situation, because it is a deeply concerning situation, I agree.
Yep.
The current state of play, Senator, is essentially that the order of Australia is a living order, notwithstanding the situation with awards that are where a nomination is considered, as we've just discussed, and provided posthumously, but it is a living order. So only those people who are alive are members of the council, of the order of Australia.
Well then, if that last statement you make is true, they only become a member when the award is gazetted, is that right? Or when the order is published by the Governor-General? At what point does someone become a member?
So they become a member when the decision is accepted by the Governor-General.
All right.
And then
so if you're dead at that point, and you can only be it's only open to live members, there seems to be a deep logical fallacy with your argument.
Well, in that situation...
let me finish, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Senator.
There seems to be a deep logical fallacy in your argument that it's only available to people who are living. If these people became members after they've died, unless there's some spiritual realm that you're dealing with, how do we deal with that?
So in that situation, Senator, it means in effect that the person has only held the award for the period between when they're nominated and when they pass away.
But they only become a member when the decision is made, so they can't be retrospectively made members. That's not how it works. The Governor-General has a very powerful office, but it can't go back in time.
That's right, Senator, of course. But the policy, in the way it's applied, is that the individual in that situation is a member only during the period from between when they're nominated and when they pass away.
All right. Well, I'm now going to give you an example of somebody who I would suggest to you shows why that policy should be reviewed and urgently. In 2015, the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse held Case Study 34, and they looked at the response of Brisbane Grammar School and St Paul's School in relation to allegations of child sexual abuse. They spent considerable time reviewing the appalling actions of Maxwell Arthur Howell, who was the headmaster of grammar between 1965 and 1989. And they found, and I'll quote from the Royal Commission, there was evidence that a number of complaints against Mr Lynch, who was were made to senior staff at Brisbane Grammar. Mr Lynch was a notorious pedophile. And those complaints were made most significantly to Dr Howell, who was the headmaster of the school between 1965 and 1989. The Commission found that in 1981, an individual told Dr Howell that Mr Lynch had sexually abused his son. Dr Howell did not investigate the allegations, did not report the matter to the police or the Board of Trustees. In not doing so, he failed in his obligations to protect the safety and wellbeing of the students. And they concluded, we find that during Dr Howell's period as headmaster, there was a culture at Brisbane Grammar where boys who made allegations of sexual abuse were not believed and allegations were not acted upon. If the council had that information to hand now, that would meet the test under 4.6, wouldn't it? They would never have awarded Maxwell Howell an Order of Australia, would they?
I think that's a fair assumption, Senator.
If I go onto the Honours website and search, his name turns up for services to education. Him being on that Honours list brings into disrepute everybody else on that list, brings into disrepute the Honours system. This is a man who, far from providing services to education, was in charge of a school which was notorious for pedophile conduct and where he failed to inform the police or take any actions to stop it. Surely, the Council and the Governor-General should review the policy that lets that man sully the Honours list.
Senator, so the matters that you're talking about are obviously matters of deep concern, particularly for the individuals concerned, but in general. There's a couple of things I can say in response. So the honours, the It's an Honour database that you're talking about, where the names are listed. So that's not the register of all people who are on the order, because of course people who've passed away are no longer part of the order. It's a historical database that just shows the appointments that were made. Nonetheless, I understand the point you're making. That's not a database that's administered by this office. It's administered by the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Any change to the constitution for the order, which is what would be required to change the approach, is a matter of honours policy, which is a matter for the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and for government to decide.
This is not a matter for the Constitution. There's nothing in the Constitution that prevents dead people getting on or dead people being taken off the order. It's not a constitution, it's a policy matter. It's a policy matter by the Council, and it seems to be a policy determination that the current Governor-General has accepted. And I'm suggesting to you that if dead people can get on, there needs to be a process where dead people, such as that appalling individual, should be able to be removed from the list for the good of the honours list, and also to do the right thing, the decent thing, by the victims and the survivors and the family members who were so harmed by the actions of that man, who are deeply offended that his name remains on the honours list. Do you not see how it's a fundamental justice issue?
As I said, Senator, I think these are matters of deep concern, and particularly for the individuals concerned. But I can tell you that the Council has looked at this matter in previous occasions and put out a statement in relation to its approach to people in this situation. And in terms of policy, matters of honours policy are a matter for the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, not for this office.
Well, I would urge you to do whatever you can in your power to get the Council to reconsider it. It is bringing the honours system into disrepute. It's disrespect to the victims and survivors, and it does nothing for the Office of the Governor-General, for her name or the office to be associated with appalling criminals like that.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the issue of the idea that an order can be removed after a finding of a breach of a code of conduct, as opposed to a criminal conviction. There was a decision, and I think we referred to this earlier, back in 2020, that two people, Ms Bettina Arndt and Mr Mike Carlton, were allowed to keep their Order of Australia honours despite the fact that there had been a lot of public criticism of their behaviours. And it was specifically because, and this is a quote from Mr Stone, who you had mentioned before, "In a system that recognises the service of hundreds of people each year, it is inevitable that each list will include some people who others believe should not be recognised," said the chairman, Shane Stone, and that the Council for the Order of Australia decided only legal findings against a person were enough to show someone had brought it into disrepute, a key basis for removal, and that had not happened with Ms Arndt or Ms Carlton. So that was the precedent that was set. The findings against Mr Pazulo were of a breach of the code of conduct of the public service, not a criminal finding. Was that something that was considered by the Council in this change of direction?
So each council, as it's constituted, Senator, has the opportunity to make decisions on the matters before it. I understand the reporting about the decisions of the previous council. On this occasion, the council made this decision.
Did the Council seek input from Mr Pazulo?
Yes, it did, Senator. So after that initial consideration in February 2024, the Secretary of the Council wrote to Mr Pazulo informing him of the proposed action and gave him the opportunity to provide information in relation to that. He didn't respond at that stage, but he was written to again in April 2024, and he did respond to that, and his response was put back to the Council for consideration.
Right. Sorry, can you just remind me exactly what date the agenda went out to the Council that had a consideration of Mr Pazulo's honour as an agenda item?
So the two occasions that the Council considered, Senator, were on the 20th of February 2024 and the 28th, 29th of August 2024. They were the two stages of consideration. The agenda would have gone out to Council approximately a month before each of those meetings.
Right. And as you said, it was the previous Secretary that included that on the agenda. Can I ask, when you had a handover, was this particular matter covered in the handover from the previous Secretary to you?
Yes, Senator, it was.
It was. And is that a written briefing or is it a verbal briefing?
It was a verbal briefing on this matter, Senator.
So there's nothing that you have in writing that showed the decision-making behind this change of precedent from that Secretary?
No, Senator. And look, Senator, I don't think as I said, each council, as it's constituted at the time, has before it the ordinance and can make decisions in relation to that.
Okay. Was either the government's ex officio member, Senator Gallagher, or a delegated member of the executive in attendance at those meetings that discussed this matter?
Senator, I can confirm that Minister Gorman was present at the meeting on the 28th, 29th August 2024. I'd have to check on the previous one.
Assistant Minister Gorman?
That's correct.
Yes, if you could confirm whether he was at either one or both of those meetings. Did the government's ex officio member, sorry, I should say, that wasn't just the meeting where they discussed the matter, it was where they made the decision to remove the honour as well?
Yes, Senator, that final decision was made in that meeting in August 2024.
August 2024. And those meetings, I'm assuming, are minuted?
Limited. It's really the outcomes.
So the outcomes are recorded, Senator. There's not formal minutes taken.
And attendances are taken?
Yes, Senator.
So I'm assuming that if you've got the outcomes of a meeting, an agenda to a meeting, the outcomes of a meeting and the attendance of a meeting, that's pretty much minutes, isn't it? I mean, that's what most organisations would refer to as minutes. I'm happy to have, obviously, the information redacted as appropriate to make sure that we're not breaching privacy, but can those agendas and minutes or outcomes and the attendance records please be provided to the committee for those meetings?
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Can I ask what consultation took place with government before the council made its recommendation?
By whom, Senator?
Anyone on the council?
Well, none that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. But there was an ex officio member from the government that was involved in the conversation?
There was, Senator, yes.
Okay. Noting it's been reported that the Prime Minister disagrees with this decision, has any briefing or information been provided to him to explain it?
Not from this office, Senator.
So the council hasn't actively reached out to the Prime Minister's office?
No, Senator.
Thank you. The date that the council made its final recommendation was?
28th of August, 2024.
28th of August. And are there any other honours that are currently being reviewed?
Senator, well, I won't go into detail of individual cases. Any matter that of a appointment to the order that's in the public arena is certainly something that's likely to receive scrutiny by the council.
Yes, of course. But are there any other honours that are being reviewed at the moment? Yes,
Senator. The council is quite regularly reviewing matters when they come to its attention. Okay.
And again, is there a list as to how many people are having their honours reviewed at the moment? I'm not asking for names.
So there's a number of people, Senator, yes, that are being considered by the council. I don't have a list of them.
Right. Can you give us an indication of those that are having their honours reviewed? How many of them have a legal finding against them as opposed to simply reputational damage?
I can tell you that, well, at least one of them, Senator, has a legal finding against them.
And of the number, and you didn't actually say the number?
I'd have to check to see the exact number.
Okay,
Senator.
Can you confirm for this committee on notice the number of people that are having their honours reviewed and the number of those people that have a legal finding against them as opposed to simply reputational damage? And if it's something more than reputational damage, if you could outline what that might be. And I'm not asking you to be specific. I don't want you to breach anybody's privacy. But I think that a new precedent has been set. We want to understand how that's going to play out in either the allocation or the revocation of honours in the future.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've got a follow-up question.
Just quickly, Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. The government's ex officio member, is it permanently Minister Gorman or is it Senator Gallagher as the Vice President of the Executive Council?
So Senator Gallagher, I think, is formally as Vice President of the Executive Council, but she's been represented by Minister Gorman.
But the meeting papers would go to her, wouldn't they? As the formal representative?
No, they've been forwarded to us. We knew that Assistant Minister Gorman was the representative of the government for the purposes of those meetings, so the papers would go to his office.
Would a copy go to Minister Gallagher?
No, Senator.
Okay. I've got a copy of, I'd like to table a copy of Shane Stone's statement from when the issue of Bettina Arndt and Mike Carlton came up. And what Mr Stone said then, and I'll quote, is in relation, while a copy goes around, in relation to terminations and cancellations, in line with precedent, past practice and the Order's constitution, the Council has and will continue to consider the cancellation or termination of awards where an individual has been convicted of a crime or offence under the law, received a civil penalty under the law or has been subject to an adverse finding by a court, tribunal or other body exercising judicial administrative power under the law. The Council requires the judicial process to be exhausted before making a recommendation to cancel or terminate. The Council will also consider cancellation or termination where information on which the initial recommendation was made is found to be based on false or misleading material. In terms of how Mr Pazulo has been treated, isn't that a lowering of the standard or a change of practice of how the Council has previously operated?
Senator, each council, as it's constituted, as I've said, has the opportunity to interpret the ordinance as it so chooses. This is a statement of the way Mr Stone, as chair, intended to operate, but it doesn't bind or change the ordinances that underlie the council's consideration.
So, in terms of I mentioned Mr Alan Joyce before, that the reason that Mr Pazulo has lost his honour is because he brought the order into disrepute. That would be the reason, in accordance with the constitution of the order. I'm just worrying that the bar has been lowered so low following the precedent that has been set by Mr Pazulo's action, and if this is the new direction that the Council is taking, then anyone, it's anyone, that it means that the standard was set by Mr Stone when he was chairman of the Council, which I think was quite a fair standard, has changed, and now it's quite easy, or it's easier for the Council to now make a decision that if someone has brought the order into disrepute without the carry-on of a conviction of a crime or offence under the law, received a civil penalty under the law, or has been subject to an adverse finding by a court, tribunal or other body exercising judicial or administrative power under the law, doesn't that make it harder for the Council to deal with these matters?
Well, Senator, there hasn't been a change to the underlying ordinance. That's been in existence for many years. One of the grounds for termination that is set out in the ordinance is a conviction for a crime or offence under a law of the Commonwealth. But there's also, as I mentioned, another subsection that relates to if the Governor-General is satisfied, on the advice of the Council, that it would not have been desirable to make the appointment or give the award if information that was available to the Council when the recommendation was made was known. So that is and there's a number of others that the Council can use.
I shall be writing then to the Governor-General and you asking for a review of Mr Alan Joyce's honour under the Order of Australia, considering the damage that he has done to the aviation sector in Australia, considering the many legal cases that have went against him in terms of his management of Qantas. And I will look forward to the Council making an appropriate decision in line with the Pazulo precedent that has now been set.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senators. And I would like to thank the Office of the Governor-General for your attendance at estimates today. And we sincerely apologise for the fact that we had to reschedule you from last night. I presume it made for a rather long day yesterday and an early morning this morning. So we're very grateful.
Thanks, Senators.
We'll give the Minister a moment now to come up. I will suspend just briefly. Welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, Minister for Finance and Minister for the Public Service, Ms Jenny Wilkinson, Secretary and other officers of the Department of Finance. Are there any opening statements?
No, not from me.
Not from me.
Great, we'll go to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you and welcome. Welcome again to everybody at the desk. I've got a series of questions. As I said, there's nothing tricky here. This is just an information gathering exercise. So, but they are quite long, so forgive me. First of all, I just want to talk about PFO and the PFO process so I better understand this. My understanding is that PFO has to be released within 10 days of issuing writs for a general election. Can you just talk the committee through what that process looks like, how it operates?
So you're correct, Senator, that the PFO has to be released within 10 days of the government of the writs being issued. So what that process involves is the Secretary of the Treasury and myself producing a document, which is the pre-economic fiscal outlook, which provides our best estimate of the both the economic and fiscal parameters as they sit at that time. So the PFO incorporates all of the government's announcements. It includes all of the government's policies as announced, and it reflects, as we say, that, our best estimates to what the budget situation looks like. Just like in MyEFO and in budget, it includes statements around risks to the fiscal outlook, but otherwise it's a document which is providing an open assessment of the fiscal situation.
Okay. Just so I have a better understanding of the timing around it.
Yes.
When the Prime Minister announces an election, then the issue of writs, then publications, what's the process that Finance goes through to publish PFO there?
So, Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. I mean, we immediately start the process of producing the
PFO. When?
PFO. So we. So obviously, I wasn't in the Finance Secretary position.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
In the last election. In fact, I wasn't working. I was in the Treasury. So my recollection, and I don't have the details in front of me, but my recollection is that we, if you like, in a general sense, we're preparing for PFO in the lead up to the calling of the election. But then the actual work on the document and the finalisation of the document, and then the details were, are literally finalised over that 10-day period. I think we have to publish it within 10 days, so it can be published earlier than 10 days.
Within 10 days of the issue of
the writs.
Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's the process for updating the fiscal measures in PFO? For instance, the process for listing out the decisions taken but not yet announced that have been announced since the last budget update.
So we keep track of those as we keep track of those during the course of a normal year. So we are always keeping track of what are all of the decisions that have been taken that were not announced, and then the decisions which are actually then announced. And so they are all then captured in the PFO document.
Right. And they then have a nil underlying cash balance impact because the decision is already taken?
If the decision has been taken, that's correct.
Right, so they're built in?
That's correct.
Right, okay. And what's the process for listing the decisions taken but not yet announced that still remain unannounced since the budget update?
So So I don't have the Charter of Budget Honesty in front of me, but I am pretty confident that by the time... So in the PFO document, we have to publish all of the decisions which have been taken but have not been announced, other than those ones where there is a commercial reason or a national security reason why that detail cannot be revealed.
Okay. The previous 2022 PFO was released close to the previous budget update, and it stated back then that the fiscal outlook has not materially changed since the publication of the 22-23 budget. So I just want to get an understanding, what's a material impact look like?
So again, that's not uncommon. I mean, I think since the Charter of Budget Honesty has been introduced, almost every PFO has been released soon after an economic update. And then, so we would make an assessment as to whether, Treasury would make an assessment as to whether there was any material changes to economic parameters, which would affect the fiscal outlook, and we in Finance would make a call as to whether there were any material information about a particular spending line that we think has changed since the most recent economic update that would need to be revealed in PFO.
So is there like a quantum threshold that is considered a material, like an estimates variation that's considered a material impact?
Let me just ask my team. I don't think that there is a quantum threshold, but I think it's one of these things where it is a judgment that has to be made.
Right.
Obviously, if the most recent economic or fiscal update is very close to when the PFO is published, then there's not very much time where there would be new information. But if there was new information, we would make a judgment as to, I mean, if you like, in a sense, Senator, the pressure's on me and the Secretary of the Treasury to make that judgment, because we have to sign that the PFO does reflect in our judgment a faithful representation of what the fiscal outlook is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So if, as expected, and by the looks of the calendar that the Parliament has now adopted, the government delivers a budget and then goes to an election, there'll be obviously a substantial number of budget measures that are announced but unlegislated. How does PFO treat those measures?
So PFO includes government policy. PFO does not require announcements to be legislated. This is very common in all the lead up to all elections. There are commitments which are made which will require legislation. The fact that there is not legislation does not mean that the numbers shouldn't be reflected in PFO. It is the policy announcement which would need to be reflected.
Right.
The only adjustment that could be made, if there was a policy announcement that had been made some time ago and the date for the commencement of that policy had passed and the legislation had not been introduced, then an adjustment would be made, as is made in the normal budget process.
That's
well, I mean,
just
sort of any measures for which the assumption that is underlying the projections or the estimates in the budget are not valid, for example, because legislation hasn't been introduced, then you'd have to make an adjustment for that, and that's what's always been done in PFOs, right. But it's also done in budget updates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what if there's a change to, well, is there a change of treatment of measures if the Parliament has shown a clear position and rejected legislation?
No, if it remains the government's policy, then that is the government's policy. I mean, our role is not to judge whether, following the election, the government would or would not be able to pass a piece of legislation. Our role is to reflect an estimate of what the fiscal impact of the government's policy commitments are.
Okay. And just finally on this, are there any changes anticipated to the way that Finance undertakes its role in preparing for this upcoming PFO compared to previous years that we should be aware of?
No changes at all.
Okay. Terrific, thank you. I've got some more questions, Chair. Unless you are desperate to rotate the call, I would like to continue.
Senator Pocock, are you ready to go?
Thank you. I've got a short run of questions, Chair. I've got some questions around the preparations that are underway for the 2025 budget, specifically around the timetable that's been issued to agencies for the preparation for that budget to be delivered on the 25th of March. Has a timetable been issued?
Ms Patterson?
Kat Patterson, Deputy Secretary, Budget Group. Senator, no, a timetable has not been issued. Okay. We are still preparing for the for MyEFO, and I think we would normally issue a timetable a little bit later in the year for it.
Right, but that's normally when you have a May budget, because you know that it's in March, and I know that that's kind of close to PFO. It's not something you'd anticipate?
Look, we'll probably give consideration to timeframes in consultation with the government.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is something that you would consider issuing a timetable after you've had consultations with the government. Okay.
There will be a timetable issued.
Yes.
At the moment, we are in the final stages of my EFO, so we're concentrating on that. There is a bit of crossover, obviously, where, as you know, things that might start in one process continue on into the other. So it's not like they're finite pieces of work in a sense.
So they're concurrent pieces of work, my EFO and budget?
Well, they can be. Things, I mean, they are separate, but there are often issues that go through both, if you see what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, I can understand that from a ministerial officer's point of view, but from a department's point of view, is it a concurrent process, or is it something that, they're run on two different train tracks?
In a process sense, we will run them on two separate train tracks.
Right.
In terms of the decision-making process and then the preparation of the budget books, and also, as my colleague can talk through, just in terms of the way we close and open the CBMS for numbers going in, etc. Yeah.
Okay. But it's the same people, they're just running two separate projects on slightly different timelines, but we haven't actually started the budget one yet. We're still working on the MyFO one. And what sort of runway do you need for a budget that's 25th of March, as opposed to in early May, as that normally is?
Certainly, as occurred in previous election cycles, it'll be a shorter runway. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we obviously, we do work through adjusting the timeframes for people to submit their MPPs and costings and other processes.
Yep. Okay. So have you sort of planned to discuss this? Is there, a meeting that specifically is organised to say it's time to issue a timetable for budget?
The ERC will make all of those decisions.
It's an ERC decision.
On advice. We will take advice, but the ERC will set the...
Right. Okay. And how does a condensed timeframe impact the quality of the budget estimates, if at all?
It shouldn't impact the quality of the budget estimates. I mean, the same processes are followed in terms of NPPs, movements of funds, estimates variations.
So the national accounts are released on the 5th of March and the budget's handed down on the 25th of March. How's that for a runway? Is that sort of sufficient time frame to fully update the estimate, or will there be sort of a truncated cut-down process of some sort?
So, that's the question for Treasury. I mean, if we think about the mid-year economic update, that's often released in around about the 20th of, or sort of in that week up to about the 20th of December. The national accounts are released in the first week of December. I mean, Treasury will come up with an update to economic parameters. They will provide a set of economic parameters which estimate variations are estimated on. They will then be updated close to when the budget is finalised. That's a matter for Treasury as to whether the national accounts, how the actual national accounts changes the estimates of the economic parameters that should be used in the budget process.
Okay. So 20th of December, IFO, you just said.
No, I'm saying in the week around. I guess what I was saying is, for the last several years, my EFO has been released in around about the second or third week of December. The national accounts have always come out in the first week of December, and we have incorporated information from the national accounts in the budget estimates. So that sort of a time frame for incorporating an update to economic parameters is not that unusual.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you. I've got some questions specifically about a couple of lines within the budget. Again, Chair, if you're happy for me to continue, or you would like to share the call, I've got plenty here
Senator
today.
Pocock, I'm sure you're keen.
Thanks very much. Thanks everyone for being here. I have some questions, a number of lines of questioning, but I want to begin with PwC. You will no doubt be aware of the AFP raid that is underway as we sit here on the Sydney offices of PwC. It'll continue, we understand from newspaper reports, over several days. People from within the firm have said publicly that the people being pursued have all left the firm. Who knows? We don't know. And we understand from AFP previous answers to estimates that this investigation extends overseas to a number of countries. There have also been reports that what's been investigated here is Section 70 or Section 90 of the Crimes Act, which relate to the disclosures of information and official secrets. So very serious matters. Earlier this year, Finance published a procurement policy note that revealed that PwC Australia will not bid for any new Commonwealth work until the 1st of December 2024. And PwC agreed to this in recognition, to quote them, of the significant number of outstanding investigations still underway, both into PwC Australia and PwC International. The 1st of December is not very far away, and yet there are many issues here, many investigations afoot, still outstanding, and many unanswered questions. There is the AFP investigation, which is now clearly engaged in extensive investigation on the ground in Sydney, at least 5 ongoing TPB investigations, ATO investigations, to name a few. So is this 1 December date still appropriate given how many investigations are underway and their seriousness?
Senator Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary, Commercial Group. We absolutely appreciate the seriousness of the investigations that are underway and the fact that there remain a number in train. And there also remain work being done inside the firm itself on its own internal reviews, etc. So the short answer to your question is we are looking and I think expecting to extend that period through till the middle of next year at this point. Till the middle of next year at this point, in recognition of the fact that there are a number of things that we need to better understand before we think we'll be in a position to be comfortable re-engaging with PwC.
Have you had discussions with PwC on this matter?
We have. On the matter of an extension, yes, we have, Senator. Quite a number of discussions with PwC from their sort of advisory board through to people in the firm itself about the fact that we think it's going to need to extend.
And who are you primarily talking to in the firm?
I think the primary point of engagement I think is technically the chief risk.
Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary, Jan McCoy, who's the Chief Risk and Ethics Officer for PwC.
And has a request been made to return to contracting?
From PwC, no, yes. It hasn't, Senator, as far as I'm aware.
What is their suggestion of contracting? Have they made any date suggestion to you?
The last discussion I had with people at PwC, they weren't making any suggestions to that effect. In fact, they were, I'd say they were quite sympathetic to the fact that from our perspective it was difficult to see how that could happen given the number of outstanding issues that are still being looked at.
Have you had any previous contractor to finance or that you're aware of to the public sector where a charge in relation to the Crimes Act has been perpetrated?
Look, nothing comes to mind, but I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, to be absolutely certain.
Do you have any expectation about how long a criminal case might take, if it comes to that?
No, I mean I think that would be very hard to get a clear answer on. So that'll be one of the challenges in this exercise. Is there a number? Where are the various investigations up to, and at what stage they are at, and what conclusions we should be drawing from that. So no, I don't think I could put a time on it, and I suspect if we asked the AFP, they would be unwilling to give a definitive time as well.
I'll be talking to them this afternoon. Will the Department of Finance commit to ensure that PwC does not return to any tendering relationship with the Commonwealth Government until all investigations are concluded and until all of the recommendations and cases, for example, a criminal case, that arise from those recommendations of any of the inquiries afoot. No business with PwC until they are totally clean and have implemented everything required of them.
So I think what we would, our intention is that they won't be that they don't work or re-engage working under the procurement framework until such time as we're satisfied that they are a fit and proper organisation to do business with. I guess I just don't want to definitively make a call on where every single investigation might be up to when we reach that point. And the reason I say that is it may be that the position of this is hypothetical, but it may be that the position of the firm itself as it is constituted today is one thing, whilst there remain investigations going on with people that are no longer with the firm, for example. But I think from our perspective, the key is for us to be satisfied that the firm is one that we are comfortable doing business with.
So are you saying that if people and leaders within the firm who were leaders at the time, that anyone who is charged with a criminal conviction or any other recommendation or for action that arises from any of the agencies looking at PwC remains in the firm, so a culture of leadership remains, and changed action, remediation is underway, that you would contemplate working with the firm while they are still fixing themselves?
No,
because that is a problem for me.
No, Senator. I think actually, in a sense, what you've said is precisely what we're looking at, is to be confident that the firm itself has changed. And that's why in addition to the investigations you referred to, I mentioned the fact that there are also other things that the firm itself is doing on the back of to change culture and practice inside the firm. So those are the sorts of things we wish to be satisfied about. What I was leaving room for is the prospect that there could be some of the various types of investigations which we would want to consider where they're up to and the relevance of them to the actual operating of the firm here and now. But the point is, we're not just looking at those external investigations, we are looking at what the firm and where the firm is up to and its commitment to the change it's set out for itself.
My colleague Senator O'Neill and I have been subjected to volumes of statements about changed culture, new leadership, everything being different within PwC, and I'm not satisfied personally about those reassurances. They flow off the tongue, but I think what we need to see is real change and action within the firm. For example, the Senate has tried on repetitive occasions to get the Linklaters report, which is one piece. Certainly not the entire piece, but an important piece of information that has not been given in good faith to the Senate. So there are some very significant points of action, I think, that we should be looking to before they are allowed back into contracting.
Well, I think, and that's why the evidence is that we're looking to extend the current arrangements.
And Minister, do you think middle of next year is optimistic? Because I do.
Well, I mean, I think we have it under consideration constantly, so I think it's sensible to look at an extension. We've had those discussions. I've had them with Senator O'Neill, who came and saw me about this. But we need to ensure proper process. So I think an extension is fine, and these matters remain under consideration. But the assurance that you're getting from the Department of Finance is that, until Finance are satisfied about all of those matters, that will mean they're not able to re-engage under the procurement framework. So that doesn't have a time frame associated with it. It's more in the space you are about making sure that the change has occurred.
In the same way, Senator, we set the 1 December as a sort of at least, or I forget the phrase we used, but in a sense it forced we need to keep this under consideration and revisit it. We have decided to extend. We will, as we get into the middle of next year, be in a position to revisit whether that remains appropriate or whether we might need to extend further.
And will you be making any public statements about your decision-making as it unfolds?
We will obviously be advising, as we have done in the past, the position with respect to working with PwC. I don't think we will be making, we won't be making public comments about the work we are doing to assess and understand where, in the same way we haven't to date, on the work we are and the review work we are doing with PwC. What will be seen publicly will be the reference to the fact that there will be an extension.
And have you had any negotiations with any international elements of PwC through these discussions? Have they all been with the local general counsel that you mentioned?
I have not had any engagement with international PwC. It's been through the local management and the local advisory, the board that they've put in place.
So you've spoken to the board as well as general counsel?
I'm not sure that I have spoken to the general counsel, to be honest. We've spoken to, as we said, the Chief Risk and Ethics Officer is probably the primary point of contact,
yes,
in terms of the management of the firm. And yes, we've also talked to the board.
As a whole?
No, the engagement I had with the board recently was with the chair and, from memory, I think one other member.
And what was their proposition to you?
It was really, they weren't making a proposition. It was an opportunity for them to talk to us about how they're seeing their role, and we were interested in understanding how they saw their role vis-a-vis change in approach to managing the business. They weren't, as I said earlier, they were sympathetic to the fact that there is still a whole lot of uncertainty and matters underway, and we're not at all. They weren't lobbying for a position to come back and do work for the Commonwealth. They were quite sympathetic to the fact that they thought that was, from our perspective, would be unlikely. And so it was a conversation, in a sense, where we were all on the same page, really.
And did they foreshadow to you that they knew of a police raid that was imminent?
No, they didn't, Senator.
When was that meeting?
I'd have to check my diary to tell you precisely, but I'd say it was about a month and a half ago.
Okay, 6 weeks ago.
But I'm happy to confirm that on record.
Did you want to... thank you for your answers there. Did you want to follow? No.
Could I just ask if you're aware of the latest materials that were released as a result of the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services and its interaction with PwC? On Friday, there was a lot of material released then that went to revealing what PwC in Australia knew and what PwC Global knew as of May last year. Have you been able to familiarise yourself with that yet?
I have not familiarised myself with that, Senator.
So the committee's report is imminent and will make a number of recommendations that I think will be probably of some use to you in your considerations. But can I just indicate that after much resistance in providing that material, what we do know is that as of May last year, the assessment of PwC Australia by PwC Global was very significant. They were able to list in their remediation letters the problems that they saw with their own brand here in Australia, which were significant cultural issues. And I point to the current CEO who was imposed, who was part of that entire process, who failed to declare to the Senate that he was in payment of $1.2 million from PwC Global, which is a conflict of interest that is very, very significant, in addition to his payment as the Australian CEO by the Australian arm of PwC. Identification of conflicts of interest is one of the core governance and cultural problems that we've observed with PwC. I hope you would agree with that.
And truthfulness.
And the failure to identify that conflict of interest, to declare it, actually, right, I think is a very significant compromising position for the Chief Risk and Ethics Officer, Ms McCahey, whose reputation made her a very suitable person to bring to the role. But when the CEO isn't telling you about that level of a conflict of interest at the head of the organisation, clearly there are still some significant cultural and governance problems with the current PwC Australia. So can I ask you to have a look at the documents that were revealed, which we had to work very hard to get on the public record, that I think might further temper any conversations you have with the governance board of PwC Australia, and may indeed necessitate you engaging with the General Counsel, Diana Weiss, who's in New York, who seems to be the person who's literally driving that bus.
Thanks, Senator. We'll certainly familiarise ourselves with that. I mean, I think, the points you've raised, in a sense, go to the sorts of things we are turning our mind to, and they're actually the sorts of things. Those are the sorts of things I found myself talking to the chair and the board member about, who weren't pretending there weren't issues that still needed to be worked through. And whilst there are, as you say, there are comments made about changes being made, I think it's fair to say that the conversations we've had, that the firm knows that there are changes they need to work through, and probably would acknowledge that there is time needed to demonstrate the impact of those changes.
Thank you.
Senator Colbeck.
Just on this, the proposed extension, and I understand perfectly your comment in relation to the AFP investigation process. That will take as long as it takes. But are you at least aligning with the work of the TPB, which actually does have a defined period? Now, they had to have a certain number of their inquiries completed by the end of this year. That's effectively occurred, with 4 cases being settled in the last couple of weeks, but there's still 5. Have you been talking to them about their timeframes in relation to when those next cycle of inquiries need to be completed, which we don't know specifically what they're about, but some of them may be into the organisation itself, not just individuals?
So I can't speak to whether or not, I know I haven't engaged with the TPB. However, what I would say is we haven't actually really aligned our process with any particular single investigation sort of wrapping up, for example. We've had in mind a number of things. There are those investigations. There was also one of the other things we did have an eye to is what was stated by the firm as the timetable for giving effect to a number of the recommendations out of their internal work, the Switkowski report. So we've got an eye to when some things are supposed to were expected to conclude, but we haven't actually. We're not specifically trying to align with one sort of line of inquiry in particular, but we would obviously have an eye to when those inquiries are likely to conclude.
Well, I suppose my point would be, surely you would be engaging with those other agencies, ATO, who are also talking to some of their international aligned agencies that they work with, and I think there's 5 or 6 of those that they were actively talking to. TPB being a subset of that. I mean, surely there's a coordination process.
Oh, well, I mean, in a sense, yes, there is and there will be, because we remain very interested in how those activities, the work of the TPB, etc., are playing out. And that will absolutely need to be something that we coordinate with or understand before we make any decisions.
Part of that, which is something that none of us have been able to really glean, is the role of PwC International in all of this, when clearly, given that part of the work was titled within PwC Project North America, the concerns that there are international elements to this, which is where the work of the ATO with their counterparts becomes important, need to be understood. So the point that Senator O'Neill makes in respect of the involvement and engagement of PwC International in all of this, and understanding those international links, becomes important, and therefore the role of the Linklaters report, which they want none of us to see, really makes it hard to suggest that there's any circumstance that you could start working with them when they won't provide the level of transparency that provides an understanding here of those international links.
I think, Senator, those are exactly the sorts of issues we're wrestling with, of what we need to understand and where we need to get assurance or undertake inquiries to allow us to reach a conclusion that we are comfortable with PwC operating within the procurement framework. and that's, in a sense, the work that we will continue to do. And as we've said, by extending the current position, it gives us time to continue to do that work. If we need to engage with the General Counsel offshore, then we will certainly do so.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about specifically the decisions made but not, or decisions taken but not yet announced in the budget. There was 958.8 million in the 23-24 budget on the Debitnian line. I hate using the word Debitnian because I worry that Hansard can't interpret that, but it's decisions taken but not yet announced in an acronym form. There we go. So if I say it, it'll come out properly in the transcript. The Debitnians announced since the 2023-24 budget. Can you please outline those for the committee?
Senator, so I assume you mean since the 24-25?
Yes. Oh, sorry, did I say 23-24?
Yeah, that would be...
Sorry.
That's okay.
Gee, day two. I'm already getting my numbers done. Confused.
So, Senator, since budget, so as at 31 October, government has announced 30 prior round Debitnians since the release of the 24-25 budget. So I'm happy to take you through those by portfolio, the round that they belong to. So most of them were from the 24-25 budget. And do you want the date of announcement and...
The value of them?
The value, the total announcement value,
and,
yes.
In 24-25 and over the forward estimates. So the profile of them over the forward estimates would be helpful.
Senator, I can give you the total amount. The profile will be clear in the MyIFO book. Okay. But I don't have that actual profile, but for all of these, we'll be able to tell you what the profile is.
Okay,
yep.
Whatever you can give me.
Yep, okay. So for the agriculture, fisheries and forestry portfolio, we have phase out of live sheep exports by sea, transition support package, producer and supplier chain grants. That was a budget Debitnia, 24-25 budget, announced in October, and the total announced amount is 32.7 million. Yeah. Climate change, energy, environment and water portfolio. We have an announcement on the National Water Grid Fund, responsible investment in water infrastructure for the regions, the Northern Water Project. That was a 24-25 budget Debitnia. And announced in May after the budget, and that was 65 million. Mm-hmm. Government response to the independent review of the Australian Climate Service was another 24-25 budget Debitnia, announced in June. Website does not mention the financial impact of that decision.
Why is that? So not for publication, or is it just not?
It just wasn't. It wasn't announced. Yeah.
Okay.
Education, First Nations education program extensions, a 24-25 budget Debitnia announced in July, 8.5 million. Then we've got 3 bilateral agreements on schools, so Better and Fairer Schools bilateral agreement with the Northern Territory. That was a 23-24 MyIFO Debitnia, announced in July, and that was 736.7 million.
Sorry, I should say, Ms Patterson, just for the sake of expediency, if this is a list that you've got in front of you, is it something that you can provide the committee, like, table it?
Yeah, we can probably produce an extract of
Sorry,
this.
I didn't want to make sure that we're still going at 11 o'clock.
No, that is fine.
It's helpful. I want the information. I just don't want to make sure that we're using time effectively.
If there's any in particular, or you want just some of the bigger ones read out, and then we can...
well, I'd like as thorough a list as possible.
Yeah, no, and we'll give you, and we'll table you the full.
Yeah, if you could give me maybe sort of the ones that you would consider material, if you could...
I'll quickly do those, and then we'll give you the
fabulous
version of this.
Thank you.
Yep, so the 3 schools one, so Northern Territory, which I just read out, the bilateral agreement with Western Australia, For schools, that was 785.4 million, and the bilateral agreement with Tasmania was 153.5 million. The health and aged care, significant one will be the 8th Community Pharmacy Agreement, so that's 2.1 billion. We have another one in health, preventative health, new and a more efficient CAP sports funding program, which was 283 million. And to see if there's anything else. And under Thriving Suburbs program in the infrastructure portfolio, which was 350 million. So they're the sort of big ones, and then there's a lot of quite small ones.
Terrific. Can I ask that the committee, can we table those for the committee and we can have a look at them after the morning tea break?
Yeah, we should be able
to
do a constructive version of this that we can hand to you. Yes.
Okay. So what's the process for publishing the unannounced decisions taken but not yet announced at the time of PFO? Is there a process?
They would be announced in the PFO document. I don't have a PFO with me, but my recollection from last time is that there's, to the extent that there are any decisions that have been taken which have not been announced, they're included in a list in PFO. Is that right, Ms. Patterson?
Yeah, let me just, on the right bit of the page, there's sort of categories. So there are some, as the Secretary referred to, which will have, which can't be announced for various reasons because of national security. There may be some that we will call out because they may be in the contingency reserve that they've been announced but not yet allocated. So we will also call out those.
Right.
Because obviously, and you'll see that in budget measures where we will announce something, but for various reasons it needs to be kept in the contingency reserve because we can't allocate it to the actual agency.
Right.
It's really good.
There will be an appendix which has the reversal of detimnias from the budget or prior rounds. So any of the ones that have been reversed out will be there, and then we will then just call out some remaining things that will remain in the contingency reserve. So, for example, in 2022, the negotiation of the new skills agreement, which was quite a significant amount, remained in the contingency reserve, but we called it out because we hadn't done the negotiations hadn't been completed with the states. There'll be the items that can't be disclosed for commercial in confidence or security reasons. But there will be an appendix where we pull out any of the others that have been were detimnias. Yes.
Okay. So the last estimates asked some questions about decisions made but not yet announced that were specifically on page 40 of Budget Paper 2, Table 2. And I'm just going to refer you to a question on notice, which was F068, regarding that $958.8 million reduction in payments that was in 23-24 that we discussed in some detail last estimates. So that question on notice advised that this reduction in payments can be a consequence of specific savings or delayed payments and that these items have not been disclosed. So can you advise what made up this measure yet?
So I'll just see one of my colleagues whether any of those in that category have or haven't, but it's very likely that they were NFP, which is why they were still sitting in that line.
In the debitness.
In the debitness.
In the negative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, are we confirming? Are you waiting for me? I'm waiting for you. So are we confirming now that they are either yet to be announced or are they at NFP? The negative, negative 958.8 million.
So Senator Simon Reiter, First Assistant Secretary, Budget Policy and Data Division. So we can say that the majority of that, the vast majority of that, is not for publication.
The vast majority of that. So that is nearly $1 billion in savings that was taken in the last financial year that's still not announced, or is it a decision that's been reversed?
So I think, as we responded, it's possible that it is a saving or a reprofiling of payments, but it remains the case that it's not for publication.
Well, okay, so how's it possible for a government decision to not be announced if in the 2023-24 final budget outcome after that's been released? Surely would have been announced as part of that.
Well, it's not for publication, Senator, so it's a matter for the government as to whether or not it's published.
Okay.
It's accounted for in the final budget outcome.
So why was it a debitnure if it's not publicly announced?
It's not a decision taken but not yet announced. It's a not for publication decision.
So that line in budget paper 2 combines both decisions taken but not yet announced and not for publication.
So there were delays in a couple of programs, and specifically the remote housing program and infrastructure payments. And these were decisions that were taken by the government beforehand. Did the government actively take a decision to delay these payments, and that's what it is? No?
My understanding is it's a movement of funds that are not for publication.
It's $1 billion. And it's a movement of funds that no one can reveal. $1 billion.
Well, they're not for publication for the reasons that your government and governments before have not published certain numbers. They have to fit a particular criteria about why they're not for publication. They have to be reported in the way that, you know, they are reported. The amount of information we can give has been given. They're accounted for in the numbers, but they are not for publication.
So is it related to an infrastructure payment?
Well, look, I'll check and see if there's any further information we can provide you about that without disclosing information that we're not prepared to disclose.
The largest movement of funds in the final budget outcome related to infrastructure payments and remote housing. Is that what we're referring to here?
We're not in a position to disclose what it is, Senator, because it's not for publication.
All right. I've asked a lot of questions about this, and the answer keeps changing every time I ask the question. So perhaps I know that we're due to go to a break, but maybe we could get something clear after the break. That would be helpful.
I would expect we've got more questions for the department, so we will break for morning tea now and resume at just past 11.
To which I referred in my questions. These are the remediation documents from PwC. And I think that would be quite of considerable interest to the Secretary.
Yeah, if you give them to us, then we can have a look to make sure they can be tabled. Thank you. We'll suspend. We have resumed, and Senator Pocock has the call.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go to the strategic commissioning framework and the consulting numbers for the Department of Finance. I don't know if that means someone coming back into the room.
Oh, thank you.
So in your 2024-25 corporate plan, the department says it will reduce reliance on outsourcing by 17 million over the forward estimates to 28-29. Is that, have I got the right people at the table to talk about the corporate plan and reductions in consulting?
Yes, you do.
Yes, great. Are those savings from that reduced reliance on contracting via labour hire, or does it also include reducing reliance on consulting firms as well?
Senator Andrew Jaggers, Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. As you point out, in the corporate plan for 24-25, there's a section there on strategic commissioning. We outline a number of things that we're doing. Mostly it's conversion of consulting and contracting to public servants. So, for instance, in the ICT space, we've had a number of IT contractors that have been contracted in to do specific roles, which has been quite long-standing practice. What we've done is convert a number of those into permanent public servants. We also have outlined in this plan over the next 4 years, we're looking to convert a further 17 contractors who work in the department on a daily basis but are contracted employees, and converting them into APS over a couple of years. The strategic or the corporate plan also outlines a proposal that we're looking at other areas of our business as well. In ComCover, for example, we have an outsourced provider, and we're looking at opportunities to move some of that work more in-house as well. I'd also point out that a number of our staff doing particular functions like in Comcar drivers that had been outsourced, some of the, over the last number of years, we've moved those people into permanent casual positions in the department as well. So in our strategic commissioning framework piece, we've sort of outlined what we've done, but also some of those key things that we're doing. But these are just things that we're doing now. There'll be other opportunities that we'll take over time as well. I'd also probably make the point, Senator, we don't actually have a big contracted workforce within the Department of Finance. Our core activities and core work is performed by permanent public servants, but we are looking for opportunities to continue that transition of contractors into public servants.
You've anticipated a number of my questions, so thank you for that, Mr Jaggers. But just on that 17 million, that includes then, from what you've said, both labour hire and consulting work. You've got them rolled into that number.
So most in that number are contractors working within the department.
Okay.
They're not employees of the department at the moment, but will become employees of the department, or will employ other people to replace those larger contracts.
Okay, and it sounds like you're making conversions, especially in the ICT sort of area.
We've definitely seen opportunities in IT areas to do that. I mean, we have to be careful in the way that we do it. Some of the systems that are being supported are really important systems. We need to get to skill up people within the department and to employ different people to do those roles. But certainly that's been the objective, and that's what we've foreshadowed in the corporate plan.
And do you make much use of consultants specifically?
Senator, we use consultants for specific short-term activities that are required. There might be one-off. There might be a need for some specific advice or specialist advice on particular issues. Consultants are generally not sort of used on an ongoing basis, but we will have contractors in specific functions from time to time.
It's interesting to hear you're dealing with your ICT workforce in a different way, trying to pull it in-house, because a lot of departments have said to me that they struggle with that they see that as an external function, and they find it difficult to bring people in. but you're clearly attempting to do that in relation to the main ICT work. Am I putting words in your mouth?
So, Senator, we have had some success at doing that, but it is a challenge to achieve it, and it takes a bit of time and takes planning as well.
So we've already managed to convert a number of positions. In fact, when we offered the opportunity to a number of our ICT staff, I think it was particularly in the service delivery office, they were very keen to take up the opportunity to become a permanent staff member. So that we have done, we have already converted, but we also are continuing to just carefully examine whether we've got the balance right in other parts of our ICT business. And there's going to be a combination going forward.
And have you changed your definition of core work in relation to that consulting work in particular to get it tighter and smaller? Has there been a shift within the department on that in view of the strategic commissioning framework?
Certainly, Senator, we use the definition that the Public Service Commission has provided around core work. So we haven't changed our definition.
You haven't changed.
I don't think we've changed our definition, but I think that the effect of the strategic commissioning framework is it has been another prompt to step back and think about the circumstances where it really makes sense to bring in consultants or contractors, the other circumstances where we can think about how we transition existing functions that are currently done outsourced in-house, other circumstances where we think the current arrangements make sense. So it's been, I would characterise it being, it's been a prompt for internal discussions around whether we have the balance right. I would say that core finance work has not been typically outsourced. It's not, we haven't had to have a really seismic shift, but it certainly prompted those discussions.
Yeah. So when I look at the document we received yesterday about the strategic commissioning framework, I think it says the Department of Finance is reducing its outsourcing to consulting firms by $371,000 in 24-25. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the Senator. That's the first year of a program to insource some work. But yes, that's the number for that financial year.
And that includes both insourcing your labour hire and reducing consulting. Are they both rolled into that figure, the 371,000?
I'll ask Mr. Casson to assist.
And Casson, First Assistant Secretary of Business Enabling Services Group. So, Senator, that does relate to specifically the ICT activities that we're looking to insource.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for that. I wanted to go to procurement and the Commonwealth Supplier Code of Conduct, which applies to all government contracts from the 1st of July this year. What is the consequence if a supplier is found to have breached that code in the Department of Finance?
Senator, I'll get Mr. Danks might be in a position to take you through in a little bit more detail how that might play out. But in a sense, as an introductory comment before handing over to Mr. Danks, it sort of will depend on the circumstance in a way, and there will be instances, for example, where there may be people concerned about a breach that is identified at an entity level in relation to a particular contract. There may be other instances where there's a matter that becomes what I might raise a more systemic question, which might lead, for example, to what might the Finance Department do with respect to a supplier on one of the panels we look after. So, and then in a sense, it would depend a little bit on what actually was suggested to have occurred in terms of the breach, and whether we would be in the territory of a sort of, whether there are contractual remedies, whether it is a warning and an expectation of some remedial action being provided, whether there is a need for a suspension from a panel arrangement, for example, and a further investigation by us. So it could range. There are a variety of possible responses, I suppose. I don't know, Mr. Danks, whether there's anything further to add.
Just to say that it did come in effect from 1 July, but it's for new contracts from 1 July, so it's still being rolled out as new contracts are being set up. We've got a program as part of our whole of government MAS panel refresh to put it into the variations as they come forward. So we've already done probably over 400 variations already for the MAS panel. We can talk about what we would do from a mass panel or people panel perspective. As we've talked before, Senator, it's a bit of a devolved framework, so individual agencies may have different steps on this. But we would receive a notification from a supplier that they've breached, or we will have contacted them saying we've noticed something in the media or in a Senate committee saying requesting more information. We would assess the severity of the event and determine an initial course of action. As part of that process, we could then request a remediation plan about what steps the organisation will take to improve the issue that caused the breach. We would review the remediation plan and then determine the next course of action. Our phase 3 would then be communication and follow-up, so we would be more closely engaging and contract managing that supplier whilst that remediation plan's underway. As Mr Windeyer did touch on, the severity could change depending on what part of the supplier code of conduct's been triggered. So we would take into account the business impact, reputational risk, confidentiality concerns, conflict of interest and or frequency of that breach to determine our next steps forward. There's a range of sanctions that would be available, so we could just simply go, this is an issue, we will monitor you over the next period of time to ensure you remediate it. We could provide a warning. We could, as talked about earlier, set up a remediation activity. We could suspend somebody from our panels, or we could ultimately terminate them as well.
And have you had to do any of those things since 1st of July?
No, not yet, Senator.
Thank you. One of the recommendations I made from the Finance and Public Affairs Consulting Inquiry was to establish a contract probity office within the Department of Finance. It would exercise central oversight on government procurement, complementing the devolved management of procurement, and have the power to follow up when contract failures apply. I was concerned about making sure that we learn the lessons across the public sector when there may be something that could be systematic or, repetitive misdemeanour, and that we have a way of looking at whether it has been effectively remediated out there in departments where it's occurring, and whether the service-wide confidence is there that we learn the lessons of mistakes. Do you agree that anything like this is necessary, or, what's your response to that kind of suggestion?
I think we're still considering that report, Senator, and we haven't briefed the government yet on a proposed response.
Okay. Do you see an issue about learning the lessons when things go off the rails and making sure that across the public sector remediation has been carried out? I mean, there are issues with devolvement when things go off the rails, is the point.
Senator, I think we're always looking to make sure we've got mechanisms and processes to both capture lessons and make sure they're disseminated. And that can be done in a variety of ways. One of the ways it is done at the moment, for example, will be through the work of the ANAO, which can become, a mechanism to shine a light on something which is then can be picked up and disseminated across the service. And they're the sorts of things that we, for example, in finance at the moment, would have an eye to, and often the ANAO will look to, make suggestions about things that we should think about or can think about from a whole of government procurement perspective. But as Mr Dank said, specifically to the recommendation you've put, we're still in the process of considering.
Thank you. If I can go then now to another topic, and that's the funding of the Parliamentary Budget Office. I raised this issue.
It is probably time to rotate the call.
Okay, no worries. I'll come back.
Thank you, Senator. You've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back, just refer back to the conversation we were having earlier on the movement of funds. You confirmed that there was significant undisclosed movement of funds from the 23-24 into future years. Can I just ask you to outline the major movement of funds that have occurred since the 24-25 budget?
Senator, so in relation to that, we are currently going through a process where we go out to all agencies for their advice on what funds will need to be moved, and that will be fed into the MyEFO process. So we don't have that at this point. We're just finalising that process for the 24-25 MyEFO.
Right, okay. Upon the release of the 23-24 final budget outcome, the Treasurer said that there'd been spending restraint. He said spending had been lower. I want to understand just how much of that relates to movement of funds, so as opposed to the spending just being This spending just been pushed back.
So, Senator, on that, we will be able to show those what actually has to be moved in MyEFO. Given that I think as is shown in the FBO publication, quite a lot of the reduction in payments was because of national partnership agreements.
Yeah. So
we will obviously be working with Treasury and other agencies around what of that funding needed to be moved, because as you see from the publication, in many cases that was due to states not meeting milestones. So given that once they meet those milestones, then that money will need to be moved. I can't give you a figure at this point. That's the process that we're going through now.
So obviously MyEFO is the update for 24-25, but this is 23-24 and it was final budget outcome. So the extent of movement in the final budget outcome, how much of that had just been pushed back? There was I know that the Minister was asked questions by journalists on the day who asked, we can assume that the majority of the $10.3 billion that will be spent this financial year, if those agreements are finalised, sorry, the journalist said, only $1 billion has been deferred due to lower uptake of grants, and the rest it seems that these are national partnership payments. So we can assume that the majority of the $10.3 billion will be spent this financial year if those agreements are finalised. Minister, you said that depends on a range of factors. Some of it's demand driven and they move about a bit. Then in relation to agreements with the states, I mean, you would imagine the expectation is where it relates to them that if they meet milestones, if they sign up, there's certainly one in WA where they haven't signed up to an agreement, there would be a mechanism to pay that unless they sign. So is that the case? That's still, it is the fact that money has simply just been pushed back. It's not, as the Treasurer said, spending restraint or spending is lower.
Well, there has been spending restraint as well.
But the majority of the money...
It's not unusual to have movements of funds and reprofiling occur. I imagine that happens in every economic update, but there has certainly been a focus on spending restraint and savings in every budget that we have put together.
So that you couldn't... I mean, you didn't answer the journalist at the time, but with a bit of time having now moved on, can you answer that now? How much of the spending is just pushed back as opposed to...
I don't think I have anything further to say that I didn't say then.
But surely you know how much of it has been pushed back as opposed to actually saved?
I don't have that in front of me now, but I think my answer stands.
Well, does anyone at the table have that information?
Those decisions are decisions which are taken as part of MyEFO, and that would always be revealed in MyEFO. So the final budget outcome always comes out at the end of September. It reveals the outcome for the previous financial year. It's not until the next MyEFO that any decisions about flow-on effects from FBO that flow into the current financial year or subsequent financial years are resolved. That is a core part of the movement of funds process, which happens twice a year, once at MyEFO and once at budget.
Okay. Yep. Well, let me be a little bit more specific then. Can you provide the value of the movements of funds out of 23-24 to 24-25?
No, that's part of the movement of funds process. So the payments were $10.2 billion lower in FBO than at the 24-25 budget. The FBO document was clear that around $4.2 billion of that related to national partnership agreements.
Right.
Decisions on whether those funds are reprofiled and any other funds where there was an underspend in 23-4 flowed on to subsequent years. Those are decisions which are taken as part of the movement of funds process in the MyEFO, in MyEFO.
So you do know the value because when we have the 23-24 final budget outcome.
That's right. So that's what I said. So $4.2 billion of the underspend was in relation to national partnership agreements, but that doesn't automatically flow to the subsequent year, or it doesn't necessarily. I mean, when there's an underspend, there's then a discussion about whether there should be a movement of funds, and if so, what the profile for that movement of funds should be.
So 4.2 of the 10.3 billion.
10.2 billion?
10.2 billion, sorry, I should say. 4.2 billion of the 10.2 billion is national partnership agreements.
Related to national partnership agreements, that's right.
And that is infrastructure payments to the states.
There were a number
of... It's a range of national
range.
agreements.
Yes.
The remote housing program.
So there was a list of them in the FBO.
So we've got road and transport, climate change, school education, housing, and that, yes, Senator, you're correct, largely reflecting delays in states meeting payment milestones for remote housing and lower than expected take-up of home builder. So that was one of the ones that was included in FBO.
So does that mean that there's been no decision taken on when the remote housing funding will be paid?
We will have gotten advice from Treasury and relevant agencies as to what of that funding will now need to move, and that will depend on negotiations with states and territories or other decisions.
How long's that negotiation been going on? I would have thought that would be sort of kind of urgent.
Senator, I think you'd have to refer that question to either Treasury or to the ANAO.
So you don't know how long those negotiations have been going on for?
No.
But it's not unusual for those decisions to be revealed in the next budget update. That's really the standard process. I mean, government could choose to make announcements earlier if they made decisions about on individual items, but the standard process across all of the movements of funds is that they would be revealed in the next budget statement.
Right, okay. Yeah. Is that amount for the remote housing, is that included in the headline figure that the government refers to when they talk about their housing policy?
I would think so, but I don't have that list in front of me.
No.
Yep.
Okay. Can I ask some questions about monthly financial statements that are on the Finance Department's website? Can you confirm for me that the latest monthly financial statement, which is September 2024, show that we have returned to deficit?
Just hand over to Mr. Williamson.
Thanks, Senator Nathan Williamson, Deputy Secretary Finance. Sorry, can I just repeat your question?
Yes. The monthly financial statement, which is on the Finance Department's website, published on Friday the 25th of October. Can you confirm for me that it shows that we have actually moved back to deficit?
So what the monthly financial statements show that in the year to date to September, the underlying cash balance was a deficit of $14.2 billion.
Okay, so and
that's year to date for September.
That's year to date for September. So the underlying cash balance is negative, so that's in a deficit, but it's all metrics, isn't it? It's not just UCB. It's also the headline cash balance that is negative 15.
We are forecasting a deficit for this year.
Yep, and that there is a net operating balance and fiscal balance that is also negative. Net operating balance of negative 12.4, sorry, and negative fiscal balance of 11.4. So already 1 quarter into this financial year, we have returned to deficit.
Those numbers are correct, Senator.
Okay. So does that confirm that then the government is now spending more than it is taking in receipts?
So what it confirms is the picture for 24-25 as at the end of September quarter. I think there's a note in the monthly financial statements that sort of provides a caution that it's a point in time and we see ebbs and flows over the course of a financial year. Mm-hmm. But as the Minister just also said, it's forecast a deficit in 24-25. So we would expect to see those numbers.
So the website says total receipts were $6.7 billion higher than in the 2024 budget profile, and total payments were $3.2 billion higher in the 24-25 budget profile, but it does show that receipts are higher than payments. That's what the website says.
Sorry, which figures were you quoting there?
It says receipts. Total receipts were $6.7 billion higher than the 24-25 budget profile. And it says payments. Total payments were $3.2 billion higher than in the 24-25 budget profile.
Yes, Senator.
And it also says monthly results are generally volatile due to timing differences between revenue and receipts and expenses and payments. Care needs to be taken when comparing monthly or cumulative data across years or 4-year estimates. As they can vary from month to month. So, I mean, this is us...
And quarter to quarter. I'm assuming this is a quarter, so there's three months in there.
Well, we put it out the monthly financials so that it gives you a snapshot every month of what's happening, and so that caveat there is important. Obviously, we will update through my EFO any changes to the UCB, and I would say that's probably a better, a more kind of informative set of numbers than relying on the September monthly financials.
Are there normally months where those sorts of statistics would be reversed? Is there a seasonal trend where you'd say all of a sudden, actually my headline cash balance for the month tends to be better in January or something like that? What should we be looking out for?
So, Senator, some of the underlying figures can change because... So, for example, on the receipt side, acknowledging that Treasury are the experts here, they can see company tax or personal income tax receipts change over the course of the year. So that's why, as the Minister said, we recommend caution when you're looking at the figures because there will be different profiles, but they will change on a year-to-year basis.
Right, so there's no pattern to when company tax receipts normally come in?
Pattern on company tax receipts is best answered by the Treasury.
Okay.
So they provide us with those figures. Okay. On the expenses side, though, it really can be lumpy because it'll depend on the various programs and when funds are going out during the year.
Okay. All right. I want to talk about a couple of items in the budget, in particular 2024-25 budget on BP1, page 8. It states that, let's get my, here we go, page 8, it states that the government has taken $15.4 billion in unavoidable spending decisions, including to extend terminating programs and continue to address legacy issues from the former government. I just want to understand that idea of unavoidable spends. So there was a question on notice, F33, that sets out all the measures that you said contributed to your figure of the $15.4 billion of unavoidable spends in 24-25. So I just want to check a couple of those with you. There was one, and sorry, I'm going to flip back to BP2 here, page 95 in BP2, which is worth 118. Sorry, it's a measure called workplace relations, and it's down the bottom of 95, page 95, and it says that there is it's worth $111.8 million over the forwards and $24.9 million in 24-25. Assuming we can see that. So first of all, can you just confirm that going into that $15.4 billion was just the $24.9 million in 24-25? Is that correct? I want to make sure I get my accounting right before we start. The $15.4 billion of unavoidable spends.
Sorry, what is your question?
Yeah, what's your question? I just want to understand that in that $15.4 billion, there's obviously a series of things, and you've identified them in the question on notice. One of them is workplace relations. On page 95 of BP2, there is $24.9 million. And I want to know whether that's contributed to the $15.4 billion of unavoidable spends.
Senator, I think we'll have to take that question on notice. I don't think we would have that.
Question on notice, 033, you set out all the measures that you said contributed to your figure of 15.4 billion of unavoidable spends.
That's correct. Yes, so that is in the list of unavoidable spends. I thought, So I thought you were asking about a component of it. Ms Patterson, can you assist?
I may need to, I think we will have to take it on notice just because we'll need to go back and double check whether all of the components in that measure are included in that. So we've given you the measure title and the page number in the answer to the Quan. Whether everything in there was calculated for the purposes of contributing to the 15.4, we just need to take that on notice just to confirm that all of that is in there, noting that those payments include funding for a number of different agencies. We'll just need to go back and check that all of that money is included in that 15.4.
All right, well, let me try another one that you did list in the response to the question on notice. You listed the Revive National Cultural Policy Measure, and that's on page 151 of BP2. And that includes 5.2 million over 4 years for, and this is the last paragraph on page 151, includes 5.2 million for 4 years for the Canberra and Darwin Symphony Orchestras. And that's been cited in the Quan. So is that an unavoidable spend?
So again, Senator, I think what we'll have to do in relation to these measures, where we've given you the measure title and the page, is that because often a number of different decisions are included in that measure, we'll just need to go back and check which are the ones that we were counting towards the 15.4.
There was certainly some in that that affected, I think, the ongoing, the schools.
And the sound
like the heritage, we protect the nitrate-based cultural heritage material, for example, that's in dot point there. I don't believe the point that you have identified would be included in our unavoidable spending list.
Right.
But that's we subject to checking. Yep. So what we've got, and we've been clear, and we take advice from finance on these matters as well, is really what is spending that's coming forward that is unavoidable. That's why we use the name unavoidable. You have to do this. If you don't do it, either the program will stop, the building will fall down. Yep. That's what constitutes unavoidable spending.
The government's taken 15.4 billion in unavoidable spending. We said what is made up. What's in unavoidable spending?
Yeah, okay, I've had it confirmed.
You clearly know what's in there.
Orchestra money was not included in that.
Okay, so it wasn't in there.
I mean, I think if you ask the Canberra Symphony Orchestra,
I think
they would say that was unavoidable, but
that
for our purposes, we would not classify it that way.
Okay.
Senator Hume, it is time to rotate the call.
I've got some more questions.
Again, no, Senator Pocock does too. You've got colleagues at the table who can cede their time to you, seeing as the coalition is well represented here. You can take a portion of their time. I just don't know who else is seeking the call. Senator McGrath, are you also seeking the call?
I'm seeking the call, but at the moment I'm ceded to Senator Hume.
Okay. Well, you started at 2:15, so I'll give you until 2:45, and then Senator Pocock can have the next 15 minutes.
Okay, so the advice that was previously provided to the committee was that when we asked what was in the $15.4 billion of unavoidable spends, we got a list. But now you're saying that these measures...
Well, there's components within those measures.
So at the top of the list it says the following table lists the budget measures which include elements that contribute to the 15.4 billion over 5 years in our unavoidable spending decisions.
Okay, so
I can guarantee they're unavoidable. Like, if that's the point of this line of questioning,
I know that you've
about
said that
whether
a lot, but...
you know, an orchestra is unavoidable or not, it's not in there. We've been very, I think, strict about an interpretation of unavoidable spending.
Well, but you haven't been transparent. And, you know, to be honest, I mean, I accept your guarantee, Minister, but I think it's kind of fair and reasonable to ask, well, can you give us a list of what's unavoidable as opposed to avoidable?
Well, I'm giving you the type things where, you know, something will stop operating, a program will finish, a building will fall down, a contract requires it. It's those types of expenditure where it's really not open to government to make a decision or not, other than, you know, you could make a decision and there would be consequences from that.
So is there a written down definition somewhere?
Well, this is, I've given you the definition.
Well,
that's what we...
It sounds like a vibe. It doesn't sound like a definition. Is there a definition that's clear in the budget papers? Is there a definition that finance have given you?
Well, we reach agreement on what is unavoidable. I mean, ministers will have their own view and we have our view. And sometimes that is different. I think we have a stricter interpretation of what we think is unavoidable spending.
So it's judgment call?
Well, I think it's where government has agreed that that spending is unavoidable.
Well, who are you agreeing with?
Well, we agree it and make a decision through the budget.
Okay, so, well, I'm asking, who makes that agreement?
That decision?
Yeah.
Where we agree it's unavoidable through the normal budget.
Who agrees it's unavoidable? You and the Treasurer, or is it you and the Treasurer and the Prime Minister, or is it the ERC, or is it the Cabinet? Is it something to do with finance?
The Prime Minister runs a Cabinet government. There are clear decision-making frameworks within that Cabinet government. The ERC has a role to play, but ultimately the Cabinet agrees to the budget.
So unavoidable is a political decision, not a finance decision.
No, I'm not saying. I see unavoidable spending as non-political. It's unavoidable.
Yeah.
But more discretionary
it's what you say
spending,
is unavoidable as opposed to anybody else. Yeah.
Is a different set of decisions.
Okay, so on that question on notice, when we asked what constitutes unavoidable spending, it includes the measures finance portfolio, additional resourcing, Treasury portfolio, additional resources, and Prime Minister and Cabinet additional resources. So that's a pretty broad definition. For instance, the measure, the National Redress Scheme further support, that wasn't included in the unavoidable column.
Sorry,
So in the unavoidables, you included additional resourcing for finance, additional resourcing for Treasury, and additional resourcing for Prime Minister and Cabinet. You didn't include an unavoidable, the National Redress Scheme further support.
Senator, on that one, and I'll need to confirm, but I think in relation to the redress scheme, let's get one of my team to confirm. I think that was treated as an estimates variation, just because that's got as a budget treatment, so it wouldn't have been counted as a policy decision.
Okay. So when you're talking about unavoidable, is there like a set of criteria that you say, is it tick, does it meet this criteria, this criteria, this criteria, that's unavoidable? And are you making a recommendation to the Minister saying these are what we see are unavoidable spends?
We certainly work, we work collaboratively, but finance provides me with advice, as you would expect, on decisions before the ERC.
So the National Redress Scheme, which was not an unavoidable measure, how can it's on page 174 of the budget paper, so how can it be an estimates variation if it's a measure? And surely that one, yeah, I think Ms Patterson, you might want to correct the record on that one.
Yes, sorry, Senator. Yeah. No. So my colleagues has reminded me there was some issues to do with the departmental funding that was an EV, but in fact this funding was to establish a demand-driven service to support the applicants.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is unavoidable?
Well, we agreed with the spending.
But is it avoidable or unavoidable?
We have not included it in the 15.4 billion, but we agreed to providing that. It was a decision and that the government made, but we have not included it in what we have considered to be unavoidable spending.
Why not?
Because it was I think it didn't fit the criteria that we had been working on for that part of the budget.
But the criteria includes
it doesn't mean you don't
additional
agree with the
resourcing for
spending.
Portfolios. The criteria seems to include additional payments to employer groups and unions. It seems to include funding for departments. That seems odd. And then to not include the National Redress Scheme.
Well, it is a new decision about a new service. Okay, so it's not. I'm not forming a judgment that it's not important or it's not essential, but it's in a different category of spending to the lights are going to go out if you don't fund this.
Okay, so to summarise then, funding for central agencies, funding for your own department is unavoidable, but funding for the National Redress Scheme is avoidable.
No. You are trying to manufacture something here that doesn't
I'm trying to
exist.
understand what the definition of unavoidable spend is, because it seems like you've made it up.
No.
Senator,
we're trying to be helpful and explain the spending decisions of government. There are a range of spending decisions that come to you that are genuinely unavoidable.
Okay.
A new demand-driven service for an existing program does not fit that category. That does not mean it's not essential, and in this case, the government supported the additional spending for that reason.
Okay.
But I think it's unfair to contrast. There's a whole range of important spending that doesn't fit inside the unavoidable spending criteria that we have used to provide some level of transparency about the pressures that the budget is under.
Yeah. So can I just finish? Let me finish this line of questioning and then I'll move on.
to rotate the call to Senator Pocock.
Chair, can I just ask 2 or 3 more questions just to finish this line and then we'll move on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ms Wilkinson, I want to understand. The Minister has just said that if the lights were going to turn off, then that was unavoidable spending. There's additional resourcing here for finance. Does that mean that the lights were going to turn off in the Department of Finance?
Well, don't verbal me, Senator Hume. We've got a long week ahead.
Well,
I have given you the range, the criteria essentially that fits unavoidable spending.
Did Ms Wilkinson, can I ask, that criteria, was that worked out between you and the Minister? Was it worked out within the department and the Minister was advised of that?
So we provide advice to the Minister around all elements of funding that come before ERC. We provide advice to the Minister as to what the consequences of not providing funding would be. We provide advice on what programs are terminating. And so we provide advice on all of those things together, and that together informs the decisions around how to distinguish spending between decisions which are taken to support programs because the government has determined they have policy merit, and decisions which are determined that where there is, where the consequence of not providing the funding could have significant, consequences.
So is there a specific criteria or is it a judgment call?
These are all judgment calls.
They're all judgment calls?
Yeah, these are all
and they're judgment calls that are advised by the Department of Finance to the Minister?
I get advice from the department about what they think are the genuine spending pressures across government. I mean, that's part of me doing my job properly. And of course, portfolio departments may have a different view about that, what that is, but a responsible finance department will brief their minister on what they think are genuine pressures that exist, and then we, as well, the ERC, and through those processes, take decisions. Like, your government had a tendency to have terminating programs.
Yeah, I know. I just want to ask about
part
this.
Of it.
I want to ask about this particular measure.
But this
what you
is part
said
of it.
is that somehow the Department of Finance, who have advised you about what is and isn't urgent, what is and isn't unavoidable, have said they've advised you that additional resourcing to their own department is unavoidable. Is that right?
Well, there will be a component. So, for example, funding for IPIA to make sure that system works, and we've had a discussion about that through PEMS, I would think is unavoidable. So we can go through them and show which ones are.
So that's
to make
what the
sure that
additional
the Electoral
resourcing
Commission can do their job properly. Yeah, we could say no to that, but then they wouldn't be able to do their job properly, and I think you'd have a view about that. So, yeah, those pressures are unavoidable.
So that's included in the additional resourcing
the
for Treasury
now.
Finance.
I know you're embarrassed about the fact that you left us with a lot of spending decisions.
About the definition of avoidable and unavoidable spending.
Senator Hume, I'm going to rotate the call and you can contemplate the answers you have received.
We are being clear about what pressures are genuine, and then... Right. Okay.
Senator Hume, you can take the time to contemplate the answers you've been given. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Only a couple of questions from me remaining. I wanted to ask about the funding of the Parliamentary Budget Office, which I raised in February estimates. You'll be aware of the 2024-25 budget statement from the Joint Committee on Public Accounts and Audit supporting additional funding for the PBO, and despite that support, that additional funding was not provided in the 23-24 budget. Is that right? I just want to check that.
Yes, Senator, there was no additional funding provided in the 24-25 budget, but I can take you through the PBO's funding for that year if you'd like.
No, I wanted to know whether that had the addition that was recommended. The 2024-25 statement notes that finance advisors, they believe a new policy proposal is needed. Minister, would that proposal be from you or a different minister in preparation of that NPP?
It wouldn't be from me because they're an independent parliamentary body. Where were you quoting from there that said that would require a new NPP? Sorry, I didn't catch that bit.
I think it was from the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Accounts and Audit report.
I think there has been some discussion about with finance, but I'll let...
so, Senator, if there was a proposal that would come forward from the Speaker and the President...
From the Speaker and the President?
Yes, that's how it would come forward.
Okay.
In terms of the point around the new policy proposal, so there's two elements to that. So if the PBO was seeking additional funding, that would require a new policy proposal. Over and above that, in a different committee, in the JCPAA, we had a discussion about this. There's an element of the PBO's funding that's a special appropriation. So they received, when they were established, a special appropriation of $6 million. The balance of that is $1.8 million, and that hasn't been drawn down since 2018-19. I think there's the JCPAA, I don't want to speak for them, but I think there was some thought that that special appropriation should be replenished, if I can use that term. And we were simply making the point that that's not how a special appropriation works, because if there was a desire to have a special appropriation of $6 million, it would require a new policy proposal. But I do note that there's $1.8 million remaining, and that has not been drawn down since 2018-19.
And why was it not drawn down since?
That's for the PBO.
Okay.
That's not a decision of government or finance. That's available to the PBO if they need additional resources to fulfil their duties. The other thing I'd quickly say is that the PBO funding does fluctuate through the years, and there is additional funding in the year that an election would take place.
Right, but a lot of their work, of course, is in the preceding year.
Yes.
So just so I'm writing my letters to the right person and not to the wrong minister, if I want to see that recommendation followed through with additional resources to the PBO, who I need to be approaching the Speaker and the President, is that correct?
That's how the proposal would come forward.
And how did the original proposal for the PBO, was it the Speaker and the President who originated the funding request going back years?
So there have been, I think, 2 or 3 times when the PBO's funding has been changed, and those proposals would have come forward. I'll confirm this, but the normal process would have been correspondence by the Speaker and the President. Of course, that would be on the advice of the head of the PBO.
So I can confirm that the last time there was additional funding provided to the PBO, which was, I was running the PBO, I think it was in the 18-19 budget, 19-20 budget. That was definitely brought forward by the President and the Speaker.
Great, thanks very much for that. Can I go to signed contracts, please? And this is my last and quite short questions, but I wanted to just check on their contracts. So as of July 2024, Sign had 200 million in revenue and 500 projects after 8 months of operation, I understand, from public reporting. Do you know or can you tell me what Sign's revenue from government, federal government, Commonwealth contracts is at present in the current year?
Senator, we'll just see what information we've got. Certainly happy to take that on notice until we can find, but we may have something here.
So we have for the total contracts the Sign received in 2023-2024, as according to AUSTender, 37.6 million worth of contracts, and there was 51 contracts made up that.
That was my next question, thank you. How many contracts in total has Sign had with the federal government?
Sorry, that was total contracts.
In that year, you're talking 23?
In 23-24, the total contracts, consultancies and non-consultancies, were 37.6 million with 51 contracts. If you look at the consultancies as flagged in AUSTender, it's 18 contracts and 10.1 million in 23-24.
10.1 million in 23-24. And the earlier stats were for since Sign was established?
No, the earlier stat was for all contracts, not just consultancies.
To Sign? To
Sign.
Now I'm quite confused.
So I think that's all contracts to Sign.
All contracts in 23-24 were 37.6 million. Oh. Of that 37.6 million, 10.1 million was classified as a consultancy.
Okie doke. Great. Thank you very much. Have there been any concerns about Sign meeting the Supplier Code of Conduct?
Not to date, no, Senator.
And any identified conflicts of interest?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. As individual work orders are put through the MAS panel, there may be conflicts declared to individual agencies, but none that's come to our attention. We have been undertaking monthly catch-ups with Sign as part of the process that we spelled out last year. We are getting to the end of that process, so this month we'll have our final meeting as well as the final report, which will be made public.
Great, thank you. And if you could take on notice if there have been any such concerns about conflicts of interest, I appreciate hearing about them. Thank you. Thanks for your information. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Lambie.
Sure. So I just have some questions about procurement, the way it's done, why people are failing, not being held responsible, and that sort of thing. So I'll just ask some questions. Has the department instituted any mechanisms to review or assess the value for money? Assessments conducted by any department in relation to government procurement? I ask that because you have rules in government procurement. Doesn't seem the department's following them either.
We certainly have rules, Senator. We operate a devolved framework, so individual agencies are responsible for compliance with the procurement framework. We're not aware of situations apart from what's raised to us for ANAO of non-compliance.
How can the department possibly be issuing money out there if the procurement processes in other departments aren't?
Senator, there's possibly a distinction here between procurements undertaken by the Department of Finance,
right,
which is But the answer, the response Mr Danks was giving you, and I thought this was where your question was going, goes to across the entire government, which we operates under the Commonwealth Procurement Framework and has as a core principle value for money.
Yes.
The actual assessment of value for money is done by whichever entity is doing the procurement. So finance is obviously responsible for value for money assessments for procurements finance undertakes, but finance does not have visibility of or a role in the value for money assessment that, for example, another department might undertake for a procurement they're doing.
So who's in charge of confirming that procurement officers are considering the broader economic benefits to Australia's economy, which once again is part of the Commonwealth rules? Who's oversighting them?
Senator, those...
Are you telling me it's just each thing and they're just... that's why they're running amok? That's why procurement's such a mess? Is there not one? One person who's not watching all this money spent, or a small department, on whether or not they're following the rules? Each department's setting their own, are they?
Well, each department is responsible under the PGPA Act, so they are the authorised entity for procurement. So finance are not in charge of defence procurement.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but who's watching them?
Well, finance provides the framework and the rules, and agencies need to follow those rules. But we don't, as far as I know, have a watching brief on every department's adherence to that. I'm not sure that would work.
So there are accountability, as the Minister says, there are accountabilities that are held by the head of an entity, the accountable authority, as set out in the PGPA Act, and they will give effect to those within their agencies through various internal rules and governance arrangements.
So we're not really no one's policing any of this, are they? That's my question.
Then, well, I suppose what I'm saying, Senator,
There's billions of dollars a year and no one's policing it.
Each individual accountable authority is policing the procurement activities of their agency and the spending of public resources by that entity. And then, so that's in a sense the assurance process in terms of undertaking processes.
How are you assured, though, that these practices are going on?
Senator...
Tell me.
The Department of Finance is, because of the devolved framework, we don't have visibility of the individual procurements taken that are undertaken by individual departments. However, the other piece to the system is the role of the ANAO, who will look at procurement activities in entities or individual procurements, even in entities from time to time, and that is obviously a mechanism which can reveal concerns about the practices of a particular entity around a particular
I'm not sure they're doing the job either. Let's not go into them. So what training are you provided to police this sort of stuff? Where's your investigative skills? What do you do within your department?
So we don't have an investigative role, but in terms of skills and training, we do.
So you give no procurement out from your department?
Oh, Senator, sorry.
So you give procurement out from your department. Okay, what training? Who's watching that procurement being rolled out from your department itself, and what training are they getting?
Senator,
to say that they're qualified to do that.
They're probably the broad answer to that question, or perhaps the central answer to that question, is, in addition to setting the procurement framework, and then finance itself obviously has to operate.
You set the framework, you set the rules.
We set the rules. And
okay, so what's the point in setting rules and a framework if you're not following through to see if the other departments are actually following that? That's what I'm trying to get to here.
Yeah,
so the only departments are policing themselves.
The other departments, the individual accountable authorities in other entities, are responsible for compliance with a whole host of rules, and one of the core obligations in that sort of accountable authority context is the management of public resources. So that is done at an organisational level, but the point on training is quite important, and one of the roles finance does undertake is, and we're doing quite a lot of work in this space at the moment, is working to lift the capability of procurement professionals across the Commonwealth, and that includes working with and training with people who are undertaking procurements in departments, procurement officers in departments, and also actually working to lift the capability and understanding of suppliers to government in how the procurement rules operate. And we're happy to take you through the range of training activities we've got in place.
And do you collect the breaches on how many breaches there is? Since you seem to be in charge of the training and all that sort of stuff, surely you want to know, if your training purposes are not working properly, how many breaches right across all departments are you getting, and there must be a reason in your training package for that happening. So what do you chase up there? How many breaches on the past, Commonwealth procurement rules have been identified in the past 5 years right across the board?
Senator, I don't have a number to that effect in front of me. One of the things I would certainly say is we do have an eye to the sorts of things that we need to lift capability on, drawn from the sorts of shortcomings that might be identified, for example, in the ANAO work.
And how many times have you taken action on those ANAO reports that have said they want something done? How many times in those reports since the new government's changed over, that you have actually made a difference when they've said this is a problem here? How many of them have you tackled?
Well, the government responds to the audit reports, or the departments do, usually in the process of the audit, and we follow up to make sure audit recommendations are being followed. But there's been a huge amount of work, Senator Lambie, on procurement. I've done a number of roundtables and meetings, particularly with small and medium business, about how they find engaging with government and getting a level playing field, essentially. And some of the tests, and they often want a broader test than just the cost. They want, consideration about local jobs and economic impact and sort of social benefits. So we have the Buy Australian plan, which has been rolled out across government, and we've changed the procurement rules to reflect that. But accountable entities are responsible for their individual procurements, and so I would believe that they would have to report some way if they had breached the procurement rules, or if they'd been found to breach the procurement rules. We can take you through some of the stuff that's been done, meet the supplier events, working as previous evidence on building up the professional practice across government. There's more work to do there. But I think if you've got a contract or a department that you want to focus on, they really are the ones that can answer those directly. Finance, the size and scale of, particularly of, say, the Department of Defence, but others in their procurement processes, finance does not have an investigative role for that.
Okay, so we've got no idea how many people have broken the rules in the past, say, 3 to 5 years, because we've got no central database that's doing that. That's what you're telling me.
Well, Senator, not
Which
quite.
Which is really concerning.
There are obligations on entities to report significant breaches of, in a sense, a variety of rules and expectations.
How many charges have been laid out in the last 3 to 5 years to a public servant
Senator,
who has not done the right thing?
I will take that on notice. What I can tell you is that there were three incidents of significant non-compliance, specifically with respect to procurement in the last financial year.
Sorry, there was what? Sorry, what did you say?
In part of the reporting that is required of accountable authorities against a number of aspects of the sort of PGPA Act framework, there were 3 significant non-compliance procurement-related reports in the last financial year. We can take on notice to give you the number over the last 5 years.
Okay, and can I also know which departments they were, and what action was taken against them without naming anyone?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, and can you table the training material that you're using?
Senator, I'll take that on notice. We're very happy to give you details of the training material, the training we're undertaking, and we'll take on notice what we're able to provide.
Okay, no worries. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I might follow up a couple of issues that Senator Lambie raised, although not necessarily within Department of Defence. There was an ANAO report into the effectiveness and ethics of DFAT's Australian Passport Office procurement activity as well, that I was going to ask some questions about a little later, but I think I'll just come to them a little earlier because obviously there are some similarities. The ANAO report, procurement by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade through its Australian Passport Office, had some pretty damning findings, which I'm assuming people at the desk are aware of. Just for the record and for the context of other senators at the table, the headline findings were that the procurements DFAT conducted through the Australian Passport Office didn't comply with the Commonwealth procurement rules and DFAT's procurement policies and did not demonstrate value for money, that there were open and competitive processes that were not employed and procurement decision-making was not sufficiently accountable and was not transparent. Procurement practices fell short of ethical standards. So as the department that is responsible, as Senator Lambie pointed out, for the Commonwealth procurement rules, what engagement do you have with the ANAO in the preparation of a report like that one?
In this particular report, the ANAO didn't seek our views on it. In the past, they have come and spoke to us about our views on how procurement is being rolled out within Commonwealth agencies. We do have a close relationship with the ANAO team who's responsible for procurement audits. One of the things that we want to do is find what is not working out there in the system and be able to create new guidance and make changes to the system. In fact, one of our ANAO colleagues is coming to our procurement conference later this month to be able to share broadly some of the findings they're finding across government.
Right. So there is an investigative role of some sort.
The ANAO has, absolutely. They've got a compliance role.
The Department of Finance has?
No. The ANAO has.
Right.
If the ANAO makes a recommendation in one of these reports that says the Commonwealth procurement rules should be amended to whatever, then finance will have a role.
Right.
But, you know, this audit report, which covers the period from July 2019 to 2023, was focused on DFAT, and DFAT are responsible for that.
Yeah. Okay. So DFAT, according to this report, said DFAT did not appropriately plan the procurement activities for its Australian Passport Office. There was no overarching procurement strategy. The department engaged a contractor to develop a multi-year procurement strategy that was never completed. And overall, only 15% of the 62 approaches to market examined by the ANAO met the minimum requirements at planning stage. It also said that there was a 22-23 practice of approving commitments on the understanding that the Department of Finance would later agree to additional funding to cover the costs, and that was not sound financial management. So I suppose what I'm asking here is, how does Finance, as the responsible authority for Commonwealth procurement rules, monitor other agencies to ensure that they're complying with those rules?
So, Senator, there are some 80,000 procurements that take place in any given year. I think it's, or it might even be up to 90,000 now. We don't have a monitoring role. We have a role where we are available, as we said, to help train procurement officials, and we're responsible for the procurement profession which has been established to again uplift capability in that profession. We are available to assist agencies, and they reach out to us on many occasions when they're trying to think about how they should undertake procurement. So we if you like, play a bit of a consulting role within the public service to help agencies. But at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the accountable, in the same way that it is my responsibility to ensure that procurement arrangements are followed within the Department of Finance. It is the responsibility of the accountable authority within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to take responsibility for those decisions which are taken within their department.
Yep.
Now, if the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, as a consequence of this audit, is seeking some advice from us about ways to uplift their capability and to address the shortcomings that have been identified, we are absolutely available to assist them. But it is the ANAO who have got the investigative powers, who have looked at that issue in that particular circumstance and identified the issues that they've identified. If as a consequence of the ANAO does a number of different, it does a number of audits, obviously, over the course of every year. There are recommendations that come up in relation to a number of the different resource management frameworks, so procurements and grants and the PGPA Act more generally, and we take those recommendations. We take we absolutely look at what the outcomes of those reviews have been and consider those in the when we're thinking about either advising the government about changing the rules or improving the guidance or improving capability uplift within the system.
or picking up the pieces at the end of the day. And this is, I think, what was most concerning in this report for me, was that quote that staff held a view that the Department of Finance would later agree to additional funding to cover the costs. I mean, does it?
But I think can't take responsibility for the view that a staff may have.
I know,
but
that's,
it's a government decision to extend additional funding if that's required.
Asking you is that, you know, that impression that from other areas of the APS that finance will just pick up the tab if we mess up.
I don't think that is a view shared by the rest of the APS, that finance will just agree to additional spending.
Well, finance can't agree, just to be absolutely clear. Finance can't.
But you can support a request for additional funding. And I don't think that is a view shared across the APS. But if you look at the recommendations in this report, you know, they're talking about the DFAT. Like, the ANAO has not said there's a problem with finance's guidance material. They're saying adhere to the guidance material that finance provides, including strengthening your central procurement area across the department, including with the passport office. So the ANAO's assessment is, you know, in line with the evidence we're giving, which is that it's the accountable authority that is responsible for procurement standards. We set the guidelines, the rules, and they have to abide by them.
I think that they're not abiding by them, and there's no punishment. This is our problem. That's why nothing is changing in this area. There is no punishment to the public service. Nobody is held accountable. I'm yet to see that. I'm yet to see that. And you're never going to change procurement until you start holding those people that should be following your rules and your regulations. If they don't follow them, they should be punished.
Well, look, I accept there's always room for improvement in procurement, but I don't accept that all the procurement the Commonwealth does is poorly done. I don't accept that. We do tens of thousands of procurements. Most, you know, the fact that you don't hear about a lot of them shows that they are being done in accordance with the rules and are properly managed. Where there are problems, they should be identified and people should be held to account.
Yeah, but they're not.
I agree with that. You know, if it's an individual that is responsible, and I think in the media reporting there's 18 officials in DFAT that are subject to further investigation through this, that is how you provide, so people will be held to account. I think there has been a lack of focus on procurement profession. That's something I hear from the private sector all the time, and there's an acknowledgement that we have to build up capability in the procurement profession, which is work that finance is responsible for. And I would say over the duration of this audit as well, capability of the public service was lacking or in the process of being rebuilt. You know, and you can imagine a 20% cut to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in terms of their staffing numbers will not assist with improving their procurement processes.
Well, I'm not entirely sure whether that's a bow that
Well, there's
can
been a lot of commentary,
drawn.
Senator Hume, about slashing jobs or jobs that are not, you know, shouldn't have been supported in the budget. We had a public service that had limited capability. That's being shown up through a range of audit reports, and part of that is rebuilding and reskilling and making sure we have procurement public servants that are doing the job properly.
Well, just because you're putting on more people doesn't necessarily mean you're putting on better people.
Well,
yeah, it's not getting any better.
well,
so I'm
but
not sure
DVA, it is getting better. Like, I accept that you have views about that, but a 40,000 backlog.
No, actually,
of
that's
claims,
incorrect. We can fight about that because what it does is they
but
put in the
those
computer, it
claims are
sits on
being
them.
processed.
No, not across all the acts.
They
It's
are.
not. That's rubbish. Okay, it does not make it better.
Well, the advice we have and the budgetary impact of that change, one of the biggest budget movements in the budget was more veterans getting more access to payments. That was one of the single biggest movements in the budget. And that shows that the backlog of applications are being dealt with, and that's a direct result of having more staff to deal with them directly.
So I'm happy to finish up on this particular issue, but I do just want to point out that there were a couple of responses in that ANAO report that I thought were deeply concerning. There was a delegate's response to an October 2022 request to commit $770,000, and the quote was that it was approved, noting funding availability is confirmed on the understanding the Department of Finance will cover all passport surge-related expenditure above current funding levels of the passport funding agreement. And similarly, there was a response to a request in November 22 for confirmation that the APO had funding for a proposal to increase a contract by $62,327 to $92,256, and that was, yes, we'll cover this, we'll continue to sign off Section 23s despite running a $39 million projected overspend this year, on the understanding the Department of Finance will cover all passport surge-related expenditure above the current funding levels of the passport funding agreement. So, as I said, my concern is that there is Finance's disposition to simply approve additional funding to cover cost overruns is clearly a commonly held view in this department, and my concern is that that might be more pervasive across the APS. Is that something that the department is concerned about or at least conscious of?
So I guess I wouldn't say that that's the perspective that I received from my secretary colleagues. If anything, we're put under a lot of pressure because of the scrutiny that we apply to any additional funding requests, any movement of funds requests. So I don't feel that that would be a common view. There are different ways in which different public service functions are funded. There are some functions which are demand-driven, like we have models which are agreed, which account for the fact that there can be differences in volumes of services that are provided. I don't know specifically in this case whether that's what the individual was referring to, but there is a lot of scrutiny that Finance and frankly Treasury and PMC together as central agencies that we place over requests for additional funds, whatever their source.
Right. So there's scrutiny over the requests for funds, but as you said, not an investigative role in the procurement policies, which I can understand. But there is obviously a fine line here. What happens if you just deny them the money? If you say, no, we're not paying for that, that's your screw up. What happens then? Mr. Williamson, I think, might be able to step in. I mean, at the end of the day, this can be a significant breach of finance law, which can, at the end of the day, result in a code investigation. Mr. Williamson?
Yes, so in terms of the DFAT and the passport function, there is a funding model that has both fixed and variable components. It would not be correct for anybody to assume that just because a funding model exists that has fixed and variable components that anything can be done and that, Finance would provide additional funding or the government would provide additional funding, and that is not an impression that Finance ever gives. I think there was a recognition of the time period and the pressures in here, and we certainly were having discussions at more senior levels and with DFAT around how funding could work. And in terms of government would make decisions on whether any additional funding, and if there's not additional funding, it has to be the department would have to cover that funding. That's quite separate to any actions that might be taken by the department about individuals. I can say on this particular one referred to in the audit that the acting accountable authority wrote to the finance minister as they are required to under Section 19 of the PGPA Act, alerting the finance minister to the significant non-compliance with finance law. So that's required. Yep. They are also required to publish that in their annual report. Now, from a finance perspective, we would always look at those pieces of correspondence and provide advice to the finance minister about, the actual issue. And I can say on this one that the Finance Minister wrote back to the accountable authority requesting further information on a number of aspects of that. And that is an ongoing process where we would then work with them around it. But that's not focused on just on the financing, that's focused on the whole procurement activity.
Right. So do you get to the stage where you say to the accountable authority, look, you know, we've covered you up until now, but this doesn't happen again. If this happens again, it's on you. Follow the procurement rules.
So the government would make clear its expectation, and ministers make clear their expectations of accountable authorities and their entities on. But there's, a starting position for everyone that you operate within your budget.
Yeah, but I would imagine after a report like this, that would sort of prompt you to action that would be a little stronger than just, please abide by the rules that we set out originally.
There was a letter the Acting Accountable Authority wrote to the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister has written back asking for further information on a number of aspects of the issues that have been raised in the report, noting, of course, that I need to be careful here, there is some information in the public domain around, I don't know what actions are being taken at an individual level.
Okay.
So yes, we are pursuing it.
Right. And that request, is that something we can get a copy of?
I don't think so. I mean, we're in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah.
I've been written to. That letter will become public because it is published, as Mr Williamson said, in the annual reports. I'm seeking further information.
So is there a reason why we can't get a copy of the request and the response?
Can I just take that on notice? I don't
By
have
letter?
that.
Yeah.
Well, because I'd like to know what they're replying, and then I might write back to them, depending on what it says. So, happy to look once we've completed the discussions.
Well, can we put on notice that I've made a request for it, and if there is a reason why you can't provide that information, could you please feed that back to us? If there is, if it's just I don't want to give it up, that's not really a reason to deny the request, but if there's
No, I'm not saying I don't want to give it up. That is not what I said. I said I'm in the middle of a conversation. I'm actually in the middle of something. And so I don't want to prejudice that discussion. And I said at the end of that, I'd be happy to. And so we will take that on notice.
Okay. It shouldn't prejudice the discussion. We just want to understand how those conversations occur, because obviously there is...
Well, you would know from dealing with this in government, Senator Hume,
I just
what's going
want
on.
to understand... We obviously...
And
it's not just me. There's other senators that are concerned about a pattern of behaviour here, and we just want to understand how the government responds in order to stem the bleeding.
I don't accept that there is a pattern of behaviour. I accept that
it's in the Department of Defence and the Passport Office.
Well, I accept that the lack of capability in the public service after a decade of cuts and outsourcing has meant we are rebuilding procurement profession across government.
Well,
but I'm not accepting.
I know you
that
keep thinking that if you just add more people to the mix, that will fix it. That's not necessarily the case.
You just added outsourced people.
Well, that's not necessarily the case.
They were just not in the public service and had the public service values, and the Public Service Act didn't apply. So we are rebalancing it, that's for sure. There is more work to do, but I'm not accepting that there's a pattern of behaviour. And I would draw out, this audit covered 3 years of your government when you made decisions about DFAT. And if you speak to the Minister, would say that she inherited a department that was under-resourced, and we are trying to deal with that as well.
Sorry, look, the responses that I was referring to occurred in October 2022
I know
and November
you have gone through, but I would just remind you the audit was from the 1st of July 2019.
I'm honestly trying not to... I understand, Chair. I'm really not trying to be critical. I just want to understand what the response is and whether the response is adequate to deal with the problem that is at hand.
Yes,
and the
so
problem, and you're saying that the problem at hand seems to be there aren't enough people. And I don't agree with you. The problem here is not there aren't enough people.
I'm saying that we're rebuilding the public service, and that has required more people. And you're saying that you will cut the public service by 20%, and I'm saying that will have consequences.
You put on an additional 36,000 public servants, and clearly they're not following the procurement processes.
Well, I don't accept that.
That you've set out.
No,
so
I don't accept that.
All right, I have some more questions that refer back to some of the discussions that we had a little earlier. Chair, are you happy for me to continue?
Yes, I don't think anyone else is seeking the call at this stage.
Thank you.
I might just clarify, though, Senator McGrath, you're also seeking the call at some point in this section.
Yes.
All right, I will.
But it'll be after the lunch break.
Thank you.
All right, and we're breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock, Chair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. There was a measure in the 24-25 budget, a new measure which was savings from external labour. I think Senator Pocock might have referred to it a little earlier. There was $1 billion in savings over the forward estimates. There was a question on notice that I asked for that gave the updated profile of that measure, and I thank you very much for providing me with that new profile, the savings from external measure by portfolio. I just want to clarify an exchange that we had at the last Senate estimates, which you said that this was a decision taken. So just to be clear, this is a decision taken to reduce department funding. It's not necessarily a decision taken to cancel specific contracts that have been agreed to.
Well, it's a saving that's attributed to departments and portfolio agencies, and we believe that that's the area where there is room for savings, and we've taken that decision and it's been applied.
So the question on notice that I've got, number 39, goes through each portfolio and the savings that are being made in that portfolio through external labour, but it doesn't actually specify the contracts, it just has a dollar amount. So well, just let me be very clear.
I don't imagine they're cancelling contracts, they're reducing that part of their own internal budget.
Right, so it is reducing departmental funding so that departments have fewer funds to contract consultants.
Yes.
Right, okay. So the figure that you've taken as a save in that measure increases dramatically in the last year. So it goes from a $93 million a year save, and this is budget paper 2, page 75, about 93 million 2024, 25, 93.8, there you go, 24, 25, 93.8, 25, 26, 93.8, 26, 27, and then woof, up in 27, 28, it's a $718.8 million measure, so save. So that's about 7.5 times higher than it has been in any other year.
No. So that's where you're not right, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, what part of...
Okay, sorry, I'll let just let Kath answer.
It's not right.
Sorry.
So, Senator, the way this save has been applied, so originally it was booked in the October 22-23 budget as a $3 billion save, and we profiled that over 5 years. So each of those other years, which you can see from that table in the Quan, has $625 million that we took as savings from departments. So in the last budget, what we did was we extended that 625 into the final year of the forwards, which is 27-28.
So yeah, you read the top and the bottom line together essentially.
Yes. The
existing saving and the 1 year extension.
1 year extension, yeah.
Right.
And then we also applied an additional save to each of the years in the forwards, so that's the 93.8. So we added an additional save for each of the years that already had a save, and then in that final year of the forwards, 27-28, we had the 93.8 again, but then we also added in the 625. So actually for each of those years it is essentially the same save.
Right. Okay. I'm not entirely sure I'm following exactly, so just bear with me if I'm a bit slow. The saving takes around 21 million or so from the Department of Finance in departmental funding over the forwards. Is that right?
And I think if you add yes.
Yeah?
Yes,
About
Senator.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. But the finance portfolio additional resourcing measures, and we referred to some of those earlier as unavoidable, provides about $10 million to finance in departmental funding. So given that finance departmental funding is fungible, that's a bit kind of circular, isn't it? That you're taking money out but putting back in.
I don't think so.
It goes across all portfolios.
There's ons and offs in all departments,
but they're not
depending on
specific.
decisions.
So
they're not what?
But it's not that these savings aren't specific. That just says finance department is going to be spending less on external contracts, external labour, but then there's another 10 million that went back to in departmental financing. But you're saying that the $10 million that went back was specified, and the 21 million that came out was unspecified. That's right. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So it's not just, you're not just going to have to be able to do it like an additional funding measure to top it up again at the next budget. No? It wasn't just just seems to be a wash of money that is...
No, because as we're rebuilding the public service, we're expecting that there'll be savings generated from internal allocations for external labour.
But you can't be sure that the $21 million that's coming out of finance is from external labour. How do you know?
Because it's been taken.
But you just said that it's essentially just a departmental cut, and you're assuming that that's what they'll take it from.
But the saving has been taken.
But, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But how do you know that they're going to take that saving from external labour? It's been taken from departmental funding. It hasn't been taken from external labour.
Yeah. So the amount that we take is determined on the basis of the supplier expenses. So it is based around our best proxy of their agency spends on external labour. But the Minister is right. We take that save. We're clear to departments in taking that save that the government's expectation is that they will look to reduce the number of external labour, but accountable authorities will ultimately make that decision as to exactly how they address that save that we've applied.
Okay.
And obviously we've done one audit of employment, and we're in the process of doing another audit of employment, and that will provide us with some updated data to give a sense of what is happening across the service in terms of use of external labour.
So just on the save from external labour, what is it that you are, what were you cutting in 24-25 that was 2.1 million, 25-26 that was 1.2, 26-27 that was 1.3, and then 27-28, which is 16.5.
So, Senator, that is essentially the finances proportion of that allocation. And because in the 24-25 budget there were two components to our save, one was the additional year of save in 27-28, so that's why that figure of 16.5 is obviously higher than in the other years. For the other years of the forwards, we were only applying the finances proportion of the 93.8. So because we've already taken funding, the high levels of funding from the portfolio for those other years in previous budget rounds.
Can I just clarify, Ms Patterson, you said that an accountable authority doesn't have to take this saving from external labour. Is that right?
Well, ultimately, it's a matter for the accountable authority.
Yeah.
The government has taken a decision that as we're rebuilding the public service, we are applying a save on the departments, which has been their internal allocation for external labour, be it labour hire, contractors, consultants. Now, if, for example, a department wanted to say, no, I'm going to keep spending on that, and I'm going to cut it from here, then obviously they're accountable to their minister for that and any consequences that come from that. My experience has been most departments are finding it from that part of their budget. But yes, we can't...
But it is a matter for the accountable authority.
It is.
They could, in fact, put on more.
Yeah, they're responsible for setting their internal budgets and living within those internal budgets.
So, but at the end of the day, because it isn't a contract-by-contract initiative, this is just a cut to departmental funding, something which you have actually pushed back hard against, Minister.
Well, no, I haven't pushed back hard against cuts or savings. In fact, we've been finding savings in every budget that I've been involved
but you're
in.
talking about rebuilding the APS, and then you're talking about cutting departmental funding at the same time.
I am talking about, and as we rebuild, we expect to find efficiencies and savings. For example, labour hire will no longer be, where labour hire workers have been changed to permanent public servants, we will not be paying the labour hire agency for clipping the ticket on the way through. So there are genuine savings that can be found, and we are taking those. We're not giving more staff and saying carry on as normal. Where there's areas where we can provide extra staff uplift for permanent work, we are saying at the same time we're driving efficiencies and we're seeking this money back. So that is part. And I've never been on the record saying there shouldn't be savings across the public servant. I believe in efficiency dividends.
Yeah.
I think they are useful.
Efficiency dividend.
Well,
isn't it,
you
really?
can call it what you want. We have an efficiency dividend, and then we have looked for other areas for additional savings. Sometimes that is, reducing programs or stopping programs or unallocated money, returning that to budget. There's a whole range of ways you can look at how you provide savings, but I think a measure to drive efficiencies and keep departments focused on reprioritising within their budget is an important part of public administration, and I've never said that cuts shouldn't happen. I just don't think you should slash 36,000 jobs from public service, which is what you intend to do.
So this
Senator,
is a measure...
rotate the call.
Yes, I just want to clarify the Minister's answer, if I may, and then we can rotate the call. Is that all right? So this is a measure to improve efficiencies. Is that right?
It's a save. No, I was talking generally. We are investing in people, and we are asking for departments, or not asking them, we've taken a decision that efficiencies, savings, call them what you will, can be returned through a reduction in their external labour budgets.
Can consultants ever provide efficiencies?
Yes, and that's why we've got the strategic commissioning framework that sort of sets out, I think, the areas that government thinks should be done by public servants and areas where there is a genuine uplift and, value proposition from consultants. So I've never ever said that there shouldn't be any consultants or contractors. I just think they should be used properly in the interests of an efficient public service.
So this is an efficiency dividend that is specifically targeted at a reduction in consultants. But it's an efficiency dividend.
It's a save.
If it doesn't tackle the contracts, then it's not an efficiency dividend.
You can call it what you like. We have the established ongoing efficiency dividend in place that you had. We have, in fact, I think former governments before your government had them. And
we
then
agree
we
with
have
efficiency
looked
dividends, but we call it efficiency dividends. We don't hide it as a cut to consultants.
Well, we have an efficiency dividend in place too. We have the same.
And this is another one.
We have an additional save on top of that, which we think can come from external labour, and this is, as my office just helpfully pointed out, calculated in a different way to the efficiency dividend.
I've been very generous in allowing you to debate the issue, so Senator Rennick, you now have the call.
Cheers. How you going, guys? My question's just in regards to the public sector superannuation scheme.
I think they might be on later today. Let's see what your question is, Senator.
Yeah, sure. It's in particular, it's in for table 10B.3, superannuation liabilities by scheme. I've just got a question as to how it's calculated.
No, that's right.
I think we might be able to help you. Yeah. Yep.
How you going? Hi. So I know that you've discounted it by 5%, the future cash payments by 5% going forward. Do you also index the expected payouts as people approach retirement, they get onto higher salaries? So how do you forecast final salaries? Is that indexed upwards as well?
So final salaries also have a number of factors that come into play. So we use a scheme actuary. So in our case, we use Mercer to assist us with calculating that.
Yeah.
And certainly salary increases do come into play in the civilian schemes. So you may be aware the CSS and the PSS aren't open to new members.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So there are, I guess, limitations depending on people's age as to how much their future, how many more future salary increases they may have, depending on when they retire, predictions around death and those sorts of things.
But that's my question. So let's say there's 200,000 people on the scheme today that are still in the scheme that haven't yet retired. Are you using today's salary, or are you forecasting like a 3 or 4% increase for the next, say, 10 years until they retire?
There are forecasts of salary increases, so the percent that we use for civilians is 3.5%.
So you use a 3.5% on average. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. And just one more question for you, Minister. It's been reported recently that David Anderson is expected to retire on about 37%. So he's former chair, CEO of the ABC, and that his final salary was about $1.1 million, and he's expected to retire on a 37% defined benefit scheme. So in other words, he'll get approximately $400,000 or 37% of his final salary. Do you think it's fair and equitable that well-paid bureaucrats should be paid such a high amount of money in retirement? And would you consider means testing such generous gold-plated defined benefit schemes?
Means testing in the sense of having like an income limit?
Well, for a pension, for example, if you've got assets more than $850,000, I think it's around the $850,000, you don't get a pension if you're a retiree, and the part pension the full pension starts to diminish once you get to $312,000. So people in the private sector have to have an assets test and an income test to get the pension. Would a similar thing apply to the bureaucrats who've retired? I mean, for example, if David Anderson's been earning something over $1 million for the last 5 years, should he really be getting another $400,000 every year until he, passes away?
Well, I think I presume his employment arrangements are subject to the Remuneration Tribunal. We have no plans to change that, but these are matters that are determined independently of politicians.
Yeah, I realise that, but we can decide to put a threshold on this figure. I mean, we've got we've got a cost of living crisis, and there's lots of people out there that could do with a bigger tax cut, for example. I just don't think it's fair, and so it is a matter of policy that someone that earns more than $18,200 has to pay 16 cents plus 2% Medicare, but yet we can have other retired bureaucrats getting a large swathe of money, despite the fact that they were paid very well throughout their working career. It kind of seems upside down to me.
Well, perhaps there's a new chair of the Remuneration Tribunal. You could. That's where these arrangements are agreed and set. I presume for the ABC, would they? Or is that done by the board? Anyway, we'd have to check.
We'd have to confirm.
But it's a broader point you're raising, because it's not just about one individual.
No, it's not just about one individual. There's approximately about 40,000 people who get more than $75,000 a year, and I'd imagine a lot of those people would have been paid very well throughout their working career. And I know the original purpose of the defined benefit scheme was to compensate those who weren't paid as well, but many people in the public sector now get paid more than the private sector. So it's not really, it's no longer necessary to have a defined benefit scheme. I mean, we got rid of it.
And those schemes are closed.
Yeah, those schemes are closed.
Well, I realise that, but there's still, something like a couple of $100 billion worth of outstanding liability out there. And as I said, we've got, low-income earners paying a decent rate of tax. I mean, I would have thought that was a policy issue rather than a remuneration tribunal issue.
Yeah, well, it certainly hasn't, as far as I'm aware, the government is not considering changes to that.
You don't think they should consider it? It's not a policy you consider?
I certainly have had some discussion with the new chair of the Remuneration Tribunal around making sure that determinations, commensurate with positions of equal value and stature in the private sector.
Yeah, so
we have to attract people into these jobs, and often the public scrutiny can be a bit of a disincentive. So I think you do have to have a good remuneration offering to offer people, but I also think it needs to keep in line with community expectations.
Yeah,
and so I have had that discussion with the Rem Tribunal Chair.
So it's the Remuneration Tribunal Chair. Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about NDIS in the last few minutes that we've got before the lunch break. We've spoken about this a few times, that the NDIS target of growth of 8% and how we go about costing that. Now, it was reported in the newspapers last week that the NDIS changes will save more than $1 billion, and that's according to the NDIS annual financial sustainable report. Is that something that finance has a contribution to, or is that something that is done outside of finance?
So finance doesn't have a contribution to the annual financial sustainability report, but we examine it in detail, and we have for a number of years used the projections in the AFSR, as it's known, to assist us with our projections for scheme expenditure.
Right.
The AFSR, so if you want to talk about the details of that, you should talk to the Department of Social Services or the NDIA themselves. That is produced by the scheme actuary.
Yes.
And then there is a reviewing actuary who is the Australian government actuary. So that person always provides an overarching statement in relation to the AFSR and the projections contained therein.
Right, okay. So just so I can be clear on the process there, finance doesn't see that report until after it's been published, or is it before it's published?
We would have exchanges with the NDIA and DSS in the development of that report, and we have ongoing discussions with the NDIA actuary through the course of the year.
Right, so the NDIA actuary prepares the report, the Australian government actuary checks it.
They are the formal reviewer, yes.
Yep, and finance see it after it's been checked by the Australian government actuary, or before?
We would often see draft reports before,
right.
but I might be wrong here. I think it's the case that the AFSR is formally approved by the board of the NDIS.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get my timeline right. So the NDIS actuary prepares the report, the board approves it, but before it's published, then finance have a look at it, or do they look at it before it goes to the board?
So we don't. So as I say, information is shared between the NDIA and finance and DSS over the course of the year. In fact, I think there are quarterly reports on NDIS expenditure, which we're privy to. We have discussions with the actuary about how things are going, and also, of course, with the head of the agency. We don't have a formal role in vetting, reviewing, anything like that, but is some of the information in the AFSR shared earlier in the process? It is on occasions.
Okay, all right. And so is that so that when it comes time to calculate this estimates variations, there's no surprise? Is that?
Well, that's not the reason. I mean, the reason why is just because this is a very significant expenditure area for government, and in the same way that we engage with other departments, we engage with the Department of Defence on a weekly basis around decisions that they're taking. This is a significant area of expenditure where we need to make sure that we have a good understanding about how expenditure is evolving over time, what the scheme administrators are seeing, how they're assessing. I mean, as over the last couple of budgets, there's been a number of measures which have been introduced to help restrain spending within the NDIS, and we have detailed discussions with the scheme actuary around how they are modelling the impact of those measures and how they're then reflected in the scheme projections.
Okay. So do you anticipate that there being an estimates variation in relation to the NDIS?
So the the latest AFSR hasn't yet been published. I think that should come out before the end of this month, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
So
and that would to MyEFO?
I beg your pardon?
That gets fed to MyEFO?
We would definitely inform any EV in my expenditure variation in MyEFO with that report. Yeah.
And sorry, just let me be clear. That report, I'm not all that familiar with the workings of the NDIS. So that report is made public before it gets fed into MyEFO. It's not as if it gets fed to you and then we sort of find out about it through MyEFO and go, whoa, where did that one come from? And then we find the AFS, what's it called? The AFSR.
No, it is, Senator, it is normally published before MyEFO, and obviously then we take into consideration that report and any other decisions that the government might have made in relation to the NDIS to have a look at whether we need to adjust the estimates for the NDIS in MyEFO.
Okay. And that AFSR will include the effects of any legislative changes, but not necessarily any announcements of policy that haven't been legislated. Is that right?
So at this stage, it's certainly the AFSR. So there's a very short summary of the AFSR that has been included in the NDIA annual report, which came out last week. And in that, the scheme actuary is clear that he has taken into consideration the legislation that is now passed, and certainly the rules that have been made, and obviously in anticipation of the making of the additional rules.
So yes, the making of the rules that were enabled by the legislation that was passed, but if there is any announcements to changes of policy or additional, that would not be included. Is that right?
So I think the NDI, well, again, maybe it's worth being clear with the actuary. I mean, they include as much information they can at the time that they're finalising the report. But obviously, if a decision is taken by government subsequent to his finalisation of that report, it can't be included in that report.
Okay. So because he does those estimates as at 30 June 2024.
Right.
Yes. But then obviously there's a few months before the report's actually published. Yes.
Okay. So does Finance have updated costings on the NDIS measure, or will they be reconciled at MyEFO and any saving included as an estimates variation? Is that how
we will look
accounted
for?
Okay, all right. So based on that, do you then anticipate that there'll be any changes to the NDIS profile that was published in 24-25 budget? Because there was already that baked-in expense increase taper to 8% from 26-27. So is that expected to change?
So, Senator, obviously we'll need to work through the AFSR full report when we get that, and the team will go through the estimates. But certainly on the basis of the advice, just the few pages that are in the public domain, which indicates that, as you referred to, we're anticipating a save over the forwards of $1 billion, that we would expect the estimates to stay broadly the same as they were in budget.
Broadly the same. So this is the biggest saving measure.
Yeah, but we'll update it in MyEFO.
Yeah.
It's just we're at a point in time where it's difficult to give you a definite answer.
Yeah. But the savings that the actuary estimated would be delivered from the legislation ahead of budget, he's indicating essentially that those same savings are now anticipated in relation, now that the legislation has gone through and based on the data from the scheme to 30 June 2024.
Right. So I think we can safely say that the expectations of that 8% growth and the taper that has led to that will be met, and that will be confirmed in the AFSR.
AFSR, yes.
And then reconfirmed in MyEFO.
Yes.
Right. And there is no reason that anybody in the room would say that is not necessarily the case.
Well, other than we will confirm numbers in MyEFO.
What would be what would be an indication that those numbers might not be realised? What will it be you'd be looking for? Will is there any chance that the AFSR is going to say, actually, there's going to be a delay in that because...
There's a lot of what ifs there.
Yeah.
I think we need to see the report.
I just wonder if there are any... what are you looking for? Is there any red flags here? This was the really big savings measure. It's like a super big savings measure. And obviously, there's a lot of moving parts.
So we would be looking for the details that the NDIA actuary provides in relation to what that forward profile looks like. We would be looking carefully at what the reviewing actuary, any comments that he makes on the NDIA's projections. There's no question this is a big and complicated program. Projections for spending under this program have to be made by qualified actuaries who can think about what the trends are for a number of individual elements of the program, and so we do rely heavily on the advice of both the NDIA actuary and the reviewing actuary in informing our estimates.
Okay. So because I feel bad now because I haven't actually read an AFSR before, it doesn't just come with numbers, it comes with comments and and risk assessments
a lot of detail
some
around,
sort.
particularly on assumptions
Right.
as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
given
Okay.
that we're dealing with a scheme that is still growing, but also one that is now being reformed.
Yeah.
And so there will be a number of assumptions about how, in particular, the impact of the legislation, how that will flow through to participant numbers, to participant plan sizes, how fast they grow, etc.
Okay, and forgive me, I know you said this before, but my mind's a sieve. What date did you say the AFSR is going to be published?
There isn't a date.
All right,
we
sorry.
don't have a date, but my understanding is that it is often released before the end of November, but I think that will be a matter for the NDIA and the NDIA board.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
We will now break for lunch, and so we will suspend until 2 o'clock, after which we will continue with the Department of Finance. of course, before I've turned Hansard back on. And returning after lunch and resuming with the Department of Finance. Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about the decision of government to reduce student debt by $16 billion and the announcement that was made on the weekend. Can I ask, Minister first, was this perhaps this might be better directed to the Secretary. Was this a measure that was considered in the 24-25 budget?
Well, we don't really go into those sorts of discussions, but I don't think it's any secret that the university's accord and, you know, reforms around higher ed have been on the government's table for some time.
But it wasn't budgeted for? It wasn't a measure in the budget?
It wasn't agreed as a measure in the budget, no, that's right.
Correct. Right, okay. So that $16 billion is not included in the budget bottom line.
Well, we can talk about the treatment of how that will be reflected in the next update, because it won't be a $16 billion impact on the UCB, but we can. Secretary might want to explain how it'll be treated.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So again, all of this will be in the different parts of the budget papers, but the impact of just the 20% debt reduction will be sort of immediately, it'll have an impact on net debt, and that will reflect the extent to which the fair value of help debt assets fall as a consequence of the decision. And net debt obviously is the net of liabilities and interest-bearing assets. So if assets are lower, then net debt would be higher. It will not have an immediate impact on the UCB, but it has an ongoing impact on the UCB because net interest payments are lower when you've got lower levels of debt upon which interest payments are being made by individuals.
So is this something that was costed by Finance or is it costed by Treasury?
So this is costed by the Department of Education.
By the Department of Education?
Yeah, so they do those costings. They do those costings in association with the Australian Government Actuary. So because of the complexities of the balance sheet impacts on and the HELP model, as in the actual higher education loan program model, that work is done between the Department of Education and the Australian Government Actuary.
So the impact on UCB, you say, will be lower. UCB will be lower over the forwards. Is that right?
That's right.
Can you give me?
It'll be in the order of around 600 million.
600 million.
Yeah, but that'll all be finalised.
That'll be finalised and published in MyEFO. Yep.
Right. So the announcement said it's going to reduce student debt by $16 billion.
Yep. I think it said by around $16 billion. Yep.
So is it fair to extrapolate that this is the impact on the budget?
On net debt?
No. That the announcement of $16 billion reduction in debt is the impact on the budget?
When you say, what do you mean by the budget?
Well, that's exactly right.
Do you mean the underlying cash balance?
Well, no, we've decided that the underlying cash balance is only being reduced by 600 million.
That's right.
So
it's a balance sheet impact.
It's a balance sheet impact.
That's right. So it would be reflected. The biggest impact would be on net debt.
Right. Okay.
But there won't be a $16 billion increase in net debt because the impact on net debt is so the $16 billion reflects the amount that individuals who have help loans That's the reduction in the debt, the face value of the debt that they have. The impact on net debt will depend on the fair value of debt. And that is, again, a calculation which is conducted by the Australian Government Actuary, and the fair value of debt takes the face value of debt and then reduces that by an assessment of the debts not expected to be repaid.
So over what time frame is that $16 billion figure then, is the cash impact of that expected? Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Well, obviously it's not 1 year.
So the net...
It's not 2 years, it's not 4 years, if it's only 600 million on the UCB. Is it 10 years, is it 20 years?
No, so the net debt impact is immediate, and the flow, as in the impact on interest payments, is what is reflected in the adjustment to the underlying cash balance.
That's the cash impact?
Yeah.
And what's the cash impact?
As the Minister said...
It's in the order of 600 million.
Over the forwards?
Yeah.
What about longer term?
It would have ongoing impact on the UCB because there'll be lower interest payments for the remainder of those as those debts are repaid.
And what's the expected time frame that that's over?
So it will. Different people have got help debts which have got different.
There must be some projections though on how long.
You'd have to talk to the Australian Government Actuary. They might have those estimates.
Yeah, I think the repayment rates are around. I think average around between 9 and 10 years.
Right.
9 and 10 years. But again, that would be probably a question better for the either Australian Government Actuary or Education. Yep, of what those latest estimates are.
Australian Government Actuary or Education. Okay. So is this cost of living relief?
Well, I think there's probably two elements to it. One is cost of living, because the thresholds for repayments will increase. They had been lowered under your government, so it meant that people were paying back more even when they were on quite low salaries, in the order of 54,000.
So they were paying back their HECS faster.
Well, they were paying it back earlier than they would have been had that threshold not been increased, which was a recommendation of the Accord. So there's that, and people will have more money in their pockets. And then, of course, there's a bit of an intergenerational equity element, which is, dealing with some of these large debt burdens that young people are having from their help loans.
So, yes is the answer. This is a cost of living relief measure, Minister.
Well, I've answered that.
It is. Yes.
There is an element of that which will help people.
I'm sorry.
Immediately.
You know how sometimes when we're in question time and, there's some sort of, question about, the cost of living is out of control, and you say, well, these are all the things that we've done. Will this be on the list?
Oh, well, it could easily be on the list. You'll have to wait and see for what I will use in question time. But,
if a journalist was asking you today, what is the government doing about cost of living relief, would you include this measure?
It will. Yeah, I definitely think people will be paying. Their repayments will be lower and based on a higher income than when they kick in. The thresholds kick in.
But it's over 10 years.
Well, it's over however long it takes them to pay back. I mean, you can't. There's an average.
Well, an average
of time.
10 years.
Yeah, but people make different choices about that, obviously.
So, is there additional public debt interest cost?
Yes, there'll be a larger financing requirement for the government. So a larger financing requirement means that there'll be additional public debt interest costs, yes.
So that's an obligation on the taxpayer then to repay that public debt interest cost. It's almost the opposite of cost of living relief then, isn't it?
Well, we've through our budget approach, we have lowered the debt requirements, including lowering the interest costs overall. This will have some additional costs, but we believe the reform is important.
What's the estimate of the additional impact of the public debt interest cost?
So all the details of all of those costs will be made available in my EFO.
So I'm interested in understanding, you can announce the benefit of 16 billion, but you can't announce the costs.
No, we're saying that it will, as is per the normal arrangements, these matters get updated and reflected in the budget papers or the MyEFO papers, the next economic update, and that will be the case for this.
So that's going to be the full impact on taxpayers as opposed to students, and that will be in the
You will
MyEFO.
see the
But
budget treatment.
Doesn't MyEFO only cover the forwards?
You will see the budget impact and budget treatment of that decision in MyEFO.
Okay.
I mean, we would expect it to be a measure in MyEFO, which will include all of that detail.
Right, but that only covers the forward estimates. It doesn't go beyond the forward estimates, and obviously this is a measure that is going to... that has a much longer time frame.
As does pretty much every other aspect of the budget.
So, the measure as required provides the estimate over the forward estimates, and then the medium term is updated in MyEFO, so it'll be reflected in the medium term.
Right. So when we talk about the reduction in debt for students after MyEFO comes out, will we still be talking about $16 billion, or will we be talking about what's in MyEFO?
So, as I said, there's actually two different numbers you have to think about when you're thinking about debt. One is the impact on the face value of debt that all of the students or people who have got help debts hold at the moment. Now, that's
about 81 billion?
Around 80 billion, that's right, is the total of which, so 16 billion is roughly
20%.
20% of that. As I said, the impact on net debt, and therefore the impact, if you like, on the sort of financing requirement, will capture the adjustments that the government actuary always makes in relation to the fair value of debt. So it's the impact on the fair value of debt which will be reflected in terms of the balance sheet adjustment. And that reflects, as I said, the debts that do not expect to be repaid. But of course, those are adjustments that have to be made in an aggregate level because, no one knows exactly whose debt will not be repaid. So the $16 billion reflects the amount of debt that will be removed from the face value of debts that are held by individuals with help and other income contingent loan debts.
Okay. So is it honest to say that it's going to be $16 billion of cost of living relief?
So it will definitely reduce the face value of every individual with an income contingent loan will have that balance reduced by 20%, absolutely.
But that's not the question I asked. I asked, is it honest to say that it's going to be $16 billion of cost of living relief?
Yes, that is the amount of debt that is being lost.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Or wiped.
I've got some questions about election commitments. There was a question on notice that I asked you 136, where you confirmed that finance tracks election commitments in the portfolio. Is this done for the Minister, or is it provided to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet as well?
So I think this is through a process which is coordinated by the Prime Minister and Cabinet, but Mr Reiter.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator. The long-standing practice is that PM&C track election commitments during the caretaker period. Departments obviously can track for their own purposes commitments that might impact them, but PM&C maintains the kind of master list, if you like.
Okay.
So I think we might just check that we're answering the same question. Are you talking about election commitments that are made in the run-up to and during the election period, or are you talking about tracking of...
Yes. So I suppose what I was trying to get at was, does finance track, or does finance track for the sake of the Minister, for her own purposes, as well as PM&C?
No.
No, just PM&C. And we're talking about previous election commitments.
Oh, previous election commitments. The implementation of previous election commitments.
Yeah.
PM&C coordinate that tracking, and we feed into that.
And you feed into that, but then you report that through to the Finance Minister, or is it just for PM&C's purposes?
So.
Only
related to the finance.
Only the finance portfolio.
Right.
Portfolios.
Yeah. So there were a few, for example, in the... By Australian, there was the implementation of net zero, those types of things, for APS-wide. There was the savings measure for external labour. So things like that, Finance would brief me on ones where we have direct responsibility for implementing.
Okay, so how your tracking on the election commitments that fall directly in your portfolio is fed back to you, but there is a separate process, or is that part of the same process that goes to PM&C?
We would provide the same information to the Minister that we're providing to PM&C.
Right, but is there templates, or is there a sort of set form, format?
I'm sure there are templates, Senator.
Yeah, it sounds like a sort of template kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a traffic light system? Is it like green for complete, orange for kind of on the way, but red for not yet started? Or an equivalent? I mean,
there's certainly an implementation update. I can't remember the form, but there's certainly an implementation update, as you would expect, from PM&C, and I would imagine most, Prime Minister and Cabinet do, to make sure the government's delivering on the things they committed to in the election campaign.
Okay. And about how many commitments is finance tracking?
There's certainly a handful that related to finance, I think. I'm not sure if we've got a specific number.
Senator, I don't have that in front of me. I'll just have to come back to you.
Like, finance don't give me a report of these are the election commitments and these are how they're going. I don't have something like that, but I might get a brief on the implementation of
a particular measure,
net zero or the savings and range. Yeah, so I'm kind of briefed on it, but not in a set way.
Right, not as a sort of holistic way.
No.
Okay,
that's right.
Does finance have a holistic tracking mechanism?
Senator,
so
we don't have
a report that you might have, but you don't necessarily give to the finance minister.
Senator, we don't have a tracker as such, but we do provide advice to the minister on election commitments, and that the minister is responsible for delivering, and that the department is responsible for. So that would happen through ad hoc briefings in relation to those commitments.
Right. Okay. So there isn't a template.
It's just done through standard ministerial briefing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you keep track of what things you need to brief the minister on, as to which have been delivered, which haven't been delivered, or which are on the way to being delivered? Is there surely there must be.
So each area of the department that's responsible for delivering something that could be categorised as election commitment, they're responsible for briefing the minister in relation to those. We don't have a central sort of tracking system around that.
So what is it that you then give to PM&C?
Senator, I'm not aware of exactly what it is we provide to PM&C, but happy to take it on notice and assess if there is something that we do provide.
Okay. So you confirmed a little earlier that there is a template that you fill out for PM&C.
So I am aware of Senator, we might need to just come back to you on the detail. I'm aware of reporting to PM&C around election commitments, and we can come back to you on the detail of exactly of which of those ones, sort of exactly how that process works.
Right.
Happy to come back to you on that detail.
Is it publicly available?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't know. That's a matter for PM&C.
Well, is there a reason why you wouldn't be transparent about which election commitments have been met, which ones are on the way to being delivered, and which
You're asking the wrong department for a start. It's a matter that PM&C is in charge of in their responsibilities to the Prime Minister.
Is it something that finance are happy to talk about? I mean, if we went through and said, well, what were the commitments that fell under you at the last election?
Well, we'd be very happy to sit here and answer your questions.
Okay, well, what were the commitments that fell under you at the last election?
We've given you at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. I imagine there'd be a couple more, and we're happy to sit here and go through the progress on all of them.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll start with the Buy Australian plan, maybe, or the saving. We've sort of done the savings one, which was the external save, which has been implemented in full.
We will.
I'm happy to give you a few minutes if you like to sort of pull it together, but there must be somewhere a list of all the things that this minister is responsible for that were election commitments, and the progress as to which ones of those have been implemented, which ones are on the way to being implemented, and which ones are yet to be delivered.
No, didn't make Getting on digital ID. Yeah, well, we can start with the Buy Australian plan because there's plenty that's happened there, and while we're doing that, we'll just make sure we're giving you a comprehensive answer.
Yep, so the Buy Australian plan, you say, has been delivered?
Yep.
Yep. What's the next one?
Oh, you don't want to go through what's being delivered? I thought you said you wanted to go through them.
I do.
Oh, that was very quick going through it because there's 10 points in the Buy Australian plan.
Ah, okay. And they've all been delivered?
Yeah, it's a 10. They're different pieces of work, but there's progress on all of them.
Okay. And what were the other election commitments that fell under the finance portfolio?
So that one, the savings one, I think the
APS net zero.
The APS net zero, which has been
APS net zero, Buy Australia. What was this? Said savings.
Yeah.
What were the other ones?
I think that might be. I think those might be the key ones.
Yeah, I think they were the key ones. I'm trying to think if there is anything else. I'm sure someone will message me in a second if I forgot.
So of those three, all of them have been delivered or on the way to being delivered or not yet?
Oh, that's right. We did the waste and rorts audit, which we did, which also was the employment audit and rebuilding the APS.
Employment audit.
Well, that sort of doesn't sit under finance, but it's under APS. But they would be the key commitments, yeah.
Right, so I've got APS twice. I must have written it down twice. I've got APS Buy Australia, savings, waste audit, employment audit, and then another APS. What was that?
Well, that was the net zero.
Yeah, APS net zero commitment. And that included, so the Buy Australia plan included a number of different procurement commitments.
Yeah.
And the APS net zero plan included things like the low emissions vehicle targets.
Right, okay. Yeah. So let's start with the APS net zero. Is that delivered, tick, on the way to being delivered, because there's lots of different elements, or not there yet?
Yep.
Okay,
no,
so it's...
yes, there's been a lot of work done on that. There's the Net Zero in Government Operations Strategy, which was released in November last year, which provides the policy and reporting framework, sets out the actions, targets and measures to reduce emissions. That strategy has been informed by 22-23 emissions data and prioritises actions to reduce emissions at lowest cost.
So that's done?
Yep.
So all of the elements of the APS net zero are done, or let's just talk about the ones that are either on their way or haven't been started.
Well, none of them haven't been started.
Okay, so they've all been started.
Yep. And like the APS net zero is ongoing, obviously.
And is it? Do you put like a percentage of complete? What percentage of that?
It's green. It's on track.
So we've delivered everything that was expected to be delivered in terms of both of strategy. The first report, report, we've reintroduced emissions reporting in annual reports from last year. The next report from APS Net Zero, which is the consolidation across all portfolios, comes out at the end of this year. And then the low emission vehicles, there was a target for our purchases in the, I'm trying to think, 23 4-year and then 24 5-year, and that's all on track to the target of, I think it was 75% renewables or low emissions vehicles.
25.
So the reporting framework is done, and that's all happening now. And then the other element on low emissions vehicles is on track.
Yep.
Okay. And the employment audit, that was done.
Yep.
And there's nothing more to do there.
Well, no, but that was big. That was a subset of kind of looking at the. When we came in our waste, what we called in opposition the waste and rorts audit, which went through and fed into those early budgets for us.
Right, so that's done, and doesn't need to be done again, and everything has been implemented. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep, okay. And the savings?
Implemented.
That's done. And then by Australia, there were 10 elements of that, and that's done?
Well, we have responsibility for some elements, others are shared by other agencies, but yes, there is action under all 10 points.
Okay, so when you say action, does that mean they're on the way or they're done?
Well, it's different because some of it's like maximising opportunities for Australian businesses in infrastructure projects, so that's like an ongoing thing. There's elements.
So it's an ongoing thing, but there's a mechanism set up in order to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. And then the original APS, what was that one?
Well, that was the net zero, and then there was the rebuilding the APS, which is sort of not a finance one, that's more in the APS reform work.
And that's done?
Well, it's ongoing. It's about to be undone if you get your hands on it, but it's done. It's
well,
in progress.
It'll be done, more efficiently. All right. So
not
is
based
there
on your
anything
record.
in that list that haven't started yet?
No.
No. And is that the list that then you feed into PM&C?
So, as I said, I'm going to come back to you with the details. I'm afraid I've been involved in too many processes with PM&C around election reporting under different governments. So we'll come back with you the details of exactly what's required from PM&C in relation to election commitments.
Okay. All right. And would you also, in that process, just give me an indication of what it is that's different that PM&C would require from what it is that you're feeding back to the Minister on that? Is there anything that PM&C might require that's more information as opposed to what's being fed up to the Minister? Or
we provided the Minister with a lot of information, so I would imagine that what we provide, when requested for information about how election commitments are tracking, we would provide, less information. But as I say, Senator, I'm now, as we're talking through this, it's not front of mind for me. I don't recall signing off on something which goes to PM&C, so I just want to be clear about the fact that I just want to kind of caveat my comments that there may not be.
I'm not trying to trip you up here.
No. There may not be.
To understand what the flow of paper is.
So there are different flows of paper at different times, and we'll come back to you with what we're required to provide to PM&C in relation to election commitment tracking. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. I have some more questions. Chair, are you happy for me to continue?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got some questions about the Defence Integrated Investment Program. While I know that this is obviously largely managed by Defence, there are some elements of this. Defence funding is obviously a bit different to other portfolios because it involves that Defence Integrated Defence Program. I'm just wondering how the relationship works between finance and defence on the IIP.
Thanks, Senator. So you just want a sort of a high-level description of how we work with defence around the IIP. So I'll kick off and then pass over to Ms Harmer. But it's fair to say, like at the outset, finance and defence are discussing IIP issues sort of every day.
Yep.
Right. So it's not like we wait for a point in time to do it, because acquisition and capability building is a daily process. There are various governance mechanisms that are in place that exist both within the Department of Defence but then within government as well, and we are represented on all of those, and we can take you through it, obviously culminating in the National Security Committee. But there are other ones that occur within the department that we have representation on, for example, Investment Committee. But I'll ask Ms Harmer to add to that.
So Senator Anna Harmer, First Assistant Secretary Governance and Resource Management. So as Mr Williamson has said, we do work very closely with the Department of Defence, and so that extends through from working on individual projects where teams in Defence who are working on projects may be engaging with officers in my division on the development of those projects for investment consideration, through to various committees, including the Investment Committee on which the Department is represented. We work through questions of cost, risk, assurance, and understanding what the projects are seeking to achieve in terms of capability. Ultimately, Defence is bringing that advice together, and we provide support to them in ensuring that we provide some additional assurance advice.
So with the IIP, who's the ultimate decision maker? So is it Defence or is it finance?
Well, government makes decisions on capability investments.
Is it the Defence Minister or is it the Finance Minister?
So Defence Ministers in the Defence portfolio will bring proposals forward for consideration by government, typically through a committee of cabinet.
Okay, so, and that's the National Security Subcommittee. It goes through there first. So are they the ultimate decision maker?
Government's the ultimate decision maker.
Yes, but obviously that's a National Security Investment Subcommittee of Cabinet is a subset of government. So are they the ultimate decision maker, or does it then go to Cabinet?
So it would depend, Senator, on the decision that you're referring to. So it's very hard to make just a blanket call to say there's one point, because given the complexity of the IIP and the decisions that are made, there are different parts of the governance structure that have authority or delegated authority to make decisions.
Right.
Defence is best placed to take you through that. But obviously the National Security Committee of Cabinet is the peak security committee.
Okay. Does it, do the NSIC's decisions get endorsed by the NSC?
Yes.
Yes. They do. By the NSC and by Cabinet?
No.
Okay, just the NSC? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And does Finance provide briefs for that NSIC committee?
Yes.
For the meetings?
Yes.
Yep. Does Finance prepare the agenda?
No.
No, that's Defence.
For the NSIC? No, it's the Cabinet
That's
Secretary.
The Cabinet Secretary.
It's a Cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Committee.
And that gets, but Cabinet Secretary doesn't, operate
Sorry
in a
to
vacuum.
interrupt, Senator Hume.
The Cabinet Office coordinates.
Just because we've had officers change place at the table, it's just really important that Hansard's been able to catch for the record people's names to then insert that into the dialogue. So next time you speak, if you can state your full name, and for anyone else throughout the rest of the afternoon, please state your full name before you speak for the first time and place your nameplate at the front of the table. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Does the Minister, I should ask the Minister, do you sit on the NDIS?
NDIS?
Yes, the
I sit on...
National Security, sorry.
Well, it's
National
all
Security
published.
Investment, not NDIS. Sorry, I'm getting there now. The National Security Investment Subcommittee of Cabinet. Do you sit on that?
Yes, I chair it.
Yes, you chair. Oh, right, okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
You're the chair.
I
Okay.
think all of the names of members of Cabinet subcommittees are online.
Yes, you're absolutely right. They are, and I should have looked them up before I came. Does the Prime Minister sit there, though? On that
No,
one?
he is not a
Right.
member of NCC. It is essentially a committee that sits... it reports to NSC.
Right.
Essentially.
And the Prime Minister sits on NSC?
Yes.
Right, okay, all right.
He chairs NSC.
As the chair of the NSIC, you're responsible for ensuring the pipeline is in order and progressing. Is that right? Is that one of the roles?
Well, we
of
consider
NSIC?
a range of projects being managed through the integrated investment program, but I wouldn't say that that's. I mean, the ERC, the NSC, we've all got a role in terms of making sure that the IIP is working properly.
Right. So, who is in charge of ensuring that the pipeline is in order and progressing?
So the Department of Defence is ultimately responsible for the capability and the acquisition projects that sit under the IIP. So they're the department charged with executing the IIP.
Right, so...
But there's a number of levels of cooperation and oversight, which, are largely formalised through the Cabinet committee process.
Right. But there's a point at which there is somebody that's ultimately responsible for this.
Well, the Minister for Defence is responsible for the Defence IIP and the budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Minister for Defence is responsible to ensure that the pipeline is in order and progressing, and the Minister for Defence is on the NSIC that you chair?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So the government announced in April an updated, I think I've got my IIP, or is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that was just...
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's correct. And Finance provided input into that, I'm assuming?
Sorry, Nathan Williamson,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary, has remembered. Finance, yes, we provided input, briefing to government as we normally would.
What sort of input?
Briefing to government as we normally would.
Right. Okay. So it's business as usual input as opposed to specific input for the updated IIP?
So matters that are coming before Cabinet or at subcommittees, if I can take you to ERC, for example, a green brief. So Finance can produce similar advice on national security matters.
Okay. Does Finance cost projects that are included in that program?
So, Senator, we don't cost the individual projects as part of the IRP when the rebuilt IRP comes forward, but rather we provide advice on the IRP as a whole on questions of affordability and on questions of risk. It is Defence that is responsible for the development of the costings and to operate within the envelope the government has set through the integrated investment program.
Okay, so Finance sort of raises issues with Defence when it thinks there are risks in terms of those costs?
So it's not so much that we raise issues with Defence when there are risks. We are engaging with Defence all the time, and we provide advice on projects throughout their development and when they are considered by government on questions of cost and risk. And when it comes to the IRP as a whole, we are looking then at a collective piece of advice rather than an individual project. We work on both.
Right, okay. So if Defence is costing individual projects, you feed into that and give them advice, but the responsibility for the costing at the end of the day is theirs? Is that right?
That's correct. They develop the costs. We will review them and we will ask questions about them. It is their responsibility to develop those costs.
Right, okay. So in that announcement in April, the government said that the IAP would receive an additional $330 billion over the decade, 32, 33, 34. And as part of that, there was a fact sheet on the 2024 IIP, which noted that between $27 billion and $36 billion would be spent on a series of things, including enhanced cyber capabilities, satellite communications, space sensors, space control, and electronic welfare. That's page 2 of the, warfare. That's on the page 2 of the fact sheet. So is the Department of Finance aware of any proposed changes to the focus of the IIP investment?
So the IIP was set by government in the context of the budget and provided an outline of the capabilities that were intended to be delivered. So the government indicated an intention to shift towards a particular force posture and a range of investments to achieve that. The particular capabilities that were identified were then stepped out in a fact sheet, and I apologise that I don't believe I have that fact sheet in front of me, and identified a range of capabilities and a broad quantum of investment that was anticipated to deliver against particular capability objectives, if I can frame it that way. But I'm not sure what you mean about particular changes in direction. The IRP itself aims towards achieving capability, and so there are adjustments in the course of delivering that in the selection of capabilities that will achieve the objectives that have been articulated.
Okay. So the $27 to $36 billion that has been allocated, that will be spent on those 5 things, is that can that be disaggregated at all? Is there a way of telling what the $27 to $36 billion was due to be spent on each one of those elements?
So that level of detail, Senator, is best answered by the Department of Defence.
Right, okay. Even though the IIP is the sort of chief issue for discussion in the NSIC, which the Finance Minister chairs and to which Defence contributes. Is that right?
So the IIP has, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but literally hundreds of projects in it. NSIS, the committee chaired by the Minister, does not go through all of those projects one by one. They consider projects as they need to come forward for consideration.
Okay. So, Minister, I'm assuming you're aware that there were reports in the paper this weekend, might have even been yesterday, that said that the Albanese government is poised to cancel a planned $7 billion military-grade satellite communication system it gave the green light to just 18 months ago because there's no money in the defence budget to pay for it. In a statement released yesterday, the Department of Defence said Defence has decided to cease its current procurement activity with Lockheed Martin Australia for a single-orbit GEO-based satellite communication system. So did the IOP's funding constraints and the government's fiscal position have any bearing on this decision?
No.
In the statement that was released yesterday, the Department of Defence noted that the integrated investment program included $9 to $12 billion to invest in enhanced space capabilities. So what alternative capabilities will this be directed towards?
That's really a matter for Defence. you've got the Department of Finance here. It's not our role to talk about defence capability. So I think they appear later in the week.
So if a project of this magnitude is cancelled, the money doesn't sort of come back to Defence. Defence keep it and reallocate it?
Well, they have an envelope through the IIP to deliver the capability the government has sought.
Right. So it's entirely up to Defence what it is that they do with the money?
No, they need to then come back to whether it's the NSIS committee or to NSC, and they report twice a year to NSC on the whole IIP, so they seek endorsement from government for changes to those decisions.
Right, and when they seek endorsement for government, that goes to the committee, the NSIC committee,
or NSC.
Foremost.
Yeah.
Or and?
Depends on the nature of the project.
Yeah. And decisions taken at NSIS will feed into NSC.
Yeah. Right.
Eventually through the ways that we report, or if something's on the agenda, or we're having a discussion about it.
So NSIS would have been aware of the military-grade satellite communications system allocation. Was NSIS made aware that that project was going to be cancelled?
I was appropriately briefed on that project.
When was that?
In the last fortnight, probably. Yeah. In the last fortnight, but we have ongoing, it's a very close relationship between finance and defence. In terms, it's ongoing constantly. And both the Deputy Prime Minister and myself have sought to have that relationship as close as possible.
Yep. I don't doubt it. So that was briefed within the last fortnight. And is there a process that gets sort of put into place if there is a briefing of a cancellation of a project of that magnitude? Is there is that business as usual, or is that an exceptional circumstance?
I think you need to ask these questions of Defence.
Well, for the sake of the committee that you chair, is there something that the committee does? Does the committee need to convene a meeting? Is there a process?
Well, Senator Hume, if the minister says that they're
it's
not
a
appropriately
it's a matter for
answered
Defence.
here.
There's a range of briefings that are provided as appropriate. I feel like those relationships are working well, whether it be ministerial to minister, NSIS membership or NSC, or the broader ERC, which also has a role to play in relation to defence decisions.
Yep, I'm not. I promise you, I'm not questioning the quality of the meetings or the quality of the process. I just want to understand what the process is. So when you say you were appropriately advised, were you appropriately advised by your department or by the Department of Defence?
Jointly.
Jointly, okay, fantastic. And it was sometime in the last fortnight. Can you just be a little bit more precise on the dates so that we get?
I would have to check.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Thank you. If you could, that would be terrific. Okay. In April 2023, the government announced that Lockheed Martin was to be the contractor to deliver the satellite, and the media release stated that Defence has announced Lockheed Martin Australia as the preferred tenderer to deliver on a new Australian Defence satellite communication system through Joint Project 9102 Phase 1. Currently across Defence there is up to 89 capabilities which depend on satellite communications, Air Vice Marshal Schul said. So is there some concern that the failure to manage the Defence IIP appropriately has meant that 89 capabilities which depend on that satellite communications won't be serviced or will potentially be underserviced?
I think that's a matter for Defence, but that's not the advice I have been given.
Okay. So given that earlier this year, just in April, the government was trumpeting at least $27 billion of new investment into enhanced space and cyber capabilities, what was it that caused the cancellation of this project due to lack of funds?
It's a matter for Defence.
So, but
we are not operationally responsible for the decisions taken. like that is a matter for defence.
So essentially, but and just let me understand this, the NCIS allocates the envelope, and that envelope didn't allow for this particular project to be delivered.
No. The ERC, essentially, when we set the budget, that is a component. The overall budget, the IIP is a component of that. So that's agreed that way. It's not agreed or set by NSIS.
Right.
NSIS. It's not.
NSIC. I know, it's confusing. I'm doing it too.
NIS.
NCI.
NSIS. NSIS. I call it NSIS, so let's call it that.
Yes.
Has a variety of projects come for consideration by essentially a smaller group of membership of the NSC.
Right.
So it's got a particular role to be briefed on particular projects, to discuss how they're tracking, that kind of thing. Getting into the detail that perhaps the NSC as a kind of body that sits above all that wouldn't necessarily need to get into.
Okay. So
the budget for the IIP has nothing but grow either. We have made additional investments into that. So, you know, Defence have to manage a competing range of pressures as they deliver the capability we want.
Right. So the IIP has not changed in quantum because of the cancellation of this project. The underlying cash balance isn't changing because of the cancellation of this project.
Defence, is it 2016 that the defence funding model? So in 2016 the defence funding model was established, which, So
it might assist, Sandra, if I just indicate that the integrated investment program is intended to provide long-term certainty to defence, given the long duration of capability development and delivery. So from the 2016 Defence White Paper, the integrated investment program was established, and what that does is provide both a funding envelope for the integrated investment program, but also 10-year provisioning to permit the planning that is required to acquire capability and to sustain that capability. So when there is the IIP provides the envelope, if you will. Within that there are, as Mr Williamson says, hundreds of investments which are intended to deliver against capability outcomes. The Department of Defence and Defence Ministers provide adjustments to that IIP to deliver those particular capability outcomes, which means there will be changes within the allocation of funding within the IIP, but ultimately the IIP envelope will not change absent a decision of government. And as the Secretary has pointed out, and the Minister, there were some additional investments into the IIP through the 24-25 budget.
So with the cancellation of this project, will that money then be reallocated to an equivalent project that is of a different amount or a more feasible amount? Because, you know...
That's a question for Defence, Senator.
Okay. So do you know then that there will be some investment into satellite communications, for instance, as part of the IIP?
So again, that would be a matter for Defence to bring forward.
Sorry?
So again, those would be decisions of government, and it would be Defence Ministers that would propose allocations of funding within the IIP to deliver against the particular capabilities they envision through the implementation of the National Defence Strategy.
Okay. All right. Do you anticipate that there will be further announced programs that have to be cancelled from within the IIP?
Matter for Defence.
It's a matter for Defence. Okay. But, you know, I mean, I think we've been clear. We had the Defence Strategic Review. The IIP was over-programmed when we inherited it. There's been a range of adjustments that have been made to make sure that it can deliver the capability we need. At times that does require, you know, some pretty hard decisions to make sure that we're getting what we need, and that's been the decision that's underpinned this as far as I'm able to comment. But really specific discussions about our capabilities, satellites, the space program really need to be asked of the Defence Department.
Yeah. So you said that the program was over-programmed, I think was the phrase that you used.
Yes.
And it has to be rejigged in order to deliver what it is that we need. But in April...
Well, the Defence Strategic Review kind of found that, yeah.
In April, you said that we needed satellite communications, and here we are in November and you're cancelling them.
Well, and I'm trying to find the Defence statement on this, but I think they've been clear that they've made an assessment about their strategic priorities and what they need, and that's essentially informed the decision they've taken, or the advice that they've made to government.
Okay. So can I just understand, as the chair of this committee, what is your role? The chair of the NSIS.
Well, I chair that subcommittee of Cabinet.
Yeah.
So I have a role to chair the meetings, to deal with the agenda items that come forward.
So it's administrative as opposed to is it decision making?
We make decisions there. We do make decisions.
But not this decision. This decision didn't go to that committee. It went to the Department of... Well, the decision for the Department of Defence.
This was a decision of the Department, of Defence.
Yeah.
And I was appropriately briefed. But not all matters go to NSIS. You know, the Minister for Defence has operational responsibility for the Department of Defence and for the delivery of the capability. There are a range of issues that come to NSIS, as there are under NSC, but I was appropriately briefed on this decision.
Can I just be clear, when you were appropriately briefed on the decision, was it clear that this was an assessment of strategic priorities, or was it an assessment of budget pressures?
Well, I'm not going to go into the advice that was given to me. You can ask questions of Defence, but I answered I think your first question was about because there wasn't enough money. Was that the reason? And I said no.
So, Senator, if it assists the committee, Defence have put, on the public record, with the acceleration in space technologies and evolving threats in space since the project's commencement, Defence has assessed that a single-orbit geo-based satellite communication system would not meet its strategic priorities. Instead of that, Defence must instead prioritise a multi-orbit capability, increasing resilience for the Australian Defence Force. Defence's current satellite communication capabilities support the immediate needs of the organisation. So Defence have put on the public record that the current satellite arrangements support, and they're now looking at a multi-purpose, a multi-orbit capability. I can't tell you anything more about that, but Defence will be able to take you through it.
Yep, okay. Can I just be clear that this was then a decision not of the NCIS or indeed
I'm not going to confirm. We don't confirm decisions that may or may not have gone through a cabinet process. I've been clear. We've been briefed. Defence has responsibility. They've issued a statement. I'm not sure we can be any more helpful than that.
Well, I think that you've probably nailed it, Minister, because this is a $7 billion project, and by the sounds of things, it was unilaterally cancelled by the Defence Minister without it going to a cabinet committee.
I don't. That's your language.
So did it go to cabinet?
I'm not answering. I'm not confirming what goes to cabinet. We don't discuss it. You've decided that. I have not led you. I have not confirmed that. I don't discuss what goes to committees. I've talked in a general sense about the role that we play, the fact that finance works closely with Defence.
You just said it didn't go to a cabinet
and that I was
committee.
Appropriately briefed on matters relating to this decision.
Okay, I asked you whether it went to cabinet or a cabinet committee. You said I was appropriately briefed. So I'm assuming that means it didn't go to a cabinet
For the bit
committee.
that I'm responsible for, I was appropriately briefed, and I'm not confirming what does or doesn't go to cabinet. We do not discuss agenda items.
Right.
We just don't, and I won't.
Okay, but you were appropriately briefed by a combination of Defence and Finance on this decision.
Yes, I've answered that.
Okay. So this is not a committee that does capability decisions. It's just a committee that does...
There's a range of other governance arrangements in place for Defence, as I understand it, that goes to the issues of capability. that, you know, the role of NSIS, and I'll have a look, it probably describes it on the website, what it is, but it is considers lower risk operational and technical national security matters which are primarily financial in nature, however, may also include policy considerations.
Okay, so you said that you were briefed on the bit that you were responsible for.
Yes. In my responsibilities as Minister for Finance, I am appropriately briefed on this project.
On the bit that you're responsible for, but I don't understand what bit that was.
Well,
if it wasn't a budget decision, why?
We work closely with the Department of Defence on the delivery of the IIP.
So you've essentially said that it was a strategic priority decision as opposed to a budget pressure decision, and that you were appropriately briefed.
I think your first question was it cancelled because of the cost? I think it was. Your first question was around that. My answer to that is no.
I asked you whether it was an assessment of strategic priorities or whether it was driven by budget pressures.
Well, I understood it to be, what I was answering was whether it was, the decision was made purely on cost, and the answer to that is no. And you can see that from the Defence statement, where they say Defence has decided, insert evidence that Mr Williams just gave.
Defence has decided, or the Minister for Defence has decided?
Have a look at their statement.
Do you think that cancelling a project worth $7 billion that was fine in April demonstrates that you personally have a good handle of what's going on in the IIP?
Yes, I think it shows. Well, I know I go in and work hard based on the advice I have provided to me and through the committees that I sit on. That yes, I think all of the areas that I'm responsible for are working well.
Do you think that this is a high-risk decision?
I think that's a matter for Defence.
Well, you were briefed appropriately.
It's not my area of responsibility around
so it's somebody
the
else's
capability or otherwise of particular projects. I think the system is working, and
if it's not you, though, then it must be the Defence Minister.
Well, we are referring you to Defence. We have been for some time.
Okay. So as the chair of the Capability Committee, which is essentially what this is, isn't it? The NSIS. That's not your remit.
I don't think
entirely
that's the right characterisation of this. That's not the right characterisation of the National Security Investment Subcommittee.
We don't sit in there doing Defence's job for it, for example. Sorry, Jenny.
No, that's right. I mean, Defence is, I think as we've said, Defence is responsible for thinking about all of the capabilities that they require in line with the government's commitments around defence strategy. There are a number of different parts of the system that are looking at that. The investment committee that Ms Harmer and Mr Williamson attend on a regular basis is looking at some of those detailed decisions in relation, or not just decisions, I should say, the detail of how the individual elements of the IIP are working.
Yep.
Those, there are then decisions which get taken to the NSIS committee. There are decisions which get taken to NSC. At the end of the day, all of the decisions are decisions that are made by government in relation to the spending underneath the IIP.
It just seems partly strange that clearly Defence has unilaterally cancelled a $7 billion contract, a $7 billion program, only months after the lead contractor was announced. And that has absolutely nothing to do with the NSIS. And in fact, that committee hasn't met. It's just that the Finance Minister
no, that committee meets all the time. It meets
sorry, did it meet to discuss this issue?
Because you said it didn't. I'm not confirming what the agenda items it deals with, but you often verbal or extrapolate from evidence. But So I don't want you to go out and say this committee never meets, because that is incorrect. The committee meets regularly. I meet regularly with the Deputy Prime Minister. The decision around this project is one that Defence can answer questions on, but at all times, Defence and Finance work closely, and I was briefed about the decisions that were being made.
But it wasn't something that ERC needed to sign off on?
I'm not confirming any of that. I'm not going into what any committee decided or didn't decide. We've told you, and I think been as helpful as we can with the information.
I'm honestly bewildered, because at some point, you're briefed but you're not involved. You chair the committee, but this wasn't you. I'm trying to get to I'm trying to wade my way through a really opaque system of, and I'm not entirely sure, is it monitoring, is it decision making on a contract that's this big, that only a few months ago was a strategic imperative? Well, Lockheed Martin said
no, there was no contract. What Defence have advised is that a procurement process has been ceased.
Right, so we're halfway through.
Well, again, that's why you need to discuss this with Department of Defence. But just let's be clear.
They're the preferred tenderer, but there wasn't a contract.
And I think in the statement from Defence it says that they are ceasing the procurement process.
Okay. All right. So the lead contractor was announced, but it wasn't contracted.
It's a matter for Defence. The Finance Department does not run the Department of Defence.
No, but I'm asking you as the chair of the NSIS.
I know, my role there is very clear as the chair, and I read you out the purpose of that committee. It is not to be individually involved in procurement processes.
Okay.
As you know, ministers are not involved in those matters.
So procurement, though, as we have discussed before, is under the purview of
we've also
finance.
Discussed that individual procurement decisions are
absolutely
responsible down to the accountable authority. Finance is not responsible for procurement decisions or processes undertaken by other departments.
I understand, but they are responsible for picking up the pieces when they go wrong.
No.
As we have discussed earlier.
No, they are absolutely not.
Well,
if a procurement process goes wrong in Defence, that is not Finance's problem.
So, can I ask, though, do you know if the taxpayers will end up having to pick up the tab for the cancellation
That
of
is
this
a matter
project?
for Defence.
But do you know?
That is a matter for... No.
I'm not asking you if they do or if they don't. I'm asking you if you know that they do.
I don't have any further information to provide you other than to refer you to Defence for the specifics of the decision that has been taken.
When you were appropriately briefed,
I'm not telling you what I'm being briefed on.
Is it a question that you would ask, though? As a finance minister, surely that's a question that you would ask when you were being briefed.
I'm not going to sit here and give you what I said and what they said and what I said back and the questions I asked. I was appropriately briefed. If you have further questions, I would ask the Department of Defence.
Okay. All right. I do have some more questions. Thank you. Unless you want to share the call, Chair.
No, you're welcome to keep going.
Okay. Thank you.
And I guess now might be a timely point just to inquire as to how many more topics you think you want to move through on finance,
I think we're running to time, aren't we?
I beg your pardon?
I think we're running to time. We're okay.
We are, but I would have to say that given the number of senators that have expressed interest in this evening's topics, it would be good to finish a little earlier, because I think all of this evening's topics are going to become too crammed to complete them. So noting it is 3 o'clock and we're not due to finish, according to the program, finance until we go for afternoon tea. Any time saving that we can make now would greatly assist probably yourself and your colleagues this evening.
I reckon we can finish within the hour.
Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions about Export Finance Australia and the commercial terms and payments around the financing of the PsiQuantum funding. So that PsiQuantum decision and the funding of that 5 months after the Quantum deal was signed, there was a transaction that was published on the Australian Government Gazette, and that publishes a $200 million loan and a $75 million loan with a record number of 1331/24 and 1332/24. So is that the loan facility for Quantum?
We will see how we can help you. I fear that we might have to say that you need to talk to Export Finance Australia for the details, but let's see how much we can help you in relation to the Quantum arrangements.
Sorry, Senator, do you mind repeating the question?
Sure. There was on the Australian Government Gazette, there was a $200 million loan, a $75 million loan, and they had a record number of 1331/24 and 1332/24. And I just want to know whether that is the loan facility for Quantum.
I think the answer is yes, Senator.
It is?
We'll just get that confirmed. But that sounds like the right. That sounds like the nature of the full quantum of the loan.
Okay. And has the full amount of that loan been drawn down by the American?
No, it hasn't.
It hasn't?
It hasn't, no.
It hasn't been drawn down by Quantum yet?
Subject to a number of conditions precedent.
Sorry, can you say that again?
It's subject to a number of conditions precedent before it's drawn.
Right, okay. So when and how much has been paid?
So, Cameron Jones, Assistant Secretary, Commercial Group. So to date, the $125 million on the Gazette, the bottom row, that has been paid.
That has been paid. Okay. And when's the balance estimated to be paid?
So that's, as Mr Webster said, subject to a range of conditions, and it's probably a question more directed to Export Finance Australia, who will be tracking and making sure those conditions are met before it is paid.
Okay, fantastic. What's the interest rate and the applicable condition of each of the loans? And I'm assuming CPI applies, so if it does, how does it apply?
Minister, I think that's best directed to, Senator, that's best directed to EFA. I don't have the details of the interest rate on me at the moment.
So the Gazette says interest is payable only if a default occurs under the loans referred to in this notice, plus a premium equal to the consumer price inflation prior to a default. I'm just not entirely sure what that means, so I'm wondering if you can explain it to me.
So that's in relation to the $75 million part of the debt package, and that's, as it says per the Gazette, it's only payable if there's a default and the company doesn't meet its ecosystem commitments, which it has entered into, obviously, with an agreement between it and the Department of Industry.
So the way I read it, and I might be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, is that if Quantum make their repayments, they're getting an interest-free loan. Is that right? Is that how you read it?
Yeah, I think the way, if they meet their ecosystem commitments,
What's an ecosystem commitment?
There's a number of them, and that's probably something that Department of Industry should or are able to expand on.
I'd love an ecosystem commitment on my home loan. That way, if I repaid it, I don't have to be charged the interest rate. Is that? But that's what it is. It's you've got to meet all these conditions, and if you do that, then there's no interest charged.
There's two tranches to the debt, Senator. So these conditions only apply to one of the tranches. I do have the interest rate in front of me. It's BBSY plus 4.8% per annum, which is charged on the first tranche.
Okay. So when's the first repayment due? Can I take that on notice? You may. If you can come back to me.
I think
Yeah. If it's something that you could find to hand, that would be helpful.
If we can find it, we'll give it to the Senator. It might be, otherwise EFA will be able to give you more detail.
And does it apply to both loans?
Whoever they are.
What's that? Sorry, Senator.
There's 2 loans there. Does that,
Yes.
do those conditions, the interest rates are the same? Okay, thank you. There's a transaction published on the Gazette number 13324. That's the 125 million. Is that PsiQuantum's equity transaction?
Yes.
It is, right.
So initially it's, and as it says in the Gazette, it's a convertible note, so it'll convert to equity once a number of conditions have been met. And so that's charged at 5.12% on the principal amount. And then when it converts to equity, it's obviously acquiring shares in the US company.
Yep.
And
so that whole amount has been provided?
The 125 million US dollars, yes.
Yep, okay. And the terms of the equity are, you just said that once certain
there's a range of conditions that the company has to do, including an equity raise more broadly, because the facility obviously is going to cost more than the Commonwealth's investment, and so it has to raise and meet a number of other conditions around that before it converts to equity.
Okay. And PsiQuantum, has the valuation of that organisation changed because of that payment?
We don't have that information, Senator.
I think it's an equity injection normally would do that, though.
It's an unlisted investment, Senator.
Sorry, can you say that again, Mr. Webster?
It's an unlisted investment.
Right. That still means it has a value, though.
It does have a value, but the valuation is, as you know, subjective, depending on who the valuer is. So, yes.
Yeah, it is. I used to be a company valuer, and I know that you can actually sort of pinpoint a value, at least give or take a particular margin, because there is lots of different valuation methods you can use. It's not just necessarily different valuers.
And I think, as Mr. Joe said, there is a series of fundraisings, one of which is the condition precedent to the convertible note converting, and that will give the next market sort of view on valuation.
So has the Australian government's equity value increased since being paid to PsiQuantum?
So I think, as I mentioned, we don't yet hold equity in it. We hold a convertible note, and so at the moment the $125 million is accruing the interest as per the Gazette at the 5.12%.
Right.
And
so we'd expect when it converts to equity that's when the value would change.
Well, that's when we'll purchase shares, and it'll be the value that we purchase at that time.
Okay.
The DFAT are responsible for these arrangements, so I think it's best, any questions of detail. I mean, I think we're happy to answer questions where finance has had a role or work to help to support EFA with advice, but really the program is managed by them.
Yep. Okay. So why was the national interest framework not used for the PsiQuantum deal?
Well, again, we're not responsible for the PsiQuantum deal, so I think questions around that need to be asked of EFA. We did traverse this with Treasury, I think, at the last estimates. So I refer you back to the evidence that was given there, but it doesn't relate to any responsibility that finance has.
I'll rephrase the question and ask whether did finance have a role in the decision on whether or not the national interest framework was to be used for an investment of $500 million?
Again, I don't know that that's finance's role in this. Finance has provided advice and support, including to myself, as the government considered arrangements with PsiQuantum.
Right, so advice and support, but not advice on whether the national interest framework should be used.
Well, I'd have to go back and have a look at, because I'm not sure whether there was a timing issue here. And I think that's the point that we raised in Treasury estimates when we last dealt with this. But again, finance are not responsible for PsyQuantum or the national interest framework, so it really is not a matter for us
So
today.
somebody else made a decision that the national interest framework would not be used.
No, that's your assertion. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
Well, the
we
national interest
answered.
framework wasn't used.
I'm saying, and I would have to look at the evidence I gave in Treasury in the last estimates, but essentially what has become the national interest framework and the elements of, they were matters that the government considered through this. You know, we're actually putting some frameworks around things like this. And so, you know, but again, I think questions are best made to either Treasury or EFA.
So does finance provide advice on other investments and the use of the national interest framework around that, or advice around applying the national interest framework to other investments?
So we don't have a particular responsibility around the national interest framework per se. That's the responsibility of Treasury, but finance provides advice through the budget process in relation to pretty much every investment that comes forward.
So I'm sure you know that the Productivity Commissioner said that the PsyQuantum deal should go through the sectoral plans of the National Interest Framework, and that a former Productivity Commissioner has also stated that he thought that the PsyQuantum investment wouldn't satisfy that national interest criteria. I'm wondering if finance ever provided advice as to whether the PsyQuantum deal would pass the national interest test, should it have gone through that?
No, that wouldn't be in our responsibility.
Okay. Do you think that the deal would pass the national interest framework?
Yes. Well, it's giving an opinion, but which we don't have to, I don't think, or maybe I can, but officials don't have to.
No. But that's not advice that you've received.
It's consistent with the principles of the national interest framework.
But that's not advice you've received. That's.
I'm not confirming that either. I get a lot of advice about a lot of things.
Sorry, it's not advice you've received from your department. You've just said that they don't have anything to do with the national interest framework.
Well, they're not. They don't have.
It
sits within the national interest framework. Sits within Treasury. Yep. Finance provides me with advice on a whole range of commercial interactions.
Did the finance department ever brief the minister not to support the deal?
Well, that goes to the content of advice.
Everyone's looking studiously at their papers.
Well, you can take whatever you like from that. We don't disclose advice from departments to ministers.
Was finance aware that the market assessment of the EOI submissions, all pitching for almost $1 billion of funding, occurred within 10 business days?
Finance was involved as part of the process of that exercise, Senator. So yes, we were aware of. We would have been aware of that timing point.
Was it something of concern that a $1 billion project had EOI assessment decision that could had to occur that quickly?
I don't
accept.
I don't think we would have thought about it as an issue of concern, Senator. We just assisted with the process.
Was advice sought from the commercial group or from another part of finance as to whether this was an appropriate amount of time for an EOI of this size and this complexity?
Senator, the variety of different parts of finance would have given advice associated with this deal at various points in time. I think the involvement in the EOI process was largely coming out of the commercial group.
It was coming out of the commercial group?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Was finance concerned that by the EOI assessment dismissing all applications within 10 days, would that have been a warning bell for an unfair or unreasonable process?
I don't think finance has a view on that. So, to be honest, Senator, finance worked with and assisted in the processes that were undertaken.
That wouldn't be standard.
Finance would have provided advice to government on the way through.
Okay. So, did finance express concerns over the process to give an almost $1 billion wad of taxpayer money to an American company via an unsolicited proposal?
So we wouldn't speak to the advice that we provided to government, Senator.
Was the Department of Finance or the Minister indeed aware of the Chief Scientist's advice that raised some significant concerns regarding PsiQuantum's technology?
I was aware of the advice from, I was aware of advice. It wasn't just concerns, it was comprehensive advice, but not only the issues you raise.
So you're right, it was written advice. It was written advice on the 17th of February where Dr Foley raised concerns that PsiQuantum have used patents as references to justify their claims and that patents aren't necessarily peer-reviewed for their scientific correctness. That didn't raise red flags?
This is a matter for industry. I mean, it's
$1 billion.
Finance get into, provide specific advice, in this case, to industry through our commercial arm. The policy questions, your, view, obviously, that this was not a good deal. They are questions that should be put to industry, financing to EFA.
But did you put them to industry? Because
there was a lot of due diligence across government, and that's all I'm going to answer essentially on that.
Okay, I feel like you've got the toughest job, Minister. You're reaching down the back of the couch looking for savings anywhere you can possibly get it, and that's a good thing. That's what you're trying to do. And then somebody comes out and spends $1 billion on something that the Productivity Commission didn't reckon was a good deal, that the Chief Scientist didn't reckon was a good deal, that it sounds like the process was rushed. It just surely this set off red flags for you.
I don't accept that. I don't accept the assertions that you're putting. I think the process was comprehensive. All areas of government that should have been involved were involved. There was a good process around decisions. There was good negotiations around the ultimate shape of the support from the Commonwealth, which was in the order of 463 million. So not the billion that you're saying, because of course the Queensland government is involved. So let's be clear on that. But there was a very thorough consideration given, and specific questions about the arrangements for the PsiQuantum deal should be put to industry and EFA.
Okay. I know Senator McGrath has some questions on this too, so I might just defer to him if that's all right with you, Chair. I
might defer him to industry.
No,
please, let's just take the call, Senator McGrath, and ask a question.
You've been told, Minister. In relation to PsiQuantum and it is $1 billion worth of taxpayers' money going to an American company, is the Department of Finance aware of any conflicts of interest made at a senior executive level or at a ministerial office level that relates to this matter that may have precluded those making the declaration from working on the PsiQuantum measure?
Within Department of Finance?
Within the Department of Finance?
Within the Department of Finance or any other department or any other ministerial office?
We can't ask.
So not in relation to the Department of Finance, not aware of any conflicts, that's correct? No.
So you haven't been advised of any conflicts of interest?
Within the Department of Finance,
yes.
No.
But also that may have been advised in relation to other departments in relation to this matter? Or other ministerial offices?
I can't speak to other ministerial offices. I am not aware, but I can't. But I.
Whether you're aware, whether the department is aware.
I have not been made aware of any of those. But as I say, I wouldn't. Yeah, that should be a matter for others.
What steps would be taken to manage a conflict of interest?
What do you mean?
In terms, if a ministerial staffer or someone at the senior executive level has made a declaration of a conflict of interest, how would that conflict of interest be managed?
There's a lot of ifs in that. I mean, Finance has said they're not aware.
But there would be a process or a policy process in relation to conflicts of interest within the department of how they are managed? staffers quite often would declare. I think aren't all staffers asked whether they have a conflict of interest, and if it is so declared, how is that managed?
So I think the answer is that we can answer in a general sense, and the overarching answer is that depends a lot on the circumstances and the context and the detail. But Mr. Windia,
I was going to say, Senator, it seems, I mean, in a sense, the process is in a sense begins with seeking people declaring interests that may give rise to a potential conflict, and then if a potential conflict is identified, then working out based on the nature of that conflict how best to manage it. And there will be, in any given circumstances, a number of different ways you can manage it. Some, I mean, in a general sense, that ranges, from declaring it and making that transparent might be an appropriate management approach, and in other circumstances conflicts of interest might give rise to that one is best handled by someone recusing themselves from a process. But it really depends upon the nature of the conflict and the circumstance in which it arises. So we can't really comment, we can't give anything more than a general observation.
So was the department aware of a relationship between a member of Mr Husick's staff and a senior Blackbird executive, given that Blackbird was an existing investor in PsiQuantum, and given that investment would have likely increased the value of Blackbird's existing holding in PsiQuantum?
Not a matter for the Department of Finance. They've answered that they're not aware of any conflicts of interest. That is a comprehensive answer. No matter which way you come at this, that answer will remain.
So
why would Finance be able to answer anything further?
Well, I'm just asking the question to make sure that the answer is black and white, Minister.
Well, I don't know.
There is clarity.
Does it get more black and white than not aware?
Well,
no.
I think the answer is very helpful, Minister. So I'm very happy with the answer. Minister, were you aware of any conflicts of interest between a staffer in Minister Husick's office and their relationship with a Blackbird executive?
No.
So you weren't aware? No,
I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't want to name names.
No, but I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
And no one in your office would have been aware?
Well, I can't answer for everyone in my office. I am not aware.
Now, just in relation to an answer that was just given before, Minister, you mentioned that the Queensland Government is involved with the PsiQuantum deal. Is the Queensland Government still involved following
I'm not responsible for the Queensland Government. I presume agreements have been signed, but I think those are matters that you would have to put to the new Queensland Government.
Has that been confirmed between...
Again, we're not responsible for this. Those questions should be put to industry to see if they have any knowledge of discussions since the new Queensland Government has been sworn in, but that is not a matter for finance.
So you won't be seeking confirmation from the Queensland Government?
Well, I don't have operational responsibility for this. It's a matter for industry.
I've got just a few more questions, Chair, and then we should be able to move on. If you're happy for me to continue?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Minister, I mentioned this to you before, and I want to thank you very much for facilitating the briefings that I've had with a number of government business enterprises. I very much appreciate the support that you have, that you've allowed me to do that, and particularly to your staff and the other shareholder staff present at those. They've been very professional and constructive meetings with ASC, with AUSPost, Western Sydney Airports, Snowy Hydro and some other ones, and I have another one scheduled in the next couple of weeks. But I am having some problems arranging briefings from Australian Rail Track Corporation, the National Intermodal and Defence Housing Australia. I wrote to you about those in September, and I wrote to Minister King about this in June regarding ARTC and National Intermodal. I very much appreciate you facilitating those briefings, but I'm asking whether perhaps you would help me facilitate those remaining 3 with your colleague. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask about, in budget papers, specifically the fiscal strategy on page 73 of the 2024 budget, which states that the government is continuing to support monetary policy, keeping pressure off inflation by targeting a second surplus and returning over 96% of tax upgrades to the budget in 23-24, and that inflation is the primary focus of the budget in the near term. As inflation moderates, fiscal policy will shift emphasis towards promoting sustainable economic growth and public finances over time. I'm pretty sure we've been through this before, but I want to understand. The fiscal strategy box remained the same in the 2023-24 budget to the 2024-25 budget, but there were updates to the narrative leading into that box on page 73 of the 24-25 budget, including noting that this government is continuing to support monetary policy, keeping pressure off inflation by targeting a second surplus and returning over 96% of tax upgrades to the budget in 2023-24, and also that inflation is the primary focus of the budget in the near term. Now, a number of economists have come out following the release of that budget to point out that despite the rhetoric, the budget would likely not have that impact and would in fact keep interest rates higher for longer. And I know that you are aware of these, but allow me to seek your confirmation that you are aware of the many economists that have come out and said that that is an unlikely impact.
Well, I'm
happy to go through the names of the economists.
I read the papers, so I mean, one thing I have learned is that you get all of these people in the room and they'll all have a different opinion. There's a lot of opinions around, but I also note that the Governor of the Reserve Bank has made comments that our budget, and particularly running surplus budgets, is helpful in the fight against inflation. And so, you know, I accept there are varying views. There's people that would like to cut harder, that the budget that cuts the budget were harder. We found savings where we were able to do so, but in a way that didn't impact on people who are already doing it tough. So, you know, we don't make an apology for finding room for rent relief, for energy bill relief, for looking, you know, cheaper medicines, more urgent care centres, all of those things which help people.
You were going to mention HECS in that list, remember? Oh, no.
Well,
sorry.
You know, again, we've made no secret. Jim and I have stood up many times and said if there is room to do more and provide further assistance without adding to the inflation challenge, we are keen to do it.
So,
I mean, it's a job of government.
Yeah. You were going... You mentioned the RBA Governor. She also has pushed out the forecast for inflation coming back to the middle of the band now till the end of 2026. And they've pushed out that forecast 3 times. I think it's 3, might be more, since you came to government. She said today that the RBA's forecast of public consumption has been revised higher several times over the last year in response to announcements of additional spending. I want to ask specifically about some of the comments that have come from economists. Chris Richardson said, my big ask of the budget was that it didn't poke the inflationary bear. I don't think it passed that test. The government said it would be careful not to front load its new costs, but that's exactly what it did, and its new dollars are both big and fast. In the coming year, they're 8 times the size of what they are by 27-28. So this budget narrows the Reserve Bank's already narrow path. Is he wrong? Is Chris Richardson wrong?
Well, you know, he's... you know, I read his views. I don't always agree with them. Like, I think we are our fiscal strategy, and you know, let's be clear about what we've been seeing here. We inherited inflation that was rising and almost triple what it is now. It was over 6%. It rose to that December peak, I think, of 7.8. That's what we inherited, and it is now... Well,
you came to government in May, and it was
right,
December when it peaked.
So there's a magic wand in May, right, that could have been waived.
Well,
inflation was on the way up. It's now coming down quite quite considerably, quite significantly, and has been tracking down in welcome ways. But also, our unemployment rate has remained incredibly low, and low compared to comparable countries. So is that a good thing? Or would you like to have seen unemployment rates go higher faster and seen people lose jobs? At the same time we're getting wages moving, at the same time we're running surplus budgets and finding savings and lowering debt and lowering interest on that debt. So we're all, Senator Sheldon reminds me, not only wages moving, but providing wage increases long overdue to the lowest paid wages workers in this country. Like, it is actually, and I don't dispute the fact that people are finding it really tough, particularly those with mortgages. But when you look at us and look at what's happened in other places around the world, the fact that we've been able to kind of trying to navigate through in a way that keeps people in jobs and earning has been a really good outcome for the country. If you put all politics aside, I imagine most people would think that that's a good outcome.
I'll quote you on that, but
you don't,
yes.
You don't think that keeping
I'm not going to speak on behalf of Australians who are doing it tough,
4.2%,
saying that they're grateful for the great outcome.
I didn't say that, so don't verbal me. I'm talking about keeping...
I wouldn't have said that, but you can say that.
No, that's you verballing me. I said it is extraordinary that we've kept an unemployment rate of 4.2%. That is a very good outcome because it means more people are in work and earning, which is something I thought that you would have actually supported, but clearly you don't.
No, I think that, well, and again, you can verbal me, I didn't actually get a chance to get a word in, but...
well, you did, in the small moment you did get a word in, you verbaled me. No, and I imagine I will see it and hear it again when you verbal me on Sky later and all the rest of it.
So the question I asked was, is Chris Richardson wrong?
And I answered that. I read him, I don't always agree with him.
Okay. Michael Blythe of Pinpoint Macro said that on the 15th of May that the budget adds to the higher for longer interest rate thesis. And that... Well, is he wrong?
Well, we get a lot of free advice about cutting the budget and cutting spending. You know, I read it. Well, also, I would remind you that the Governor has also said, at least on a couple of occasions, that government spending is not the main game in the inflation challenge. We have to show restraint. We have to make difficult decisions, and we're happy to do that. But we also need to make sure that we're providing cost of living support where we can.
I didn't mention government spending. I just said what Michael Blythe said and asked whether he was wrong.
Yeah, but it's the point you're trying to run here. Well, that is the point. So you can,
not my point.
You can spout other people's views, but that's the point you're trying to run is that, and I see it, you're trying to run it in question time in the House as well. So I see the political strategy, so let's just bell that cat. And I am pushing back and saying we have a different view. We don't think we should slash the budget by $315 billion, as you've been promising. We don't think that people should have their pensions cut and all the other things. And we do think there's a role for the budget to play. Well, stop using $315 billion as wasteful spending then. Like, when you go and do your interviews, don't use that number because you know that number includes indexing pensions.
But you would know, payments. Senator, and I'm not asking questions about this. I'll save those questions for Treasury, but you would know that had inflation been lower, had inflation come back down into band earlier, as it has in other countries, well, then the indexation on those pensions wouldn't have been so high, so the spending wouldn't have been so high. It's a little bit of a circular argument.
Again,
but,
and if you talk to most people who follow this closely, our path of the moderating inflation is happening in line with what has been seen globally. We peaked later and lower than most other countries. Our cash rate, the interest rates increased to a less degree than they did in other countries. So let's consider all of the entire picture, not just the selective view that you would like to use to talk down the economy and talk down the work that's being done to keep people in jobs and keep, people earning more and keeping more of what they earn.
Well, I understand why you want to talk up the achievements of this government. You've mentioned wages, but
no,
let's face...
I'm not talking it up. I'm not talking it up. I'm saying let's consider everything that's going on, you know?
Well, you're right. Wages have gone up, but real wages haven't, and that's because of
real
inflation.
Wages are going up. They are.
Have they gone up under the life of this government?
Yes.
Real wages have gone up over the life of this government?
There have been quarters where real wages...
Sorry, over the life of this government, have real wages gone up?
Well, I've answered the question. But we are getting wages moving again after they were stagnating under you, and we're dealing with other enormous pressures on the budget that weren't dealt with, that should have been dealt with. So there is a lot going on, and I'm not pretending that it isn't really difficult out there for people. I say that in every single public comment I make because I understand it. I talk to people as you do, and I get it. But we have a job to do here, which is also to not slash and burn and create other problems, but to be responsible economic managers and find the balance between restraint and support. And that's been the constant challenge since we came to government.
So when Cheryl Murphy at EY says, with billions being spilled into the economy from the 1st of July and without offsetting new spending with cuts elsewhere, the budget has thwarted the task of tightening the structural deficit.
So that's presumably in response to the tax cuts that you supported, Senator Hughes.
And Stephen Halmerick, who's the Chief Economist of CBA, says the risk is now more real than the first interest rate cut could be delayed, that the first interest rate cut could be delayed, and that the neutral cash rate is higher than we currently estimate due to the expansionary fiscal settings and the high level of investment in the economy.
Okay. So you don't agree with tax cuts
I'm
on
just
the 1st
asking
of July?
All I'm asking you, this is not my opinions, this is their opinions. Are you saying that these economists...
You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and accuse me of something, but at the same breath...
Well, I can ask you questions and ask you to respond to the questions that I'm asking.
You're saying that the tax cuts that flowed through on the 1st of July are having this impact, yet you support, and you think that impact is negative. That's your thesis, but you support the tax cuts.
So the economists...
I don't think you can have it both ways. Well, you can't. I can see you kind of trying to navigate it, but you can't. Unless you come out and say you don't support the tax cuts, which is fine. Let's have that discussion, but don't pretend otherwise. Don't use a criticism.
Spending by the government that these economists have highlighted, and that includes other spending by this government that you are perfectly aware of, Senator.
Well, what they were talking about was the tax cuts.
So
and
do you think
build that by
the...
saying the 1st of July.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a question in at some point. Are you suggesting that these economists should just cut you some slack?
I don't really form a view on what they should or shouldn't do. I read them. I read everything. I read other advice. I talk to people. I talk to ministers. You know, the final decisions we make in the budget are based on a whole range of advice. I don't really form a view.
So you don't listen to economists?
That's not what I said. I said I read it. And I read other things as well. I read people that have a different view. I read people who say we should just keep printing money. Like, you know, there is a spectrum of views. I read all of them.
Okay.
And then we land our decisions.
What did you make of the Chief Economist of KPMG saying that the energy subsidies bringing down inflation was essentially smoke and mirrors? Or the former RBA board member, Warwick McGibbon, saying that the energy subsidies' effect on inflation was simply a political trick. Were they wrong?
We don't apologise for providing support to households dealing with energy bills. Well, that's my answer to that. Do you?
I'm sorry.
Do you support the energy bill rebates?
Who you apologise to and who you don't apologise to. I was asking you whether you felt that they were wrong.
My answer is that we are pleased that we've found room in the budget to provide support to people to deal with some of the cost of living pressures they're experiencing, including around the energy costs.
Okay. So the RBA's statement of monetary policy, which was released in August, shows that inflation will be back up again in mid-2026. And the OECD said that in 2025, Australia will have the second highest inflation rate of 42 nations, behind only Slovakia. how is that a sustainable return to band that the RBA Governor has spoken about publicly?
Well, inflation is moderating and it is tracking down. And again, we inherited inflation, I think it was 6.1%. It's now 2.1, is it? 2, I think. Memory from, I've got so many numbers in my head. But it's, is that the September quarter? Oh, yeah. It's tracking, yeah, and the monthly indicator was 2.1. So we are making welcome progress, but we accept that there's more to be done, you know, and we are focused on it. That's why the budget calls it out and says that inflation is the challenge in the near term, just as we've got to make sure we've got an eye on growth in the longer term.
And it's due to bounce up again in 2025.
Well,
budget says that too.
Treasury will update their forecasts in my info.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I think that I can finish up there.
2.1. Yeah.
Excellent.
Swishing around.
Would you like me to inquire, Minister, would you like to have afternoon tea now? We press on and do ASC now. We might as well.
What time is afternoon tea normally?
4:30.
I don't mind. I'm in the committee's hands.
Okay.
Oh, that's
well,
nice, eh?
Let's press on because with any luck we might get through ASC and ANI before afternoon tea time. I welcome Mr Stuart Wiley, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director and other officers of the ASC. Mr Wiley, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make this brief opening statement. The last financial year was a transformative period for ASC. Our organisation continued to perform against its contracted Collins class fleet obligations, achieving 93% against its ISSE key performance targets. Significant progress was made on the life of type extension project, with all contracted milestones being met. In March, ASC welcomed the Commonwealth's announcement that ASC had been selected as its sovereign submarine sustainment partner and to establish with BA an incorporated joint venture to build the SS and AUKUS submarines in Australia. ASC appreciates the national importance of these roles and is proud to accept this significant responsibility. This year, the international environment has reminded us of the critical nature of our mission. Australia's national security circumstances continue to change, and therefore the provision of information and data in this form must be handled with appropriate sensitivity. Finally, as the committee may be aware, I've advised the board of ASC that I will not be seeking to renew my contract as CEO Managing Director at the end of my term in January 2026. I've worked for ASC for over 35 years, including 10 years in the position of CEO. I'm extremely proud of what ASC has achieved over that time. I have assured the ASC board of a stable transition to a new CEO and have elected to provide extended notice. I'm confident that ASC has the capability and tenacity to continue to deliver against its expanded role as the nation transitions to a multi-class submarine environment.
Chair.
Thank you.
Just following up from that,
Yes.
I just would like to put on the record my thanks and appreciation for Mr Wiley's contribution as Chief Executive, but for his long career in ASC. I felt, his expertise and advice has served governments of different types very professionally. He's had an exemplary career, and we're in a much better position as we head into the next phase because of his leadership, and I would like to just formally record that and wish him all the best, and really appreciate also the arrangements with transition, which isn't always the case, but in this case is very important, and I'm sure that he will not miss attending estimates hearings in Parliament House, although if he does, I'm sure we'll be able to fix him up with a free slot.
Forever.
Anyway, just like to formally
I can
record
certainly attest to the fact that whoever is the new CEO will have very big shoes to fill, and I want to thank you also, Mr Wiley, for your engagement with me, not only here at Estimates, but in Western Australia as well, noting the significant contribution that the ASC makes to employment and opportunities in the state, as well as to the nation's defence. With that said, I will now pass the call to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. And at the outset, as one of those former ministers, as a shareholder of ASC, I also acknowledge your contribution, Mr Wiley. It certainly has been valued, and there is much to be proud of in terms of many of the metrics and achievements you've made to ASC over time, and we wish you well in the future. Appreciate the transition you will oversee, and of course, no doubt, the full and frank answers that you're about to give in this your final estimates appearance. We might just start at least with your departure very quickly. Can we get an update on the status of the CEO recruitment process?
Actually, that's not a question for me. That's a question for the ASC board. So maybe I'll take that question on notice and come back to you.
I can make it.
Thanks, Mr India.
Observation. It is, as we understand it, it is well underway. The board is actively in the process of the appropriate process to look for a replacement for Mr Wiley.
Yep. Do we have a little bit more detail than the appropriate process? It's in the hands of recruiters, I assume.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct.
But sort of
international search.
That's right. Beyond that, I probably can't give you a lot more detail at this stage. But it is in the hands of a recruitment firm. A search is being done, an international search is being done, and I can't.
What sort of timeline are the board working towards?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, and check with the board. I'm not sure what we're aiming for.
Right. Okay, well, we'll put some further questions on notice around that recruitment process, I'm sure. Mr Wiley and team, how many hours have been lost as a result of industrial action undertaken over the last year?
I haven't got that figure to me today, Senator, but I can take it on notice and provide
perhaps CFO or others can address how are you measuring the lost time as a result of industrial action?
Because we haven't finished all the negotiations and finalisation yet, it's not a final number, so we're still working.
Sorry, a little closer to the microphone, please.
If you can hear me now. I was just saying, because we haven't finished through all the negotiations and where we're at, the matter isn't finalised, so when that's finalised, we'll be able to collate all that information.
I'm not asking about the finalisation of the industrial dispute. At this point, I'm asking how much production time, hours of labour time, you tell me how you measure it, but surely you are measuring the impact of the industrial action and can give us an assessment of what that impact has been to date.
Yeah. So we capture the hours appropriately. I don't have those figures to hand with me at the moment, Senator.
You do capture the hours? Is that how you measure it?
Sorry, pardon me.
You do capture it, tell me how is it measured?
We capture all hours of everyone that works all the time in terms of whatever they're working on. So yes, those hours are captured when they're not undertaking work, when they're on PIA, as you describe it. I just don't have those figures to hand with me.
PIA?
Protected
Industrial Action, yep. Just checking there. So you are measuring hours lost due to industrial action?
We do capture those.
Do you have any estimates here?
Not on those, no.
Does anybody from ASC potentially have estimates here? There's been one of the biggest issues ASC's faced over the course of the year, to turn up to Senate estimates without being able to give some type of assessment of the impact. So what's been the impact on ASC operations?
Obviously, we've had an impact on productivity and lost earned value in terms of the activity progress in South Australia and some degree in Western Australia.
Yep. So what's the full extent of the industrial action we've seen to date?
You're asking the types of industrial action? It's ranged from stop work for an hour or stop work for 3 or 4 days. So it's been very varied and sporadic in its nature in terms of South Australia. In Western Australia, I think we've had basically 2 major stop work periods, maybe of 2 days in Western Australia.
Yep. Are we able, let's focus on the SA side where it has been more acute. Are we able to step through from when protected industrial action first began and what those initial measures were, through to today as to what is being faced and what's been felt along the way?
The nature of them from when it started to where we ceased, there's a pause in industrial action at the moment on the site. We're on a sort of hiatus on industrial action, and that was probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago that kicked in. But the nature has been sort of ad hoc throughout that period. So it's as I said, it's either odd hours in a day or by various groups that are taken at different times, and then alternatively block periods of time. I can maybe take a question on notice and maybe give you more detail through that if that's of benefit.
Thanks, Mr. Wiley. When did protected industrial action begin?
Again, I don't have that date.
Sure, come on, somebody.
It would have been approximately May.
Pardon?
It would have been approximately May.
We believe approximately May, I think, is the day we're thinking about it. So.
Thank you. Is Ms. Horn here?
No, she's not here.
She's on the witness list. Okay, so we've got Ms. Joanne Horn, the Chief People and Workforce Development Officer, so she's not here.
She's not here.
Right, okay, so the witness list is not accurate. Right. Okay, so protected industrial action began, you're saying sometime around May.
Yeah, beginning of May, I believe it started.
Yep. Okay, and what were the actions taken or committed?
As I said, they were various in their nature, from stop work for an hour by different work groups to blocks of time being taken.
Sure. Can anybody actually step us through what the protected industrial action that has been undertaken is? I appreciate the examples. I'm actually looking to get a total picture.
So I'm struggling with what you're asking for, Senator, in terms of a picture. You're not looking for something day by day in terms of what occurred, in terms of the industrial action?
Well, there have been different steps of action at different times.
Yes,
some of them have been periods of overtime restrictions. Some of them have been, as you've said, stop work actions for 1 hour.
Yeah.
You've indicated in some cases stop work for 3 to 4 days.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't mind stepping through. Have the overtime bans been in place for months and only ceased in a couple of weeks ago, as you said?
No,
these types of things.
The overtime ban has been, I believe, in place for most of the period of the time. There's support to Western Australia has been in place over that time. That's the nature of the activities.
Is anybody able to more precisely detail? Rather than the general examples, actually give some sense of detail.
I can say we can take the question on notice, but I don't have that. I think, as I said, it's been very eclectic in its way it's been implemented. It's not saying every day has been a different event or a different type of action that could have been occurred in terms of the types of action that could have occurred.
No.
So.
Your team in Adelaide are monitoring, aren't they? The estimates discussions that we're having now?
Yeah, I'm sure people are watching, yes.
All right, because we'll go to a break shortly. Perhaps in terms of particularly where I started, if we can't get some consolidated answers around what the industrial action has been, perhaps we can get the first question that I directed to Mr Menadue, some quick responses around actually what's the totality of the impact been. How many hours of work effort have been lost? What has been the productivity impact? These are key measures for an organisation during this type of industrial dispute, and appreciate it's not resolved yet, and so it could get worse. There could be more hours lost and more days lost, but it would be good to know right now what the impact has been. So perhaps if those team members of the ASC who are watching back in Adelaide, when they can either pass a message through to those sitting behind Mr Wiley and co, or give Mr Menadue the answer during the upcoming break. That would be very helpful. What is your assessment of the impact on ASC actual operations and outcomes from the industrial action?
The assessment of impact is very difficult to quantify until we get to a conclusion, because the impact can't really be quantified until you understand the option to recover. The two are linked, so it's very hard to quantify that at this point in time.
Well,
I can give you
it can't have helped during the course of the year to date, so how far behind has it made you up to this point this year?
As I said, it depends on how we implement the recovery plan, depends on what the level of how far behind we are.
Yeah, I'm not asking the it depends on what happens in the future, I'm asking the where is it at now?
Well, what I can say now is, again, it goes back to the question you asked previously, the earned hours we haven't achieved that we were according to the schedule. I would take that question on notice and try and find a break for that.
Sure, but sorry. The question I was now seeking to ask, having tried to ask but not got an answer about what the actual industrial action in totality is, and having sought the answer and not got it yet as to what the hours of lost work or lost productivity are, now what I'm seeking to understand is what has it meant for actual delays on shipbuilding maintenance and the work that ASC is doing. Has it put you behind the 8 ball? There are other problems which no doubt we'll explore, but has it put you further behind the 8 ball in terms of ultimately boats in the water.
So there has been, as I said, an impact on the level of earned value we would thought we would achieved on the delivery of the outcome, and there has been an impact on the critical path type of activities that we would be doing for the boats currently.
Okay, so how do you...
Can I just step in and we will see how we can provide you with more detail that you're after, but some of the issues about lost time are subject to the final negotiations around the final offer. So we are, in terms of making up for some of that time and things like that. So I think part of the...
Well, that would be a good news story for another day.
Well,
but it's not a reality yet.
But we are at a very pointy end of those negotiations, and so I think that is some of the difficulty in providing you with all of the information, because it is subject to final negotiations, which we are hopeful are close.
But I haven't even asked a question as to what the union might be offering to make up time yet. All I'm seeking to understand is what has been lost to date. I mean, it has been lost to date. It's not a hypothetical.
I understand that, and obviously with industrial action you will have time lost, but it's also, it is a matter that's been actively negotiated over right now, which I think makes discussing it in this forum difficult when we're trying to get an outcome here.
That may be the case.
It is the case.
If I'd got to the point of actually asking a question about those negotiations.
Yes, but
it's linked
to your lost time question.
Well, tell you what, it might actually help the government's and the ASC's leverage and negotiating position if the whole country understood the total impact of the lost time to date and the down tools and the impact it's having on our defence capability and its availability. If I had got to the stage of asking, what are you discussing behind closed doors, what's on the table at present, there might be a case to step in there. But when all
I'm just explaining that we are actively trying to resolve this, and part of it is making sure that we are dealing with some of the impacts of the industrial action. I'm making that point.
Yes, and I'm pleased to hear that perhaps there is scope for some time lost to be made up. And I'm sure at future estimates, when hopefully it is resolved, we will explore how much time has been made up. For now, dealing with where things are currently at, as I said before, and hopefully we can get a more concrete answer before ASC is discharged, but seeking simply to understand what has been lost up to now. I don't think there should be anything sensitive about that. The unions are all happy to put out press releases when they do down tools and take their days of industrial action. So the fact that a responsible management team would be measuring that and is accountable to it shouldn't be a surprise. Look, I want to go to the two things you just said, Mr. Wiley, around that there has been an impact, I think you said, on earned value and on the critical path. Were they the two?
Those are the two that have been impacted.
Okay. So how does ASC management assess that impact on the earned value and the impact on the critical path? So,
as I said, the assessment of impact can't be really determined until you actually get to the position to actually put your option to recover, because you've got to understand the constraints you're then going to recover in to understand the quantity of impact.
Mr. Wiley, you and the Minister are both doing my head in on this. I get that you might get it back in the future. I just want to know where we're at now.
Senator McGrath, please take a chill pill.
Need to the cup.
Senator Birmingham, please take a chill pill. I normally do expect you to
I don't know why we're doing your head in. We're trying to help.
No, you're trying to obfuscate.
No, I'm not.
You're trying to bury the facts as to what the impact to date has been by saying, well, we might make it up in the future.
No, we're not. We sat No, we're not.
It's like talking to the home builder who says, well, I'm 6 months behind schedule, but I'm hoping to make it up some stage. I just can't tell you when.
Senator Birmingham,
no,
your own
what
anecdotes
I said we
are
would
not going to
see
help
what we
you
could
get
provide
answers.
after the break, but that one of the issues here is the point I made. So, again, don't try and verbal me.
All right, this is an opportune time to rotate the call. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair.
Improve the tempo.
I think this may have been addressed to some extent in some questions earlier, but your annual report says that ASC exceeded the Navy's benchmark target for Collins-class submarine material readiness days last financial year. Is that right? You exceeded the material readiness days?
From the way we measure on ASC's perspective, that's correct. According to the contract.
So, given the significant amount of time that the bulk of the fleet was out of the water last year, is there a set benchmark target, or is the benchmark target determined on other factors, sort of variable factors from year to year? What's the benchmark target set?
The targets of sea days is determined on an algorithm, and it's static that takes into effectively the availability activities.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's a mathematical number, effectively, generated by the number of boats, the days in maintenance versus the days available to effectively Navy.
All right. And so ultimately the number of days that boats are available in the water for operational duties determines that's the figure at the end that determines the readiness days. Is that right? What's a readiness day?
Yeah.
So at the moment, there's only one submarine that's meeting that readiness target.
I can't comment on operational availability today, Senator. That's a question for Defence.
Well, it's been reported in the last 24 hours, and there hasn't been any denial from the government that despite there being 6 Collins-class submarines, only one is actually operational. So is that true? Is only one at the moment meeting the criteria of material readiness for your contract?
There are 3 boats available to Chief of Navy currently, and there are 3 boats in ASC's MATCON at this point in time.
Okay, 3 boats available, you say?
Available to Chief of Navy at this point in time.
All right. Are they available for deployment? Is that your position?
Well, that's a question for Chief of Navy. That's not a question for me.
So when you say available, are they not in your custody, but they're in the custody of the Navy?
They're in the Navy's MATCON, material control, yes.
Okay. So they might be available, but whether or not they're able to be deployed or not is a matter for the Navy.
That's correct.
And I assume that would depend on whether or not they've been adequately maintained, if they have mechanical issues, they have maintenance issues, and that's a matter for the Navy, is that
That's correct.
Can you identify which of the Collins-class submarines are in the hands of the Navy and which are in your hands?
I'm not going to talk to naming boats, Senator.
Okay. All right. One of the concerns that you've been addressing in the last 12 months is the significant corrosion in the Collins-class submarines. Is that going to be addressed in the LOAT work, or is there a separate program to address the corrosion?
The reported corrosion issues of last time, Senator, has all been rectified. It's a factor of the normal maintenance package for any Collins boat that goes in. We undertake a regular maintenance package to actually certify and validate the hull state, and those corrosion issues came out of that. They've all been rectified in those boats reported last time.
So those corrosion issues which we discussed at last estimates, none of those would would be explaining the lack of availability of Collins-class submarines, if there was any.
Question availability is really a question for Chief of Navies.
Yeah, but the corrosion has all been addressed.
The corrosion I reported last time has been addressed in both those boats I talked to last time.
Right. Do you have metrics on the material readiness targets that you hit last year?
Yes, we do.
Can you provide them to the committee?
I have to take them on notice. I don't have them here.
All right. On the last occasion we spoke about the loads, you still hadn't seen the report from US Navy Deputy Secretary Valdez. Have you been provided with a copy of that report?
No, we haven't.
That report was about, amongst other things, ASC's capacity to undertake the life of type extension. Have you requested the report?
We certainly requested the report. The contents of the report, I don't know, Senator.
Did you request it from Defence, request it from Navy? Who did you request it from?
I requested it through my customer, the NSG, Senator.
All right. What did they say to your request?
They would look into it.
Can you remind me when you made the request?
Originally, excuse me, I'm going to take reference. Was it January last year? February this year.
February of this year?
Yeah.
When did they tell you they'd look into it?
They're still, I believe, actively trying to get us a copy of the report.
Is there some communication difficulty between you and the NSG?
No, I don't believe so, Senator.
Have they explained to you why? Have you given you any reason other than they're looking into it?
These are matters for defence. They're not matters that Mr Wiley can answer. He's given you the information.
Minister, I'm asking if ASC was given an explanation by Defence about why they haven't provided it.
I think Mr Wiley's answered that.
Well, Mr Wiley, they said they were looking into it. Have they given any other explanation for not providing you with a critical report of the life of type extension project that you're contracted in the hundreds of millions of dollars to do?
Just said it hasn't yet been released. That's all.
It's not released.
Yeah.
Sort of computer says no response.
That's a matter for defence.
What? That you've received? That's all you've received, is it?
That's what I've
received.
Just a computer
says no response.
No, that is not the answer he gave. That's the answer you just gave.
Well,
and the question needs to be put to defence.
Well, I'm asking what ASC received.
That's what I received.
Again, that's what you received. The computer says no. Just no adequate.
That is not the answer.
If you'd let ASC answer, that might be helpful.
Nobody said that other than you.
Because you won't let ASC answer.
So it's not been released.
It's not, and you haven't been given an explanation other than they're looking into it.
They're still
no substantive explanation.
No substantive answer. It's not being released.
What's the current contract value for the life of type extension?
Yeah. As of mid-October, it's 565 mil.
And that is for which part of the load? That takes us to when?
Detailed design and system design and long lead materials. Again, I think it's to... I'll take a question. Or would you like to come
You give some detail in your ASC about what's been achieved. In your annual report about finalising contracts with major equipment suppliers, progressing detailed design and qualification testing, progressing design integration of new systems and equipment, completing an initial support system review focused on crew training, developing an implementation strategy.
Yeah.
I assume that's part of it.
Initial implementation strategy is part of it, yeah.
All right. And an initial implementation strategy. Yeah. But none of that, the $565 million is not actually for doing the work yet.
No.
Do you have a estimated value for actually doing the work?
I'm going to pass to my colleague Paul Gay to maybe answer the question.
Paul Gay, Chief Operating Officer for Multi-Class Sustainment for ASC. Senator, the work in terms of the implementation will be conducted as part of our normal planning process in terms of what package actually goes into the first platform.
Yeah, you say at other points in your annual report that there's going to be a hull-by-hull assessment to work out what's required for the load. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And does that mean there's a degree of uncertainty in what the actual cost of the load will be, because you actually need to do a hull-by-hull assessment to work out what the work will be required?
Yes, Senator. I think there's two parts. One is as you say, the condition assessment of the platform itself, and the other is its future work. The actual scope will be decided by Defence when we get into the planning cycle.
So we're now in the end of 2024. When was the first load project meant to commence? What was the original target date? The first time the actual work commences, not the $565 million of planning, but the actual work.
It's the first platform would be in 2026, but again that is subject to Defence's agreement on scope and what they want to do with their capability.
And that's to coincide with a full cycle dock work of one of the 6 boats, is it? The LOT and the FCD are meant to happen at the same time, is that right?
That's correct. It'll be an integrated maintenance package, yes.
And if the LOT package is not agreed with Defence by 2026, then you'll have to do the full cycle docking on that boat, and then the LOT would be delayed to another full cycle docking program. Is that right?
That's a hypothetical question, Senator. That's it. That's future work.
But either way, one of the Collins class is going to have a full cycle docking in 2026. It can't continue without that.
I wouldn't talk about Navy's capability. It's a matter for them to manage that.
But you are, in your program of works, one set of full cycle docking is commencing in 2026, to which you're currently attaching in your future program of works the start of the first load.
The full cycle docking and load are coincident?
Yep.
They're the same thing?
Yes. The load will in the course of the load, also do the FCD.
Yeah.
That's do you have an estimated whole of project cost for the load for the 6 Collins class submarines?
We provided that, haven't we?
There have been different figures suggested by Defence. What's the current figure you're working off?
Given that it's not contracted work, Senator, it's future work. So what I can say is we do work collaboratively with NSSG to provide them forecasts. What they do with those forecasts, Senator, is really a matter for them.
Yeah, but what is your current best forecast for the load?
I won't be able to say the number, Senator, because it provides options, and the options are really a matter for Defence.
Well, what's the range?
I don't actually have the range in front of me. So
Well, can you get the range?
I can take it on notice, Senator. Yes.
Do you have an end date for the load?
Sorry, Senator. Are you asking about
when is the
design,
last? Well, tell me the design. We'll start with the design. When is the design work intended to be concluded?
Well, the design work will go into 2025, late 2025 as a minimum.
All right. And is that all covered under the current $565?
That's correct.
Budget?
Yep.
Is that through to the end of 2025, or is that through to the end of next financial year, or this financial year?
Senator, sorry, I'm just trying to find that for you precisely.
Senator Shoebridge, we are due to go to the tea break shortly. How many more questions do you have?
I hope I can get it completed by past.
And how many more questions does the opposition have?
Senator, just to follow up on your question, the current contract will complete in December 2026.
So that's the design work will finish by December 2026. That's that.
And some of the first class procurement. Some of the first class procurement will be in that as well.
Okay, but not the actual work. Procuring elements, but not actually doing the work on the sub.
Not the installation work, no, Senator.
Can you understand the concern that many people have in the community about just the design work of what Deputy Secretary Valdez has said is highly uncertain and speculative work? Just the design work costing more than $500 million on a fleet of ageing submarines where the best information for the public is that only one's in the water. Can you understand the anxiety about the sheer cost of this project?
Well, we don't know that. So.
No, I was just going to say it's not really a matter for ASC about anxiety.
Well, do you understand what an obligation there is on your organisation? More than $500 million of public money for design work that the only independent review that has been reported has pointed out that your organisation may not have the skills and capacity to deliver, and that is highly speculative on an engineering basis.
So
can you understand?
We don't know what she said. We don't know what
you don't know what you said because Defence won't give it to you.
I'm sure if
which is a bizarre situation on a $600 million contract.
I'm sure if there's anything pertinent, we would have been told it, Senator, but we don't know what she said. So, I mean, you're speculating to ask us a speculative question, your own speculation.
Are you really sure that if there was nothing pertinent in the Valdez report, are you really sure that that's the reason why Defence haven't given you, because there's nothing pertinent in it?
That's a matter for Defence.
That's right.
Well, you said that. The witness just said it. Are you really sure that that's the reason Defence hasn't?
ASC
you said
and Defence work closely together. They have a good working relationship. So,
that's not how it sounds, Minister.
Well,
they won't even give.
How you want it
they
to
won't.
Sound.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Defence won't even give ASC their own independent report. That
and you should ask Defence about that.
And
Defence estimates.
And I'm asking ASC on what basis they make the assertion just then that they're comfortable that the reason that they haven't got it is because there's nothing pertinent in it. Have you had some conversations with Defence that lead you to form the view that there's nothing pertinent in the Valdez report?
Senator, the report, as we've said, is being considered by Defence. It's not one about which conversations have been had.
You didn't make the statement.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how I respond to it in terms of, we've asked whether should we be concerned, is there anything we need to know, and the answer has been, at this point in time, no. If there is, you'll be hearing about it through appropriate process. But
and who in Defence told you there's nothing to be concerned about in the report?
Well, nothing that they're not addressing through normal process effectively, but that.
Well, who's told you this? There's nothing to be concerned of. Who in Defence has told you that?
This has come through the conversation on the Submarine Enterprise Board, and the chair of that is John Chandler.
John
Chandler.
How do you spell that?
Chandler.
John Chandler has told you that there's nothing of concern in the Valdez report.
Well, I don't say there's nothing. I'm not sure he's read it, but he said if there's anything you would have heard about it.
So someone who hasn't read it has told you there's nothing of concern in it. I don't know if he's read it.
He said,
so did John Chandler tell you this or not tell you this?
He indicated that, if there was anything you need to know, it would be addressed through the normal business.
How did he indicate this?
Just in a conversation, effectively.
So someone who hasn't read it has told you there's...
I don't know if he's read it or not.
Has told you there's nothing to be concerned about it in it, and if you need to be concerned, someone will give it to you. And that's the basis upon which you've taken the request.
We have a relationship with Defence. We have an enterprise meeting. We made a request for it. We're not getting it, and
someone who hasn't read it told you not to worry about it.
No, that's not what he said.
Well,
stop verballing the witness into your own convenient narrative. You're the master of it.
Sorry. So have you spoken to anybody who's actually read the report?
I don't know. I may have done, but not something about the reports.
No one has told you they've read the report.
That's right.
But you have a great relationship with Defence.
We have a good relationship. We have a strong relationship with Defence. So I believe that there was anything that we needed to adjust in terms of our way we were doing our LOPE program, and they were aware of it, they would have told us.
Well, it's good to have hope and faith, but it's better to have
I'm
reports
stronger than that.
and
I'm positive.
It's good, better to have
in the report,
reports and evidence, particularly if we're talking about a $600 million
that if there's anything in the report that impacted the way the LOPE was being implemented, we would have been told about it and we would have amended that report.
Well, we'll find out from Mr Chandler sometime tomorrow what his understanding is, so that will be useful. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we breaking for...
Yes, we are. So let's do that now. And we will return in 15 minutes, a little after 4:45. Thank you. We return with ASC and Senator Birmingham. You have the call.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Mr. Wiley, Mr. Menadue, any luck in helping me out during the break?
I've got a bit more information. I'm not sure you're going to be completely satisfied, but as I said to you previously, the nature of the industrial action has been quite eclectic in terms of the way it's been implemented. There's no steady forecastable plans or implementation strategies from our perspective. And what we've seen basically from the 6th of May is each week a number of actions been taken, as ranging from stopping work for an hour by selective work groups who then transfer to other selective work groups to stop for an hour, which has then flow-on impacts inside the yard, and or stop work for periods of days. So each week it's been different in terms of the impacts and how it's manifests itself in our yard. It's designed to be disruptive, and we've been sort of seeing circa about 1,000 man-hours a week of disruption since the 6th of May.
About 1,000 man-hours.
Circa, yeah, approximately, because it varies each week depending what actions a day, who's doing it. Some weeks they've been significantly greater, some weeks it's been less, but just on average.
Okay, so circa 1,000 man-hours per week since the 6th of May this year.
Yeah, and it stopped about 3 weeks ago. We stopped.
Up until about 3 weeks ago, so essentially mid-September.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Wiley, and I appreciate you and your officials or your team and executives using that time during the break to provide that greater detail and clarity. In terms of your assessment of that impact on productivity, on the impact on earned value, as you said before, the impact on the critical path, as you said before, ultimately the impact on doing the job that is currently your main output, which is keeping the Collins class in the water and sustained. How disruptive has losing an average of 1,000 man-hours a week been?
It's really quite hard to quantify that, Senator, in terms of an absolute number. It's been disruptive.
It's certainly been disruptive. Are there particular parts of your work cycle that have been disrupted more than others as a result of this?
Again, it's very difficult to quantify an absolute level of disruption, and the nature of it is it's so as I say, eclectic. It's not forecastable. It's not plannable. Each type of action has its own level of disruption and has its own type of impact. So I'm sorry, I'm not being very eloquent in providing you an answer, but I can't quantify it in terms of level of disruption.
Thanks. Just for clarity, is that operational for the entire operational entity of ASC? So is that your estimate combining both Osborne and Henderson operations, or is this just a South Australian specific estimate?
The 1,000 hours a week, that's just the South Australian element, which I think was what you asked for.
Yes, that was the prime focus. You have had industrial action in WA as well.
Yeah, we've lost 2 days of an entire workforce for 2 days, I think, has been the action there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how, given the demands are somewhat separate, are there, just to understand what the nature of the union demands is and what has caused the industrial action, we're understanding of the well-publicised issue of alleged demands for wage parity from the South Australian workforce and why that is a more acute industrial problem, but what's driving West Australian demands and causing their outages? Is that the overall just rates of increase in new EBA and those factors?
Their claim is that lack of a significant pay rise over numbers of years have meant they've fallen behind what they believe is a fair and equitable wage, effectively.
Okay. And are there overlapping claims between the West Australian and South Australian workforce?
Two separate EBAs.
Two completely separate EBAs,
Yeah.
separate processes. Are both at a similar stage now?
Maybe if I tell you what stage they are.
Sure.
So at the moment we're inside for SA, an offer's been put on the table to the South Australian workforce, and they're in the process of voting for it as we stand. And that ballot closes on the 15th of this month. In Western Australia, we've had a very productive conversation with them last week, and they paused their industrial action until we come back to them on Thursday, and we'll come back with an offer on Thursday, and I'm hoping that's going to get across the line and us go to and be able to put that to a vote as well.
Go to a vote too. Okay. Thank you. In terms of the updates of the status there. We'll try to bring the two pieces together now. Senator Shoebridge touched on some aspects of where I want to go before. You advised, Senator Shoebridge, there are currently 3 boats available to Chief of Navy, which by default presumably means that you are in custody of 3 boats at present.
That's correct.
Or ASC is in custody of 3 boats. I shouldn't personalise it. You're not driving them home at night.
No.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you drew a tighter line around your responses to Senator Shoebridge than we've had before in terms of not identifying which boats. So I'll try to frame my questions to be respectful of that. But is this 2 boats in Osborne and 1 boat in Henderson?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And of the 2 boats in Osborne, when did they both enter ASC's custody?
I'm trying to think. Can I take that question on notice? Again, dates are sensitive, so I'd rather take that question on notice and think about how I respond to that.
Can I get a broad range? Sorry. Are they, it's hard to kind of change the operating rules from one estimates to the other without creating inconsistencies. And obviously last estimates we were talking about the names of boats and it was very transparent. And I'm trying to respect. But are the same 2 boats in Osborne today that were in Osborne last estimates?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we can go back to understanding then you gave details around when each came into ASC's custody and the timelines for their return to Navy. You indicated, Senator Shoebridge, that one of those boats, which is the one that's been in your custody the longest period of time, and we discussed the significant corrosion issues that had been identified unexpectedly and caused the delays in the works on that boat. You indicated those issues have been successfully addressed.
That's correct. Yep.
So how close is that boat now to being able to be returned to Navy?
Again, I don't want to speculate too much, but she's, I think how I can phrase this. Again, I'm going to take the question on notice and make sure I can give you an answer.
Are we in days, weeks, or months type vicinity in terms of your?
We're months.
Still months away from its return to Navy.
Yep.
Are there other unforeseen delays, or was it that resolving the corrosion issues delayed some of the other normal works that you needed to do?
There is a linkage between rectification of that work to other work, but the rectification of that, the program is proceeded as per a normal sort of standard closeout type activity.
Sorry,
once we've rectified it, proceeded as per normal, but that work was holding up other work that was needed to be done.
Yep.
But it's just normal, effectively.
Yes. So knock-on effect there in terms of those delays, and approximately how far out of the projected return is that going to end up being?
Again, I'll take that question on notice because I think that the two are sort of linking in terms of giving you a date, effectively. So I'll take that question on notice.
But it's many, it's quite a few months now. And what does this mean for? We discussed last time the second boat that had come in, ready for its FCD.
That's correct.
Yep. And you'd taken or were about to take it out of the water and you were going to start work on the stand outside of the normal area. How was that going to operate?
And
how has it operated?
I mean, part of getting that boat out of the water has been impacted by the PIA. So that once that gets resolved, then we'll be able to dock that boat and then get on with it effectively.
Sorry, Mr. Wiley, can you just repeat that for me again?
So one of the risks the nature of the PI meant we couldn't undock safely that boat. So we did an engineering exercise to make sure she was safe alongside. And once the EBA is resolved, then we'll be able to dock that boat and get on with it effectively.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear in what I'm trying to picture here, and anybody else who may not quite understand instantly when you're docking and undocking. So the nature of the industrial action meant you had to assess whether it was safe to undock, so take out of the water the second boat.
That's correct.
So is it still in the water? It's
still in the water. It's safe. It was certified to stay in the water. That's correct.
Okay. So has any work progressed on it?
There's been a little bit of work inside the boat, yes.
A little bit. You can't do much of a full cycle docking while it's
There's
still in
been
the
an
water.
ad hoc nature of some work.
Okay. So since we last met in May, it's sat there with a tiny bit of work done, waiting for you to finish on the first delayed boat. And meanwhile, you've been simultaneously losing 1,000 hours a week on average of workforce effort due to the industrial action. What does this now mean for the drumbeat of full cycle docking? You've got to be so substantially behind the 8 ball now. How do you project forward for maintaining that drumbeat
I think this comes back to the opening part of the question. It's really hard to quantify that at this point in time until we get clear of the EBA. It's very hard to put a recovery plan in place to determine what the impacts will or won't be, and so that's the bit the missing part of the puzzle, effectively.
So, Mr. Wiley, just in terms of the disputation, just to try to draw a line under that, we touched on the wage parity debate. Where does the dispute currently stand in relation to wage increase sought by the relevant unions versus offers that are being voted on?
I'm not going to enter into the discussion about what the offer is at this point in time, given the sensitivity and where we are at this particular time.
Aren't members voting on it now?
Yeah, but I don't. They haven't finished voting. I don't want to disrupt any of that opportunity, so I'm not going to talk about either the potential offers.
But it's not. It's not presumably remotely secret if the details have now gone out to how large is your workforce?
Circa 400, I would say, people have got it.
Circa 400 people are voting on the offer. Can't we just at least get the basic headline details around what the projected
because there are
wage rates
sensitivities across the states as well. So I don't want to talk about those sensitivities, those offers at this point in time.
And again, I mean, has the union made a recommendation on the SA vote?
I'm not sure they make the word recommendation is something they do, but they've said they're prepared to put it to the workforce.
They've agreed to put it to the workforce.
Yeah.
But you're not aware as to whether they've taken a position
No.
in terms of the workforce vote. What was the union seeking?
What were they seeking?
Yeah.
I think that was a question of parity.
Yeah, well, that was one part of it. But then from parity, they still wanted wage rises year on year after that.
That linkage to WA effectively in terms of their future salary increases.
Senator Birmingham, I'm going to rotate the call as I know.
Yep. Sorry, can I just confirm, what's the size of the Adelaide workforce?
Let's see if I get my notes here, but I think it's circa 400, maybe affected by this. I'm sure I've got it here. I haven't got the number here, but I can take a question on notice, but it's in the circa 400s, I would say.
Circa 400. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Sheldon.
Hey, Mr Wiley, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Just a couple of simple questions. I know there's the planning for the West Australian Shipbuilding Precinct. I'm just wondering whether has that got close to being finalised yet, or what's the sort of time frame for that?
That's really a question for Defence, not for ASC.
So there won't be any sort of planning process that you guys will be involved in on that?
Well, certainly, I think we were being definitely.
Sorry about my ignorance of asking this question.
No, that's fine. It was again a conversation was out yesterday. ASC will be involved in the planning process. I've been informed early next year, effectively. So, yeah.
Yeah. And is that just when they involve you or you involve your team? Does that involve the workforce as well? Do they get involved in the planning process as well?
I wouldn't have thought so. No, they won't be in this particular case. No.
Right. So even in can you just unpack it for me? Just so I would have thought. Again, ignorant of shipbuilding, so you're going to.
So I'm really.
I'm going to show it very clearly, but I'm just on the processes of trying to engage people to work out what's more efficient ways of getting work done and engaging the workforce about. Rather than just having somebody sitting in an office making a decision.
Well, you're asking about how they make a shipyard productivity.
And with the planning process for what will be happening with the Western Australian shipbuilding precinct, about so with that precinct, and you're going to be involved in some degree, as you say, the Defence has in some degree with the planning process there. With that, how do you involve the workforce to try to get the best feedback and value out of the process of planning?
In terms of a generic process,
yep.
First of all, we're not involved. I think really the question should be directed to Defence on the whole thing. We're not involved in the detail of that planning process. We've had very little involved today, but we are going to get involved in the future. But basically, what the process it will go through, there will be a set of requirements which determine what the output is required. That will then work with the designer. The designer will work in terms of the shipyard. There'll be a number of iterations, design reviews, and that will basically set a concept for the precinct. I'm assuming that's typically what happens, and I'm assuming that's something might happen in the Henderson precinct.
And then how does that involve then, when in those stages, or what part of those stages does it involve potentially yourselves, but also the workforce that you engage for that work?
It's unlikely to involve...
Sorry about asking you to unpack it, just so I'm clear.
Fine, again, the precinct, I'm not across all the players in the precinct, but I'm sure it will engage all those stakeholders that will have a role inside the precinct, and they will provide their input into that set of requirements that will ultimately drive the design. It will involve people like engineers and statisticians and planners. It won't involve the workforce per se. The concepts of productivity are really determined by the production type engineers and planners and project managers, effectively, not by the workforce.
Just again, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, so I don't know the answer.
No problem.
But, is there a reason why they wouldn't involve the workforce, or is it just superfluous to the considerations?
So workforce are involved in terms of maybe more tactical related issues where we get suggestions from them how to do things more productively, and there are lots of schemes that you get your workforce to be involved in to contribute like that. But something sort of a conceptual in terms of a layout of a shipyard, the ways of working, the lay down areas, the handling points, that's really not a workforce issue. It's a planning issue effectively.
Now I'm going to ask you something very, very naive, because my sort of experience is aviation and road transport, so very different, similar in some respects. But when a company, in my previous life, when a company would be working out a new logistics operation, fast-tracking loading and unloading trucks, they would commonly engage the workforce, not to do the engineering, but engage the workforce to talk about some of the practical things, everything from what's a realistic way of getting the trucks in and out. Yes, there's engineering aspects of that, but there's skills questions, there's the type of trucks that are likely to be utilised, there's additional trucks that could be utilised that might be hired in, there's subcontracting companies that bring trucks in, there's a mishmash of what the loads are like, particularly because of where the particular operation might be centred, and then just sort of practical things like where toilets should be placed, which is when you want to go to the toilet, it's pretty important. It doesn't sound important to lots of people, but when you want to go, you want to go.
Yeah, badly placed toilet can cause hell with productivity.
That's right. So just on some of those practical things, where does the workforce play a role in that, in the engineering decisions?
So in the conceptual layout of the way you would undertake the business, that would probably be done at an engineering level. What you'd get the way we would probably use it is that a workforce were involved in said the optimisation of the discrete workstations and how they can perform their functions like their workstation better. So it's much more on a tactical and concentrated position as opposed to a more strategic view of how the site interacts in a productive manner. So their productivity is focused inwardly in terms of their immediate hands-on, whereas the engineers and planners look at the productivity of the site as a whole and then interactions and the hands-off of the site.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. And also echo congratulations and thank you for your service, which I'm sure has been a long 3 years. I'd like to come, if I could, continue on and about Henderson, and also where are we? Sorry. The last time we talked, I asked you about the Bechtel review, and you answered that you'd had really no significant. I'm just looking for your. Oh, here we go. That at the time of this, that you returned this question in July. That you hadn't been consulted or provided any input at that point into the Bechtel review, and you weren't aware or involved in any evaluation or assessment processes of their work at Henderson. Now, is that still, obviously the report has been delivered to government and it's been considered by government. Is that still the case, that you've had no engagement in that process at all?
The information I've been given is that we're due to have some engagement in very shortly in the new year. Defence and the various parties are getting themselves sorted out in terms of the requirements, and then we're going to come and engage us very shortly in the new year.
Now, is that in relation to? So, I'd like to come now to your announcement in mid-October, about your new arrangements with Orbis, a US company.
Yeah.
Could you just start off by telling me the background to this arrangement? It certainly caught me and I think many others sort of by surprise, given that they weren't really, they're not a major prime, and I know that there was they were sort of doing the rounds about 6 months ago here in Canberra and elsewhere. I think from memory it was Rear Admiral Goggins.
Yeah.
Can you just give us a bit of a background to how this happened? Was it sole source? Was it an unsolicited bid? Were they referred to you by somebody else?
sort of how did this come to be?
Okay, I'm going to ask Paul to come up as well. Make sure I get this right. I went to the US in January this year, and I was exposed to Orbis working inside the US system. And subsequent to that, Dave Goggins was appointed to work for ASC through Orbis. He's working at ASC. And
sorry, can you just go back? The timeline here is important. So you were in the US in January doing some initial meet and greets with companies.
Initial engagements, yeah.
Okay, just with Orbis or with others?
No, across the US model, and we got to see. There was nothing how Orbis were operating inside the US system in terms of their role and the functionality we provided. And from our perspective, once we were named and we had a role to play, Orbis, given their credentials, they're made up, and Paul, tell me if I get this wrong, they're made up of ex-US servicemen, effectively, who have worked through the US system and now looking to give back and make sure that the US system operates in a productive manner.
So just in terms of that, before you go on, so what was so impressive about them?
Well, they were openly engaged inside the US model, working with the US, hand in glove to deliver on the US product. There were no other contractor that we met inside that.
So can you just be a bit more specific? Because I mean, they don't operate shipyards. They don't do DNRs as far as I could see on their website. So what sort of what work do they do that was so impressive?
So it's the high-level sustainment concept of modelling and planning associated with operating a US submarine. As ex people have worked inside their system, they effectively come out and are now providing support. So they understand the US system and how it operates and how you can. They have a perspective on how that can be improved, and they're working in the US to do that. From our perspective, they seemed like the optimal people that the US model, from our perspective, is very different from our model, and we needed to find a way of getting into the US system that sort of gave us a good understanding how it worked and how we could then undertake a gap analysis between the way US undertake submarine sustainment and when we undertake submarine, and then put the appropriate plans in place to deliver on those gaps effectively. And so they were identified as that capability, and I forget how we contracted Paul, so maybe how do we contract them?
We contracted them after an assessment. They were sole source to us.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they were sole source in terms of you went there, were impressed by them, came back and asked them for a bid, or did you send them a scope of work and ask them what did you actually send to them?
We initially, Senator, the purpose of engaging Orbis is under our SSN mobilisation arrangements. We are compelled to write a system support plan, and we engaged Orbis.
Sorry, this is for SSN AUKUS.
This is SSN. Sorry, SSN sustainment for Virginia.
For the Virginias,
for Phase 1 and Phase 2. And we selected Orbis because of their expertise in the US system. And we felt that they would be able to help us.
So on that presumption then, you said, and I think I also read on their website, their announcement, they were going to do this for SSN AUKUS as well. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not aware of that. No,
so.
Go have a look on their website.
Okay.
It definitely says that they're going to do this for SSN AUKUS and the Virginias, which is why. So if they're doing this for the Virginias, do they currently have contracts to do this or have deep experience doing this for US submarines?
As Mr. Wiley said, their role in the US is probably advisory and...
advisory to who?
To the USN themselves on issues of improvement and things like that. But for our perspective, it is really just giving us a view on how we would adopt a US support system and help us write our initial plans, Senator.
Okay, so you're very clear in your own mind that this is, because obviously the support system
for an astute is quite different, and how the UK do things is quite different.
Yeah.
So in your mind, you were very clear that this is just for the Australian Virginias and the US Virginias.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a gap analysis. What's the value of the contract?
I actually don't have that with me, Senator. I'm happy to take that on notice.
This is one of the things I want to check, because talking to people in the sector, they're a little confused whether it was 127 million that the state government announced for the gap, for the analysis at Henderson, or whether this was a separate contract.
It's a separate contract, Senator.
Okay.
It's not.
Can you just get someone to send you a nice little message so we know what the value of this contract is?
Yes, I can try and do that for you, Senator.
Thank you. I'm sure someone listening can let us know. So was there ever any thought to go to someone like HII or the new, what is it, B&D or Alliance, to get that advice?
We're going through. We believe that there's a need for a number of types of capability partner in terms of solution, and we're currently prosecuting that strategy at this moment. So we've gone to people like HII, EB, Lockheed, Honeywell, to look at the types of advice they can provide us into this environment. So we're not locking ourselves into a single capability partner. And in terms of the US system, from our perspective, Orbis were the people we felt who, at this particular moment in time, helped us get the best start that we could effectively.
So how long is this going to? So how long have you engaged? So if you can find out how much, and also if you could provide the committee the scope of work in terms of exactly what they're going to be doing, what the milestones are, and how you see this, particularly given its sole source. So this is just to provide. How long do you think this is going? What's the contracted time for this activity?
For our support system, Senator, it's due in the next month or during this month.
Okay, and then so you take that advice from them, and you will look at then are you sort of looking to put an alliance together, a bit like the AWD alliance for this over time, or are you looking with HII, Babcock, and their new alliance to go into some AWD type alliance, or are you looking to have standing panels, or haven't you thought about any of that yet?
In terms of capability strategy?
I don't. Maybe Alex, you might want to come up in terms of. Might let Mr. Walsh answer that particular question on capability strategy, Senator.
Alex Walsh, Chief Nuclear and Capability Officer. Could you repeat the question for me, please, Senator?
Could you just perhaps put this in context? So you've got there's essentially three streams of work now that you're preparing for. One is you're actually still delivering the work on the conventionally powered Collins, and we've already discussed that at some length. I suspect there might be some more questions coming up on that. You've then got the sustainment and maintenance for our Virginias and the US Virginias at Surf West. And then you've got sustainment and maintenance and how you start putting that together for SSN AUKUS. Now, the SSN AUKUS is, are you doing that just with BAE? So are they doing that development work for that? Or is that still something that's in the never?
That's at the moment with BAE Systems. We're working on putting the shipbuilder together and the IJV.
Yes.
The scope of the IJV and the shipbuilder is the construction of the SSN AUKUS submarine. The sustainment part of SSN AUKUS will be addressed by ASC as the sovereign sustainment partner, and during the design phase for BAE, which is taking place in Barrow at the moment, we're looking to put some engineers into there to start looking at how the sustainment will be performed for the future on SSN AUKUS. So that's how we're doing it.
So coming to the Virginias, and I note, we've got more and more Virginias, they're now coming more regularly now. and that we've got the first 50 families coming in 6 or 7 months' time, and they will become more frequent and for longer. What is your time frame? So at the moment you're doing this review, and you've got Orbis to do this review for you about how you might go about it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Wiley, but you've got a state group are responsible for building a facility on Stirling for this, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So they're building a facility, but you haven't actually worked out how you're going to do sustainment and maintenance yet. So how are you going to marry the two up?
So Surf West will be it doesn't come into our remit. That will be planned and overseen by the US. So that's a US, so it's the sustainment of their vessels. What we're talking about here is basically building a sustainment system for the sovereign Virginias, which won't be until the early 2030s effectively.
Can I just ask you to go back and have a look at your own press release and also Orbis's press release, because how you've just described that scope of contract is not quite how your own press release and Orbis's read. So can you just marry up then what you've just said in relation to the timeline for Surf West and the work that you're doing for Orbis, or Orbis is doing for you?
So Orbis, Paul, you want to come into the thing? Orbis scope of work is primarily planning work for the submarine sustainment plan, Paul.
Can I just ask Mr Wiley, why would you have a separate process for Australian Virginias and the American Virginias if they're going to be sustained and maintained at the same facility?
Well,
why wouldn't you just adopt what the US are doing already for their...
we may do that, but we've got to start with some understanding of what that is, and that's the whole point of how we're doing the analysis between what we have today and how we operate today, and how it then delivers taking the US system.
So I'm still trying to understand why, sorry, just to make it clear, why you would use Orbis to do this rather than use HII, for example.
HII don't do this type of work, Senator. Okay. The planning of maintenance is done for something from inside the US system. It's not done by a contractor like ASC.
But why? Still, the question remains: is why engage a separate contractor to do this and not do it straight with the US Navy?
So we need to have,
and their current contractors.
So we need an Australian solution to an Australian sovereign capability. So we need to
But hang on, aren't we getting US boats?
Yes, we are, but we need to understand the implications of that and how it then matches to the way we operate in Australia.
So, Mr Wiley, what you're now...
we don't have the capability to have a US system and all its processes and tools and all its people just to plonk into Stirling.
Mr Wiley, what you're now describing to me is you're saying, well, when the US boats come to WA, to Garden Island, they'll have their US system of sustainment maintenance.
That's right.
And we might adopt a separate one for the Australian Virginias, which are the same boats.
We may adopt this. It's hypothetical, I think, Paul, but that's the whole process we're going through now, to understand what that system is and how we may adapt it or adopt it, modify it to meet the Australian requirements. So we need to understand it and how we can take it into our environment.
That makes no sense, Mr Wiley.
Well, we have a different regulator for one thing on our boats to the US boats. So
yes,
we have a different set of legislation in terms of the way we work, in terms of our work environment. So we have to adopt the way our work practices to meet Australia's requirements, not the US's requirements, Senator.
So we'll have two boats alongside on a single wharf, two identical Virginia-class submarines, and you're seriously saying that we'll have two separate processes to maintain and sustain these boats?
I'm saying we don't know at this point. I'm saying we want to take the US system, understand the US system, and then understand how we may build a bridge from our current system to do that. It may be very close to the US system.
Okay, you've described it as a gap analysis, and Orbis have described it as a gap analysis for two things. So on their website, they said it was for recruiting needs, for workforce and recruiting needs. And that was pretty much pretty much it on their side. So what is the gap you're looking to fill? In that context that you've just said, we've got different regulatory environments. So you want them to have a look at our regulatory environments and see whether we need to develop a different system from the Americas. So what else is in the scope of work that... Because they said they're doing a recruiting needs gap analysis, amongst other things.
That's part of the workforce planning they're doing, help us understand the skill sets and competencies of skills. In terms of the skill sets, we don't have in Australia some of the skills we're going to need to be able to support these vessels. To help identify those skills and those competencies. Mr.
Wiley, you've had 2 years. This is why I'm also very confused, is why are we now only just starting to... We've known for many years we don't have that skill. No. So why are we now only now doing a gap analysis of what skills we need?
So the decision was only made in March this year. Yeah. So the planning...
For your role?
For ASC's role.
Yes. Yes.
So some of us knew maybe a bit before that, but very, very few people did because it was inside a compartment. So the planning work hasn't been done. We have not done from an industrial basis to understand how we build a workforce, how we build the skills and competencies to meet the US system in the first place. And from that US system, we'll ultimately build a sovereign Australian system. So the first step, yes, is understanding the US system, understanding what Australia needs to build in terms of skill sets, competencies, infrastructure, workplace, how we get to ourselves to be competent and demonstrate to the US that we are capable of supporting them in that role. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We do work to support a conventional fleet of colonies based on a different operating model. ASC today does all the planning, all the procurement. Inside the US model, we're going to have a different role. We need to understand how we play.
Which is the sole source of failure for this work. So just walk it forward then. So we've got US Virginias that are already starting to come and spend more time at Surf West. Officially doesn't start up formally until 2027 for the first one that's going to be there long term. So when we've got the first US staff arriving, so they'll come and they will start to set up a system for sustaining and maintaining the US boats. Correct?
That's correct.
So we've got the first 50 plus, families coming mid next year. So they will be doing it under the US regulatory system and how the US Navy currently does it. So, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So they'll start doing that. Now, are they going to be working out of the facilities that the estate group are currently building?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. Which are also the building that you're going to be operating out of?
There be a number.
Or are they building two separate buildings? My understanding is the estate group are just building one for you.
Yeah. Well,
is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure of the details of the layout of all the buildings and how it's working in Stirling at this point in time. So.
Mr. Wiley, we've discussed this in the past, and are you saying that estate group are now building sustainment and maintenance facilities for you on Stirling, HMAS Stirling, that you haven't even seen the design for?
The requirements for Stirling have not been set by ASC. They've been set by ASA. They've not been set by ASC.
So ASA haven't consulted with you in terms of the facilities that estate group is now building for you based on a sustainment and maintenance plan that does not yet exist?
The level of consultation, I have to take that as advice, but I think we've provided some consultation into...
Yeah, not that I'm aware of in terms of the SIF.
So I think these are questions you've got to ask for ASA, effectively.
Okay, so just in conclusion, thanks, Chair. So you've confirmed last estimates and this estimates that you've had no engagement whatsoever with the Bechtel review, which is defining, and the government's made decisions on Henderson, which they've recently announced. You haven't been consulted by a state group in defence or the ASA for the facilities that you will operate out of on Garden Island. One, you haven't done a sustainment and maintenance plan yet for the Australian Virginias, but they're going ahead and building a facility. Have they consulted with the Americans? Because if in 6 or 7 months' time the Americans are going to be working out of it, how does the state group know what the American requirements are?
I think these are questions for ASA. So ASA in terms of the requirements.
Mr. Wiley, last estimates you described it as your building, and you're now saying you've had no input into your building.
I don't remember that, Senator.
It's in estimates, Mr.
Is it?
White. I remember it well. You said that Estate Group are building your building in Garden Island that you will be working out of.
I don't believe I did, Senator, but I'll check it. You might be right.
You just confirmed that they're building your facility in
well, I believe they have a responsibility.
Senator Reynolds.
Yeah, she's interrupting.
Let Mr. Wiley
I believe they have the
question.
responsibility to undertake the construction on Stirling for the infrastructure required for ASA. I don't think I ever referred to my building on Stirling ever. So, I'm sorry, Senator, I will check the testimony, but I'm sure that's not the case.
I appreciate that, thank you. And so then would it be more correct to say that, yes, you will be operating out of Stirling at some point, doing the maintenance and sustainment of the Australian Virginias and the US Virginias, but at the moment you're going through a process now, so you don't yet know what your sustainment and maintenance requirements will be for the Australian US Virginias, and there may or may not be your facilities starting work in Garden Island, but you're not aware of any consultation by ASA with you or the Americans yet in terms of what your requirements will be for the facility.
I think these questions, the requirements for Surf West infrastructure requirements are something you should ask ASA. There will be, I'm sure they've been dealing with the US and the US will have provided them details of what they require in terms of the infrastructure
but
and
Mr.
support
Wiley,
facilities. We're providing the workforce that's going to operate out of that those facilities.
Mr. Wiley, this will be your facility for ASC to work out of. Now, I cannot for a second think that your facility at Henderson was just built by somebody else without actually having a discussion with ASC about what facility you needed.
Well, I think it is a different scenario we're talking about here.
Why?
We're not having...
Why, Minister?
Well, because the American, the Virginia that's coming over, and you should ask these of ASA.
Oh, I will
with
be.
The American, yeah, good. With the American workforce, we'll be providing information to ASA about the facilities that are needed at Henderson.
But with the greatest of respect, Minister, Mr. Wiley will have the ASC operating out of Garden Island, correct?
We will have a workforce operating in Garden Island in support of that Surf West endeavour, yes.
And you will be in some new facility?
Yes. I think you've got a context is that the requirements of the maintenance model are determined by the US, not by ASC. They are the custodian of, they're the design authority for what's required. They know how to do it. They have all the specifications, they have all the understanding, all the infrastructure. We're at the start of this journey. We couldn't possibly determine a solution because we don't know everything yet. And that's part of the journey we're on, is to actually build our knowledge set and understand and build that grid.
Well, Mr. Wiley, you're now going on this process with Orbis. So will they also be advising you in terms of sustainment maintenance, what facilities you need? And presumably, if it's the same submarine,
well, I'm assuming that the facilities that are set up for the Surf West will be the ones that we will ultimately adopt for alongside type maintenance for our own Southern Virginians. I don't think there's a duplication of any other facilities. So the facilities that the US are affected, I assume, are, again, I'm speculating now. I think it's really a question for ASA that determine who's done that.
And the gap analysis is doing something quite different. Quite different to infrastructure design. It's around recruitment and training and
process,
building the workforce.
So you weren't involved in the Bechtel review at all, and you haven't been consulted by a state group about what you may or may not need in terms of what they're now building at Henderson.
That. We've answered the reason why.
I don't think we should have been involved in terms of, I mean, the best people to determine what the US need for their maintenance of their boats is the US.
But Mr. Wiley, you've just spent half an hour almost arguing that you need a separate review because the Australian boats will have different requirements.
Senator Reynolds,
I think that's answered that. Thank you,
workforce. I mean, honestly, you just don't want to listen to the answers because it's been actually very logical what has been explained this afternoon.
Minister, perhaps if you can explain it logically, then that would be great.
Well, I think it has
not
been.
Clear.
You're just having a problem processing it. You know, there is different issues: workforce, recruitment, regulatory arrangements, industrial relations, all of those issues, compared to building a facility. That is essentially the difference we're talking about here.
Senator Gallagher, thank you, that would almost be counted as mansplaining if you're a bloke.
Senator Reynolds.
It would.
Senator Reynolds, that is...
The question is...
Senator Reynolds, you have been making assertions at the Minister,
I think
impugning the way they are, the way the officials and the Minister are answering questions. So I do not believe that it is fair for you to make such an assertion, and I ask you to withdraw it.
I'll withdraw it. If the Minister would like to withdraw her insinuation as well, I would happily do that.
Well, I didn't mean to insinuate anything. It was just repetitive, and you were not... You seemed unwilling to understand the difference between workforce training recruitment versus an infrastructure build.
Just to make that clear, Senator, of course I completely understand the difference, but the key point is that ASC, who will be a key tenant at Stirling, is not yet being engaged in terms of what their requirements will be for their sustainment and maintenance of the Virginias and also of their own boats, which they're going through the specifications for. Now, specifications are not just regulatory. As you well know, they also, in terms of what space is required, what are the configurations of the buildings. And Mr Wiley started off saying there might be differences in those in terms of the US build and the Australian build. So that is not an unreasonable...
He was referring to the gap analysis that's being done, not to the infrastructure. I mean, we're going to have two Virginia... Well, we're going to have the American Virginia and the Sovereign Virginia. Presumably, they're going to need the same space, if we want to take your example. But ASA are the people that you need to be directing these questions to.
But this then invalidates what you've just said, the whole reason to do this Orbis review. Anyway, I'll finish there. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just duck, or at least stay in Henderson for a moment, but just come back to current operations in Henderson. We confirmed before that the same two boats are at Osborne as were at Osborne last estimates. Is the same boat at Henderson as was at Henderson last estimates?
Talk about that one.
Pardon, Mr. Wiley?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that.
Well, we can not want to do lots of things or not want to say lots of things, but...
yes, is the answer, yes.
Yes, it is. Have there been unforeseen delays there, or has the WA industrial action caused delays there that have held it up further than anticipated?
I think my previous testimony indicates the types of issues that we were seeing there, and that was driving the activity in Western Australia. That all work has been rectified, and we're looking to get the boat out as per standard maintenance package.
As per standard maintenance package?
Yeah.
Okay, and again, is that now days, weeks or months away from
It's not too far away.
Not too far away? Do we take that more in the weeks than the months type time frame?
Yeah, I'm not... I don't want
for Hansard, there was a curious nod. Is the next boat waiting to come in?
We have the next boat has been scheduled, yes.
Next boat's been scheduled. What does been scheduled mean?
It's planned. We have a plan for it to come in, yes.
Yes, you have a plan. Well, it was... given the last boat was already due to have gone, I would trust you to have a plan for the next boat. But, I mean, is it... It's not in ASC's possession yet. It's not... When you're saying that, though, it's not just docked in the waters at Henderson waiting for you to get to it, is it?
It's in Navy's control at this point in time. It's quite usual we do some prep work for an activity, to an activity. So we have people are on board that are doing some prep work, but it's not work that can't be returned if needed.
Okay, so you've already started some prep work on it, but it's technically still under Navy command. So it is at Henderson for you to be able to do prep work.
No, it's not at Henderson.
No, it's not?
No.
Okay. You're doing that prep work off-site?
We're doing it at Stirling.
At Stirling, okay. Right. When one exits Henderson, how long does it take you to get the next one in?
Oh, it's probably 2 or 3, 4 day evolution, effective in and out.
So it's pretty quick turnaround. So if you're only hopefully weeks away, you can move those two through. And to the drumbeat question I asked before, trying to understand how far out of schedule Osborne is, and I want to come back to that. How far out of schedule is Henderson now, and is that a schedule you believe you can make up, or given the two are somewhat integrated, that really
That's quite a complex question. I will going to have to take that question on notice. I'll take that question on notice.
Okay. Because we had the questions before about LOTE, and you rightly pointed out to Senator Shoebridge that LOTE is incorporated in an FCD. It's an evolved FCD, if you like. I'm sure you have your own form of words for it there. Is it still expected that the same boat will be the first one to receive the LOTE FCD, or are these delays causing the schedule to potentially change in terms of which boat you might undertake that FCD on, or delay when the first FCD actually happens?
I mean, obviously the question is no, but I'm not anticipating the LOTE, the sequencing will change.
You don't anticipate a change to the sequencing. So if it's the same boat and you're unable to make up the delays that have occurred over the last year, then by default that pushes the first LOTE back?
Potentially, yes.
Right. Obviously, we've discussed before, we're trying to, in the workforce at least, find capacity to make up some of the lost time from strike and industrial action. Appreciate you don't want to speculate on what that might be. But then there were the other challenges in terms of the corrosion that you discovered that presumably can't be made up, or will be more challenging for you to make up that sort of lost time over the next couple of years in catching the cycle up again.
I read again the cycle of when and how the boats come in is linked to that certification. Really, that's a question for Navy.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Wiley. Just to the industrial action across the two sites and the ballot that is out in SA and you hope to soon have out in WA, and seeking to address the wage parity debate that has occurred, in negotiating the two simultaneously, how have you managed those wage parity considerations from SA whilst simultaneously negotiating a new EBA with Western Australia?
I'm not sure I answered that. I'll take that question on notice, because I'm not sure I answered that, giving away some of the details of the negotiated offer. So I'll take the question on notice.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Wiley. Have any particular parts of your work on the boat that's currently undergoing FCD been more affected by the industrial action than others?
So obviously the operations set of types of activities are the ones that have been impacted the most by the PIA.
So the operations?
Yeah, the production trade workforce, their productivity or their output has been impacted the most by the PIA.
Yep, the production and trade workforce, the people on the tools. And within that, any particular components obviously have different skills, but also people working either on different tasks related to the FCD.
No, it's been. I'm not sure any one group has been specifically focused. It's been pretty sort of. It's been across the board, basically, so it's not been targeted in specific groups.
Okay. Thank you. The previous estimates, you told us ASC was running at 104% of the KPI target for availability. And indeed, you've had an admirable track record in terms of having improved availability from where it had been a number of years ago. Clearly more recently run into these issues, colliding issues, if you like, of the unexpected corrosion plus the industrial action impacts. What's the current availability compared to the KPI?
Again, I have to take that question on notice.
Anybody able to help? Last estimates, you were able to cite the 104%.
I think I did. Last estimate, sorry. That might be in the end of the year, the performance at the end of the year. I can't remember.
Okay, Mr. Manager, you can look while we pursue perhaps a couple of other lines of questioning. Also, last estimates, you told us that you had, or that ASC had signed an agreement with BAE in March this year, along with the heads of agreement, and this was part of your work around the establishing of the joint venture. Where are we up to in terms of the establishment of the joint venture?
There's some preliminary discussions that have been held, and once the mobilisation deed is signed, then some substantial work will be undertaken to inform that decision.
Once the mobilisation deed is signed, okay. What's the status of the mobilisation deed?
I believe it's actually it's imminent, Senator.
Imminent for its signing?
Yeah, I would hope so. We're very close.
Okay,
is that right?
So negotiation,
imminent.
Content negotiations on it have concluded.
We're very close.
Very close.
Right, okay, and for we lay folk, what is the mobilisation deed? What scope is it covering?
So there's a number of different scopes within the 12-month period. I'm not an expert on the actual program delivery, but there's a number of different program delivery activities to be done over the 12 months. Happy to take that question on notice.
Okay, so the mobilisation deed is a deed of undertaking between ASC and BAE, is that?
And the ASA, it's a three-party arrangement.
Okay, thank you. And it has it covers a 12-month period of?
The initial tasking statement is for a 12-month period. The term of the mobilisation deed is for a longer period.
Okay. So as a deed, it sets in place a structure for joint operations, if you like, and then also an annex of a 12-month work program. Or yes.
Yep. Effectively, the first 12 months is a planning period, so that defines the work going forward after that, Senator.
Right. And is this the work to establish the joint venture, or is this the work, or does this give effect to there being a joint venture and becomes and then is actually the first 12 months of work on SSN AUKUS?
Yep. So one of the taskings under the mobilisation deed is to consider the establishment of the joint venture and all around that, but it is only one of the items. Most of the other items get after what the actual program planning and requirements are.
Okay, so correct me if I misinterpret what Mr Wiley or officials said last estimates. We had a collaboration agreement with BAE and a heads of agreement, and now we're having the mobilisation deed. Is that all correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
With BAE and ASA, yeah, 3 parties again.
The mobilisation deed being the 3 partners. The previous 2, the collaboration agreement and the heads of agreement, were just 2 parties, were they?
Shipbuilder arrangement, yes, correct.
Yes, they were just the 2 parties. I didn't quite catch the first bit you said. Okay, thank you. Okay, how do the 3 different agreements, within a 6-month or so period, intersect? What are we to understand is the structure of how each of those will guide this significant operation?
So can you repeat that, please?
I mean, a different way to ask would be, what's the collaboration agreement do? What's the heads of agreement do? And what's the mobilisation deed do? What's the purpose of each of the 3, and where do they intersect or sit in relation to one another?
So the original heads of agreement from earlier this year in March outlined the intent of the parties going forward.
We'll just ask you to speak up.
The original heads of agreement in March this year outlined the intent of the parties going forward. The collaboration arrangement was how we behave and intersect and evolve as a group and how we behave. The mobilisation deed is now setting the delivery of tasks, as I outlined in the initial tasking statement for the first 12 months, and then there'll be subsequent tasking statements on the back of that work.
Right. And the mobilisation deed includes as one of those tasks the process for establishing or considering a joint venture?
Working through the IJV, yes.
Working through the
planning and understanding of when and how an IJV will be setting up. So,
An IJV, is that an integrated incorporated joint venture?
Joint venture.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. It's always good when Defence can come up with a new TLA. 3-letter acronym, in case anybody was wondering. Thank you. What is the timeline and what are the KPIs under the mobilisation deed for that joint venture to be resolved?
I'd need to go back and check the exact dates in terms of milestones, Senator, to give you that level of detail.
Okay. In terms of the joint venture aspiration itself, that's a fairly big deal in the approach here. When are we actually hoping to have the entity that is going to be responsible for construction of the SSN AUKUS in Australia established?
That's what the work under the mobilisation deed contemplates, to work that out, Senator.
Yeah, but by when?
So the 12 months has tasked us to work through that to understand what that date might look like, yes?
Okay, so the mobilisation deed with its 12 months of delivery tasks won't at the end of that see the joint venture established. It will have undertaken further assessment and set in place how the joint venture might then be established.
That could be the case. We're looking in the future, so the work will be done and that will contemplate what that outcome looks like, Senator.
Does the government, Minister or Mr Windier, does the government have a timeline that it is seeking to work towards for the movement into the formal establishment of the joint venture for these parties to bring about into being the actual entity that is going to build the SSN AUKUS?
I think, Senator, in a sense, we've got a timeline. We haven't got a set end date. So, in a sense, there is a process underway. The work is going on, the mobilisation deed as described, but we don't have we don't have a particular date that we have said we are working to, by which time the joint venture must be established.
So in the interim, and obviously shortly we will hear from Mr Seaton and ANI, in the interim, how are the parties engaging to give, say, ANI a clear picture of what the infrastructure needs for the future are going to be? We've got ASA, ASC, BAE. How do we make sure we're getting one consistent, clear picture?
So under the tasking, there's one of the IPTs set up is look at the infrastructure IPT, and so ASC and BA.
IPT, please.
Integrated Project Team.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Are working as if they are the builder, working collaboratively without the formal majesty of an IJ statement. So we're working in a collaborative way. We've got teams embedded in one another, and they're working with ANI to set the requirements for the yard. And ANI are effectively the designer, responsible for design and build of the yard, effectively.
Okay. How many IPTs do we have?
I think is it one for each task, isn't it? 9?
Yeah.
I think it's 9 IPTs.
9 IPTs. Okay,
but we'll confirm on the question. I'll take a question.
Well, perhaps you could detail those on notice in terms of the structure and scope of each of those. That would be excellent. Thank you. How are the three parties being funded for this work? And there'll be a point at which I understand these will become questions for defence, but I think last time we went through what some of the funding streams for ASC were. Can you update us in relation to those? And obviously ASA we have the chance to quiz in relation to budget, but is BAE now being funded for its participation in activities under the mobilisation deed and in the 9 different IPTs?
I think that's a question you'd best taken up with ASA, how BAE, for example, is being funded for these exercises.
Okay. In terms of ASC's funding arrangements, have they evolved since budget estimates?
Budget estimates, mate. So we continue to be funded for the infrastructure activity that Stuart has talked about. And as we discussed, we're very close to finalising the mobilisation deed, which will put us into those tasks going forward with funding related to that as well.
Okay. Is there a separate funding stream initiated as a result of the mobilisation deed being signed?
Separate funding?
Well, or do you get, is there new funding that is attached to the mobilisation deed?
So that's part of the mobilisation deed, yes.
Sorry, Mr Manager, I'm not clear on the chicken and egg here. Have you got all the money already locked in, and the mobilisation deed is part of what you're already funded to do, or when you enter into the mobilisation deed, will that trigger the unlocking of funding from Defence for a raft of new activities?
So the mobilisation deed, as you would expect, has attachments and contemplated the price associated with delivery of that work over the 12 months. And when we enter into that and start executing against that scope, there'll be an agreed contract value around that going forward, yes.
Okay, so when the mobilisation deed is finalised and signed, there will be an agreed contract value, which ASA, I assume, is now the entity that funds you for that.
Yeah, so
work.
we contract with ASA, correct, for all the funding. Yes.
Okay, righto. And I imagine when I ask ASA, they'll tell me that yes, they'll be paying BAE for work associated with that contract too.
In the sense that funding associated with the tasking.
So, sorry?
Funding associated.
Funding associated with the tasks that are detailed.
Which are detailed for the first 12 months as outlined.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to jump back a moment to Colin's sustainment. Has ASC sought any revisions from Defence in terms of cost of Colin's sustainment as a result of anticipated additional industrial costs?
Are you referring to the EBA?
Yeah. How are you going to pay for it?
Yeah, not at this stage. No.
Will you have to?
We've got to consider that once we get to the conclusion.
Once you've got to the end,
yeah.
Are those costs? Sorry. Is there an automatic process you have under your existing contract with Defence in relation to pass through of those workforce costs, or do you actually have to go back to the negotiating table to rectify those shortfalls with Defence?
I'm going to give you an answer when I look to Paul. I believe that there's mechanisms in the contract that we can undertake to look at exploring how we may recover those costs.
Okay, there's a mechanism, but you've got to justify.
You've got to justify. There's got to be a value for money proposition in there.
Okay. And you'll trigger that mechanism once you've concluded the industrial processes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Reynolds, I know, had a follow-up question.
Thank you.
Just wondering, Mr. Wiley, whether the questions that I had on Orbis in terms of the contract value, just have you got that in time frame?
There you go.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Senator. I haven't been able to get that information in the time frame. Apologies, Senator. I'll be able to take it on notice.
If you could, so just to confirm the contract amount, time frame and what the scope of works were.
Yes, okay.
And also just on, I just wanted to perhaps, if you could take on notice, you made a comment that HII couldn't do this work. My understanding is that they can, but also GD Electric Boats, they also do this sort of work for the Columbias and also for the Virginias. So if you just take on notice what other market scan you did, because still it seems logical. I mean, there must have been a good reason that you didn't go to somebody who's currently doing the work for the US Navy. So if you could just take that on notice.
Certainly.
The majority of the maintenance work is done not in is done in government shipyards in the US.
Yes.
So that was the initial basis of why we went with Orbis in terms of understanding they had the greatest knowledge in terms of understanding how the US system worked.
So if you could just take that on notice.
We'll take that question on notice.
Because it's a logical question to ask, and I think it would be a logical question that other contractors in this area, particularly those with experience, would just want to understand why you went this way and what the scope of this contract is. So that's, if you could provide that, that'd be wonderful.
So just maybe a point of clarification, other contractors are not excluded for future work. We, as I said, we're going to go for what we call a rainbow team of capability partners. So all those people you've named, they are in conversation with ASC now, how they may provide, and we've asked them to provide a capability statement to understand what skills and competencies they can give to us and how we may address our solution moving forward. So those companies are in conversation with.
So in terms of the discussion you just had with Senator Birmingham in relation to BAE and the AUKUS SSN, are you looking at some sort of strategic partnership between those? You've got that asking for that information, or are you looking as a panel or some sole sourcing or, an alliance type arrangement? What are you open to idea?
The model we've been thinking of is very much the one we have a model under Collins today where we're Electric Boat or a capability partner.
Yep.
I'm talking
the rainbow approach, as you described it.
Rainbow approach, but having multiple people like General Dynamics, and each of them have a perspective and do part of the thing, but nobody does it all in terms of the US system. There's no ASC in the US system effectively. We're basically a one-stop shop for planning, procurement, design, engineering, and all those type of things. There is no particular ASC in that model, so we need to go and understand what each of those capabilities brings, understand how we can then work with them, and how this comes together to deliver a solution that we need as a country.
Can you take on notice as well, given the time, and I know the Chair's keen to move on, so that's all in relation to the Virginias, which will be the vast majority, so the American boats and then our boats, but there will be sort of at least one astute.
Yeah.
So could you take on notice what the process is you're going through for and how that will be maintained, so what the Brits are looking at and how you're working through on that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Just hopefully only a quick one. I just wanted to come back from Senator Shoebridge's questions on the Valdez report, and maybe this gives an opportunity, hopefully, for clarification. But appreciate the clarity ASC has not been provided with a copy of the Valdez report. Have you been directly briefed on any contents of it?
No.
Okay. And you've, as I think you said to Senator Shoebridge, you've at least inquired, and Defence has said, we'll tell you if you need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
They may have told us, but they might not have linked it back to the Valdez report.
Yep. And is your understanding that the Valdez report has been concluded, or is it still that they're only in receipt of interim?
I have no idea what the status of it is or anything.
Right. Has Finance raised anything with Defence about this? Yeah, at the very least, curious arrangement. I appreciate Defence may not wish to release the entire report, but it does certainly create an appalling impression that Defence has commissioned a report on something specific to ASC in terms of the work it is asked to do, namely the maintenance of Collins, but hasn't told them a single thing about it.
Senator, yes, we've talked to Defence in and around the existence of the report. As we understand it, it's being considered by Defence with what next, and I guess in the meantime, we continue to operate, and ASC continues to operate, and planning continues
Has Finance been
usual.
briefed at all on the report?
I haven't had a briefing on the detail of the report, no.
Just on that note, can I also just ask whether the Bechtel report, which obviously, somewhat surprisingly, the ASC has not been engaged in it at all, was Finance engaged in the conduct of that review, and also did you get a copy of the final report?
I think Finance has been across that, Senator, and I think
you would have costed the options for NSC consideration.
Well, I think, Senator, in a sense, you would have seen the announcement of the government recently around Henderson, which is in a sense leading to the next stage of planning activities. So, Finance has been involved and across all of those processes. And I guess I'd just say, I wouldn't characterise ASC not being consulted on the Bechtel report as somehow an absence. I think the sense was, for the purposes of the work being done, appropriate consultation was undertaken, and I think, as Mr. Wiley has said, going forward, if there's an obvious need to bring ASC into consultation, we would fully expect that to occur. But yes, so we've been across the Bechtel report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the ASC, and thank you, Mr. Wiley, for your many occasions on which you've made contributions and been grilled at estimates.
You might still be back.
See you in February. Damn, I
Many
did my
things to
farewell
look forward
before
to.
probably. Oh, we'll see you in February. We'll give you another farewell.
Yeah.
You may well be back.
Thank you,
Thank you. See you, Stuart. Thanks, team. You might be able to get home tonight. Is there a flight at 7 or something?
Yeah.
We'll just suspend for a minute while Australian naval infrastructure comes to the table. Let's recommence. I welcome Mr Andrew Seaton, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, and other officers of Australian Naval Infrastructure. Mr Seaton, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you.
We'll go straight to questions. Who would like to call Senator Hume?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. These questions are probably best asked of the Minister, Mr Seaton, so just forgive me, I'm not ignoring you, I promise, but just for the moment anyway. I understand that the Chair of ANI, his term expired on the 25th of September. I just want to know who's currently the acting Chair.
Well, perhaps I can answer that.
Oh, okay.
Senator, we actually have a board meeting tomorrow morning, and so we've asked Janice von Reck, who is chair of our audit committee, to chair tomorrow's board meeting.
Right, so is she officially the acting chair while we're waiting for a new appointment?
Well, to the extent that she's chairing the board meeting tomorrow,
yes,
that's
right. So that has
as,
been,
as
sorry,
the senior non-executive director there, I suppose she's stepped up into chairing the meeting for us.
Look, I probably should have been clearer. Was there anybody appointed acting chair after the previous chair left on the 25th of September?
Not an official appointment, no.
Right. Okay. So the acting arrangements will officially be in place from tomorrow, but the role has been empty for a little over a month.
I think, just to be clear, Senator, I think it's an ANI constitution which goes to that doesn't.
Sorry,
need,
Mr. Window.
I think that there is an ability where there doesn't need to be a sort of decision to appoint an acting chair made by the government, for example. There is the provision for the board to be able to determine an acting chair as and when they meet.
Is there a reason why the board wouldn't have done that in advance of the previous chair stepping down?
Oh, that's a question. I don't know the answer to that question, Senator.
Does the Minister have some say in that matter? It would be very unusual to have a government business enterprise that doesn't have a chair or an acting chair.
Well, it does. It will have an acting chair.
But it hasn't for the last month and a bit.
Well, I can't tell you, Senator, what arrangements the board might or might not have put in place. I'm sorry. I'm happy to take that on notice to see whether there was a technically an interregnum between meetings.
All right. Well, what's the process to appoint a new chair then?
The process is well underway, Senator, and is, I think, in the process of being considered by government.
So, when you say well underway, is the government following the process that's set out in the review of the public sector board appointments process?
Senator, as I say, there is it is currently a decision on a chair is currently being considered by government. The process for that we have gone through has been one that, it has been the sort of the normal board appointment process we would undertake. We worked with the former chair of ANI with an executive search firm to identify a range of candidates, shortlist a range of candidates, interview a series of candidates, and put a series of names to government, which they are currently considering.
Right. So there's a list of names on somebody's desk.
Yes, Senator. I think it's yes. It's in the process of being considered by government.
Is there a list of names on your desk, Minister?
I don't believe so. Not a final brief, but I'm just checking.
When do we?
I have had discussions with finance, obviously, about appointments in general across a range of entities.
Is there a date at which we expect a new appointment to be made?
That depends a little bit. In a sense, as you know, Senator, these decisions often end up being subject to consideration by cabinet, and so I can't forecast what cabinet dates might consider it.
Is there an expectation, Minister, that you will interview candidates?
That has not been my habit to date. We have usually a process going out seeking the widest possible field, coming back and considering, who meets. There's usually an interview process of sorts that is done by the department. They provide me with a recommendation. I don't know many of the people that have been involved or who've put their hands up for different roles.
Would the Defence Minister interview candidates?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he has to date.
Not as far as we're aware, Senator, but the interview process, as the Minister suggested, that was carried out was a combination of the department, so myself, and Defence, and the now former chair of ANAO.
How far in advance did the department know that the former chair was not renewing his term after it expired?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Obviously, you knew his term was going to finish on the 25th of September.
That's correct.
And that's probably been known for a while because his term was, I'm not entirely sure how long his term was. Well, how long was his term?
I think it was probably a 3-year term.
3 years. So since coming to government, if he knew he wasn't going to continue on, then there's been a fair bit of advance notice that the chair was going to be vacant.
I think, but your question, Senator, was, which is kind of material, is when did we know for sure that there wasn't going to be a reappointment or an extension? That's what I'd have to take on notice.
Right. When you say we'd have to take that on notice, is that because the decision to extend the chair would have come from the minister?
Yes, that would be a decision that we would have been in discussions with government about.
Would the department have advised the minister in advance that this chair position was becoming vacant and that a decision would need to be made?
Yes. We have regular conversations with the minister about upcoming appointments.
Right.
And in these cases, there are also, well, in this case, there's another minister and shareholder involved in having similar considerations.
So is the hold-up for the reappointment, for the appointment, or the decision, well, first of all, the decision to reappoint, obviously that had to be made jointly, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Is that a decision that is made?
A recommendation to appoint because it goes to Cabinet.
Yeah. So is that a decision that gets made at Cabinet? We have to decide whether we're going to reappoint the chair of ANI. And that
reappointments and appointments for significant positions go to Cabinet.
Yeah. So was there a decision that was sent to, or a brief or whatever it was that was sent to Cabinet to say, we have to make a decision today as to whether we're going to reappoint this fellow or not, and the decision that was made not to reappoint him? Or is it something that the two shareholder ministers get together and say, we should recommend to Cabinet that we're not going to reappoint this guy?
The shareholders provide a submission to Cabinet with a recommendation.
Right.
And that can be reappointment, it can be appointment.
Right. So was the decision to not reappoint the chair, the previous chair, was that made at the same time as a decision to start the search process for another chair?
I just have to review the briefs.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily deal with this in isolation. There's a number of GBEs where I'm a shareholder, where I'm discussing appointments with finance. So I just can't give you accurate information on that.
Right.
The other factor, Senator, to consider, and again, I'd have to take on notice where this was at, is whether there are times when the person might indicate that they're not interested in being reappointed.
Did the chair indicate to you that he didn't want to be reappointed?
I think going back to the original question I took on notice, I'd have to take on notice when we were aware that reappointment of the chair was of the existing chair was not the pathway forward, and thus we start the process of exploring finding a new chair.
Okay, so I think if you could take on notice, just so we've got the full timeline here, the date that it was decided that that the former chair was not going to be reappointed, the date that a search was started for a new chair, and also the date that the chair was notified that he wasn't going to be reappointed, and or the date that the chair notified either the minister or the department that he didn't want to continue on with that position, depending on which one is appropriate.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Are there any plans?
We consult with the former chair too about that.
Thank you. Are there any plans to change the remuneration for the role prior to the appointment of a new chair?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Is there any concern from ANI that the delay in the appointment of a chair is at a critical time, particularly regarding projects such as AUKUS?
No, Senator, we have a well-functioning board. And as I said, we've asked the chair of the audit committee to step in and chair our meeting tomorrow.
And this will be the first meeting that has the first occasion that the board has met since the previous chair stepped
That's right.
down. Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. In late May, the concept design partners for the nuclear-powered submarine construction yard were announced. Perhaps could you provide, Mr. Seaton, an update on how the concept design has progressed since then?
So concept design, I think it was March that we appointed the designers.
It was March, sorry, forgive me.
KBR and a joint venture between Oricon and AECOM. Since that time, we've established an integrated delivery office in the Adelaide CBD. We've now inducted, I think, 260 people into that office. The design is progressing at pace based on infrastructure functional requirements which have been provided to us by ASA in collaboration with BAE and ASC. We have delivered 15% early concept design reports for some aspects of the facilities. For some early production demonstration facilities, we've completed 30% concept design reports, and we are progressing concept design for the other areas, which will be progressively completed through 2025.
Right. So 2025 is the expectation that the yard's construction will commence?
It's a major undertaking, Senator, with lots of different facilities within the overall submarine yard. Yeah. So, officially we started some very early works in December 2023.
So it's already kicked off?
It's kicked off,
right.
Yeah.
But the design, it's sort of an iterative process.
That's right.
The design is continuing.
So we're really doing enabling works at the moment. So we've let a contract for a new roadway into the precinct, grade separated over the railway line. So Asciona has been awarded that contract, and those works will start before Christmas. In other areas, the production demonstration facilities, we have gone to tender, or we're tendering at the moment for a managing contractor to start work on those facilities early in the new year. So I hope you get the picture that this will be progressive. So we'll progress design in priority areas, award contracts, start the construction while we're still designing other aspects of the yard.
And is there an expected completion date?
Again, that will be staggered and staged. So the need is to start fabricating the SSN AUKUS submarines before the end of the decade. Mm-hmm. And so we're doing what's required to facilitate that. So the production demonstration facilities, we're looking at 2027 for those facilities so that some early works can start. Other aspects of the yard will be delivered to meet the requirements of the ASA.
Is the timeline for the design and construction public?
The timeline is still evolving, Senator. It's certainly not public because until we complete the concept design, we really can't put together a reliable schedule or cost estimate.
Is there a point at which you feel that you'll be able to share more with this committee as to what that timeline might look like?
There will be an appropriate time, which is, I'd say, when we've completed the concept design for the whole yard.
All right, and when is that expected to be ready?
That will be in the second half of next year.
Second half of next year. Okay, all right. The announcement stated that the NPSCY development will be in excess of 75 hectares. Just to confirm, has all this land already been acquired by ANI, or is it acquired by the Commonwealth, or are there still acquisitions to proceed?
It's all currently owned by ANI. It was subject to a swap arrangement between the Commonwealth and the state, or aspects of it were swapped between Commonwealth and the state, and that all closed in late June this year.
Late June, okay. And is there more land required?
No, there's not.
No, okay. And you're co-locating staff, I'm assuming, from KBR and ACOM and Oricon at the facility?
Yes, so the integrated delivery office that I mentioned earlier.
You said that's in Adelaide, yep.
In Adelaide, yeah, so it's ANI, ASA, BAE, ASC, KBR, AECOM, Oricon personnel all in the same office,
All in the
so
same
that we
office.
can collaborate real time.
And you said 260 staff?
260 have been inducted. At the moment we have seats for about 190. We're fitting out another floor which will have another 170 seats available to us later this month. So yeah, we'll have capacity in the office for about 360.
Okay, terrific. That's all the questions I had, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Seaton. I just want to come to Henderson very quickly, if I could.
Okay.
Last time you were at estimates, you said that you hadn't been engaged in the Bechtel review and that you were waiting for the outcome of the government review of that review and some government announcement about Henderson. Now we've got their announcement about the Henderson Defence Precinct, and they've said that it's going to be Commonwealth owned. Have you been advised, will that be through ANI now?
Senator, just to clarify, at the last estimates I said to you that I had met with Bechtel.
Once,
yeah,
yes.
But I hadn't been involved in their ongoing study work. The announcements on the 16th of October made it clear that there is further work ongoing within Defence, further study work, and part of that is to determine the delivery partner and the method of delivery of those assets.
Thank you. So there's maybe this is a question for finance, but so the government's announced $127 million over 3 years to do this review, but they also said that so we've just heard, so Mr Seaton, are you going to be involved in that review process in terms of the role that ANI could play, or will you wait to be advised by whomever is doing this review?
Senator, at the moment, I meet regularly with the Deputy Secretary of NSSG, and on the agenda for those meetings we talk about Henderson. So I am kept apprised of the status of Henderson and the decisions that government are looking to make. One of those decisions is how those facilities will be delivered. And once that decision has been made, if it is ANI that is asked to do the delivery, then we will mobilise and have a more hands-on engagement in moving the project forward. So I wouldn't tie that to a 3-year timeframe, though, Senator. It's really when government has a chance to to consider that aspect and make that decision as to how it wants to deliver the project.
So thank you. So 3 years the whole time. Now, have you got any indication yet? Because it said it's going to be Commonwealth owned, so either I would have thought it would be ANI or they'd be setting up some other Commonwealth entity, or some other Commonwealth entity would take it over. So have they given you in those discussions any indication yet of what the time frame might be in terms of getting some certainty about ANI's role in Henderson?
No, Senator. I don't have a time frame for that. As I said, I regularly meet with Defence, and so I am kept
You're
up.
ready, willing and able, just waiting to be
kept up to date with what's happening.
Instructed,
and, if that's the decision.
Do you have any, Mr Window, do you have any visibility of one, who's going to do the review and how the $127 million will be allocated over the 3 years and where it will go?
Senator, those are questions that are best put to Defence to understand what the, they will be in a position to tell you what the how the 127 million will be used. So in short, the answer is I'm not across that detail because that is a matter. This work is being led from Defence. Okay. We will obviously be involved.
No, I understand. So, Mr. Seaton, you don't know who's going to be doing the review yet. So you haven't been advised of who's going to do it or the process yet. So you're still waiting. So you're waiting to hear about the detail.
Senator, the 127 million that I understand has been allocated is not just for a review. It's for various studies and commencement of some early works as well. So I think it's, and that's in the body of the release that the Deputy Prime Minister put out.
So that's so your knowledge is limited to what's in the public arena, and so you'll just wait now to find out what the next steps are.
That's right. So
thank you.
The work is being led by Defence.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Seaton and Co. Just in terms of the concept design joint venture, have the partners there been hitting all the KPIs to date since that was announced earlier this year?
Yes.
Yes, they've all been met on time and are projected to continue to do so at this stage?
As I was explaining to Senator Hume, there's a lot of subcomponents within this project. Some of them are progressing ahead of schedule. Some of them are certainly progressing on schedule. There's still aspects that are on hold, pending decisions on functional requirements. So, you know, we are progressing on those multiple fronts.
Okay. Thank you. And so, as always, there are things that are inside your control and things that are not inside your control. So the components that are on hold, as you described them, they are on hold because ANI and the concept design joint venture are awaiting clear instructions around the design requirements, and those instructions have to come from ASC, BAE, ASA.
That may be one of the reasons, Senator. Another reason may be clarity around regulatory requirements and processes to understand the regulatory requirements. So in parallel, we are doing a siting and site evaluation report, which is quite a detailed piece of work to support the licensing applications. And so there's aspects of the design that need to reflect the outcomes of that study. So it's in the early stages of a project like this, there are aspects that are iterative, where requirements become clear, you input that into the design. As the design becomes more clear, you can then take that back and look at the requirements again. So it's iterative.
Of course. And how are you tracking delivery against schedule? Is it subject to traffic light reporting, or what systems have you put in place for this very significant concept design, which is flowing in part now into reaching stages of appointing lead contractors for actual build contracts and so forth? What systems have ANI put in place to ensure there is an early flagging of difficulties or problems?
Senator, I'd say it's not just ANI. You've got to think of this as a collaborative enterprise arrangement between ANI, ASA, ASC and BAE. So the team, if I refer to it as that collective, have itemised every component of the facilities, and they have quite a detailed matrix as to where the requirements sit, where the design sits, where we're on hold, where we're awaiting further information. So that's quite a detailed spreadsheet that is, I guess, a dashboard that we're able to assess progress against. As as the design matures and as projects move through that 30% concept design, as we can then put a cost and schedule around them, then we will ensure we've got the funding in place, and we will then report on a traffic light basis around cost, schedule and quality.
Okay. So to be clear, the concept design JV is a contract to ANI?
Yes.
Yes. But then obviously the team, as you put it, you have it's not a siloed approach in terms of operation of ANI's engagement with the concept design JV, separate from your engagement with the ultimate end users, being BAE, ASC, ASA. You've got a structure in place where their needs are directly into the JV.
Yeah, functional requirements are being developed effectively by BAE and ASC in conjunction with the ASA. ASA then formally issues us with those functional requirements. We have visibility of them as they're working them up. So, again, it's that they're developed in a collaborative manner. We then have the contractual relationship with the designers, which is KBR, separate from the joint venture of AECOM and Oricon. And so we then direct the designers to undertake that concept design work. So there is a contractual relationship there, but the way that the requirements are worked up is in a collaborative manner.
And is the Integrated Delivery Office an integrated delivery office of the concept design partners, or is it an ANI office that you have brought everyone together in?
It's an ANI office.
Yep.
So
okay.
it's branded ANI. We have just bought all the different partners in and allocated floor space in the office to each of those partner organisations to make sure that the key people working on our project are all housed in that office together.
Is that where you're working from now, Mr. Seaton? Or?
I'm spending a lot of my time there, yeah.
And occasionally back at Osborne.
And at Osborne as well.
For the original day job.
Yeah, still got to keep the business going.
Right. Thank you. In terms of the enabling works, you indicated roadway. Where are you at in terms of, is it still the case that you're going to need to see relocation of power lines, other major infrastructure changes?
Yes, so we are in the process of finalising the location of those relocated pipelines and power lines. So this has been one of the areas where it's been iterative around the regulatory requirements for the site as to the proximity of, say, the gas lines and the power lines. The work is being undertaken by the utilities themselves. At our direction, we're funding the utilities. One of the utilities is now moving into detailed design. The others are completing their front-end design. So that project is on track. To relocate the utilities.
Right, so each of those major utilities-related relocations are running again according to schedule and not impeding other expected works?
Senator, they're probably behind where we thought they would be by now, but it's not impeding any other works. So it's not critical path. But it's certainly taken longer to do the early engineering than we thought it would. It's been more complex.
Okay. Are any proving more problematic than others?
Each has its own nuances.
Are any further behind than others?
They're all progressing to a similar timeline. So.
And in terms of expected budget and costings for those major utilities relocations, yours is yours is something that many developers go through just on a much bigger and grander scale. So to hear that utilities relocations might be taking a bit longer than planned usually also means they cost a bit longer than planned. How is that lining up?
Certainly there is pressure on the costs. So we are finalising that work at the moment with the various utilities. So one of the utilities we've finalised with SA Power Networks. We'll be starting their work quite soon. So we have a good handle on the cost there. The other three, we are continuing the design to really tie down those costs.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just trying to quickly jump through a couple of other quick things. So you've indicated you are currently tendering for a lead contractor for the production demonstration facility. Just quick understanding, what is a production demonstration facility?
It's a series of facilities, so some of it is refurbishing some existing buildings that are on site so that the ASA and the shipbuilder can start some early certification, qualification type activities for processes and workforce. There is also a new build facility to effectively do the same thing but with some more specialised equipment in it, so cutting tables and so forth. There's also a canteen to support those activities. So there's a package of works.
And how, across the site, do you have an estimate of how many buildings you expect will need to be constructed?
I think we have about 80 elements.
About 80 elements, some of which will be joined up buildings or the like, I'm sure. But
yeah, some of them are major buildings, consolidation halls, fabrication halls, things like that. Some of them are, turnstiles to access the facility, car parks, utilities, compressor houses.
And you used the phrase for the production demonstration facility of a lead contractor.
A managing contractor,
sorry. A managing contractor, sorry. Are you anticipating that will be the model, that they will be clusters of work with separate managing contractors, or will there be a major contractor or consortia that comes together to manage 80% of it?
It's a really good question. We are also tendering at the moment for a transaction advisor who will come in and work with us and also undertake extensive market soundings so that we can get the best possible delivery contracting strategy. So that question as to whether we have one overarching contract for the site, whether we break it up into segments, how we manage some of the supply chain logistics, some of the staging. So we're bringing a specialist firm in to help us with that.
Because as a project, this is many multiples bigger than
yes, it is.
Anything ANI has been asked to do before.
Yes, it is.
This is big things before, but
it's a big project. Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you. Okay. Lastly, just right back to current day operations. Have there been any impacts on the operation of the shipyard from there being two subs at Osborne for such an extended period of time?
No, not at all.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the Australian naval infrastructure, and I will now call on the Future Fund Management Agency.
You want
I'd like to keep the pressure on.
the dream of the future fund.
Most
because it's usually when the US markets are opening or something.
Well, obviously there's a lot of attention on the US right now.
Yeah. Markets will sit on hold, I suspect, for a few hours.
Great. I welcome Dr. Raphael Arndt, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Future Fund Management Agency. Dr. Arndt, do you have an opening statement tonight?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to make some brief opening comments. Investment markets continue to be impacted by higher interest rates, the resurgence of geopolitical risk, and substantial changes occurring both domestically and globally. While risks remain elevated, overall markets have been positive and asset returns healthy. For the year to 30 June 2024, the Future Fund reported an annual return of 9.1%. Over the past 10 years, the Future Fund has returned 8.3% per year against a mandate target of 6.9% per annum. These strong results, produced while avoiding excessive risk, reflect the work we have done to understand and navigate the significant and lasting changes in the world. For the 12 months to 30 September 2024, the Future Fund returned 11.9%, adding $24.4 billion to the value of the fund, lifting it to a record $229.7 billion. Across all 7 funds, we've now generated more than $182 billion in investment returns, and the total funds managed by the board are almost $295 billion. Since we last appeared before the committee, the Honourable Greg Combet AO has commenced in his role as Chair of the Board, and we thank Ms Mary Remst for her contribution as Acting Chair. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. I will let Senator Pocock take the call first.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. I wanted to ask a series of questions around your investments, in particular in relation to fossil fuels. I understand the fund is a top 10 shareholder in Woodside Energy, Santos Limited and Whitehaven Coal, 3 of Australia's fossil fuel companies with very significant expansion plans. I understand there's research from Market Forces which shows the fund's investments in these companies as a portion of its Australian share portfolio is greater than the company weights in the ASX 300. That index. Does this mean the Future Fund is supportive of the fossil fuel expansion strategies in these 3 companies?
Yes. Ben Samuel, Chief Investment Officer. Sorry, I'm happy to answer that, Senator.
Sure.
The portfolio has been adding significantly to the equities part of the portfolio. Our view on markets has been quite constructive, and we've been taking more equity risk. As we've explained here before, we take that risk via external managers who then make the individual security decisions for us. With regard to the over benchmark weight, we actually use a different benchmark internally, which is more appropriate to the way we invest, called the FTSE ASFA benchmark. So within that benchmark, our weightings to those stocks are, as you would expect, they're right around the index, within 10 basis points of the index.
I'm asking you about whether you're supportive of the fossil fuel expansion strategies of those 3 companies. That's my question.
My understanding of the individual actions of those companies is fairly limited. We deal, like I said, we deal through our managers who largely invest in a passive way, tracking indexes.
Whoa. Sorry. So you are passive in your investment tastes. I understand the purpose of the Future Fund is to invest, quote, invest for the benefit of future generations of Australians. I don't feel very passive when I look at Valencia. Hundreds of people dead now, hundreds of thousands of people homeless. Last year, hundreds of people dead in Pakistan, hundreds of thousands of people homeless. This is a consequence of global warming and fossil fuel investments. I don't feel passive about it. Is the fund actively undermining its objective and its responsibility to future generations by investing in these very large future fossil fuel companies, the profitability of which will inevitably increase emissions and hasten climate destruction for people in lots of places beyond Valencia and Pakistan, and including in our own country?
I'll try to answer that, Senator. Thanks. So we don't set policy, obviously, and we don't offer a view on government policies around the world. We invest into markets and companies who are active in those markets and whose trading positions are impacted by government policies in different countries. The way we think about climate change risk, which we've talked about before, is that it's one of many risks we need to manage in the portfolio, but ultimately the job that our board has is to invest to earn a return in line with the investment mandate in the legislation.
Dr. Arndt, investment is policy in action. Where you put your money drives outcomes, and you have a responsibility in your purpose to consider future generations. Do you have any concerns about using public money to invest and support companies that are actively accelerating destruction of fossil fuel damage and climate damage?
The way we think about it, and the way the board thinks about it, is to look at which companies will be successful over the long run in terms of their investment activity. And so you're talking about fossil fuel companies, we would look at whether they have transition plans and whether we feel that the market pricing of the sector as a whole, because as my colleague said, we look at the overall weighting to the sector is reflecting a fair value for those long-term risks and changes. Our fund managers might look at individual companies. We do exercise voting, which we've talked about before, and so I think we do, when we engage with companies and talk to them, take into account whether we think that they have appropriate policies in place over the long term.
I'd like to get to those next. You've increased your investment in fossil fuel companies in recent times. That's the case though, isn't it?
Well, we don't measure that specifically, but as my colleague said, we've increased our exposure to equities in general, and most of the fossil fuel exposure sits there.
Okay, thank you. The Future Fund's 2 recent annual reports note that the fund incorporates climate considerations into its proxy shareholder voting activities. How exactly does the fund incorporate those climate considerations in your proxy voting decisions?
So, if I go to the proxy voting policy overall, the general approach we take is we have a series of principles, or the board does, which are published on the website. We give them to our investment managers and ask them to take into account in their voting activities. In Australia, so offshore, we let our managers vote on our behalf because we tend to own quite small proportions of companies. In Australia, we take advice from our investment manager and also a number of proxy advisor services, and then we have an internal team that can assess that full range of advice and form our view. On occasion, our managers will have more than one fund manager that owns a share, and sometimes they offer different votes, so we have to take a view on which position to adopt. And so, specifically in respect to the issue that you raise, climate change, managing climate change risk, it would depend on the nature of the company and what we thought an appropriate transition plan was for that company. Most of them now have published transition plans. Some of them put those transition plans to shareholders for votes, and we would assess that in consultation with our fund managers and offer a view.
But I understand the Future Fund has not supported a single shareholder proposal calling for greater climate action put forward at the annual general meetings of Woodside, Santos or Whitehaven over the last 4 years. Is that right?
I think that's right. There are a lot of resolutions that we vote on, so it's hard to know all of them. However, I think it is worth pointing out, so shareholders often put up resolutions and they'll word them in a particular way, and we can only vote on the resolution as it's put forward. And the vast majority of cases where we vote against shareholders' resolutions, it's because the wording doesn't make sense or doesn't make sense for the specific company in question. This year, for the first time, we actually voted against the Woodside climate change report, and the reason for that was after consultation with our fund managers, we felt that for this particular company, they weren't transparent enough and they weren't moving quickly enough to a post-carbon future.
So you voted against the Woodside climate strategy because it wasn't fast enough, is that right?
Fast enough and transparent enough.
And transparent enough. How did you communicate that to the Woodside?
So I wasn't in the specific meetings, but my understanding is we have had meetings with Woodside where we expressed a view on their transition plans and what we thought would be appropriate.
And how will you follow up with Woodside on that front?
Well, we have a regular cadence of meetings with large exposures, and Woodside would certainly be one of those. And so I'm sure we'll bring it up at the next meeting.
And do you think they have a clear understanding that you, as a major investor, are unsatisfied with the pace of their response to climate change?
Yeah, I'm very confident about that.
Were there? I understand Whitehaven Coal's annual general meeting was last week. Were there any climate-related proposals at that meeting?
I'm not across the detail of that, sorry, Senator.
Could you take that on notice?
Sure.
That'd be great. And did you have any view on the remuneration report to that meeting?
I'm not aware of how we voted at this particular meeting. We've published our voting for the last financial year.
Okay, so this is the most recent. I understand the remuneration structure in Whitehaven incentivised coal production growth. Could you have a look at that and look at your voting pattern on that? I'd be very keen to hear how you voted. The fund's a very powerful shareholder that invests public money, and voting decisions should be done in the long-term public interest, not just with a review to returns. I'm sure many Australians would agree with that. In your view, should the fund be using its voting power more actively to reduce the climate emissions of the companies that it's investing in?
But the paradigm that the board brings to this particular question is to look at it through a long-term shareholder lens, where the primary aim is to maximise long-term returns without taking excessive risk. That's the words in the investment mandate. It's not, I just want to emphasise, it's not inconsistent with managing carbon risk into the future. That is a risk that we see, and we think that governments right around the world, including here in Australia, have targets and plans to decarbonise. And so if you're selling fossil fuels, that's a risk that you need to manage. And so it is one of the things that features in our conversations with companies, and actually in our report that we've published to our website in the last few months, we actually report the topics raised at our consultations with Australian companies, and climate change featured in 57% of those meetings.
Thank you. I'll have a look at that. I was not aware of that data there. There's a significant time lag in fund voting disclosures, as I understand it. Often they are made public a year after they have occurred. Why does it take so long to disclose in this very rapidly changing environment around climate and obviously short, investment interest in much more shorter periods than a year? Why does it take so long to disclose those voting outcomes? Is that a political decision? What's going on there?
So we don't wait a year to disclose our voting, but we disclose our voting at the end of the year. So depending on when the meeting was during the year, we would disclose it at the end of the year with our annual reporting. There is a trend by some funds to disclose their voting in more real time. It is something our board has discussed previously, and to date the view has been that we are more effective as a shareholder in talking to companies in private about what we think is important and emphasising, sometimes strongly, the outcomes that we think are in the best interests of long-term shareholders, and then disclosing our voting after a period.
How often do you meet with those three companies?
I would have to take that one on notice, but what I can tell you is we had 51 meetings across 32 companies in the ASX over the last year.
Okay, I'd be very keen to see the program of meetings, including, of course, those 3 companies I've been asking about. You acknowledge in your annual report, and you have here, that risks are, on your mind, and they're certainly spoken of in your annual report. And you've taken steps to manage risks, including climate change risk. Has the fund conducted any modelling of the impacts to its portfolio under changing climate scenarios?
Yes, Senator. Our investment process involves, at its foundation, an assessment of the investment environment over the next, say, 10 years. And within that assessment, we take into account all manner of things, one of the major things being climate spending, climate transition, and the various risks. So they're policy risks, macro risks, and physical risks. And we incorporate that into our thinking and our overall asset allocation. So that determines how we think about everything from inflation to interest rates to equity exposure to country exposure, etc. And then every individual investment that we make has a specific climate-related risk section assessment. That can be, again, the exposure to policy or indeed all the way down to a narrow assessment of the physical risk of the asset if it's an asset purchase that we're considering.
So when you enter into your model different levels of climate risk and damage, what kind of impact do you see on the investment incomes of the future fund? Have you run it in that way to look at how the overall impact of climate change on your portfolio would pan out in, moderate, serious, severe?
So we have a series of models, and these things invariably are highly interactive because there's a series of dependencies around the policy decisions, etc., that may given a series of different climate scenarios. So it's never kind of if then else, as it were. It's generally like, look, if we see a pathway that leads to this and that leads to a policy response that looks like this, then what are the opportunities and risks to our portfolio and how would we manage those opportunities and risks?
And have you provided how does that affect your investment strategy, the information and analysis out of your modelling?
So we try to assess the probabilities, the likelihood, and then we try to understand, given those likelihoods, what would be the impact on capital markets and individual assets, and then we sort of change our understanding of discount rates and cost of capital given that assessment.
Okay. Thank you. I had questions about your meetings, but you're going to provide those to us. Do you ask the companies that you meet with, where you are investing, for detailed plans for their response to climate change?
So we can't ask listed companies for inside information. We can only get the same information that everyone gets, and so we would typically just, depending on the company and the sector they operate in, if it's relevant, we would ask them to produce a transition plan or a climate change report if it's relevant, and then we would form our assessment on that and give them feedback on that.
If I can move on to another topic which is related. The government signed late last year, signed up to the Glasgow Statement, which is technically called the International Public Support for the Clean Energy Transition. And with the coalition having refused to, it's great to see the government has signed up to that. Key clause in this agreement is that signatories will end new direct public support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy sector within 1 year of signing the agreement. This requires domestic law changes before December of this year. So can you let us know, tell me whether the government has talked to the fund about the implications of signing this agreement for any new equity investments you're making?
My understanding is we've had some high-level discussions, but nothing specific.
Do you expect to make changes to the way you invest and the questions you ask of the companies you're investing in as a consequence of the Glasgow Agreement?
Well, we take treaties and agreements that the government signed into account in our investment universe. We've talked about that before, but to this point we're not aware that we haven't been told that there's a requirement for us to do something different.
Minister, do you intend to take action in light of having signed the Glasgow Agreement?
Well, this is being led by the Department of Foreign Affairs, and so questions concerning that really need to be put to them. I understand they're working with Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, including and have lead responsibility on the implementation.
And will they be talking with the Future Fund about?
Well, I think that's a matter for DFAT, which is leading the implementation of that decision.
It sounds... well, let me ask you, Dr Arndt, do you intend to have conversations with the appropriate department in view of the obligations that now exist for your government masters?
Well, I think the way the public service works is we usually wait to be instructed by the policy makers about which government policies impact us.
Okay. I've got two quick last questions just to give you a sense, Chair, of where I'm headed. MinRes has been in the press this week and last week. I understand the Future Fund holds an investment in MinRes, something like $88 million, is that correct?
I don't know the exact number, but it wouldn't have changed much from our disclosure.
Yeah, I think that's what's on your website. Very serious issues there, ethical questions, payment of tax, avoidance of tax, dishonesty to the board, betraying the interests of shareholders in the interest of...
I need to rotate the call very
Sure,
shortly,
okay. Do you have protocol, or have you, let me ask you, have you reconsidered or looked at your investment in MinRes in light of the terrible failures that have been made public?
We've raised the issue with our investment managers that are responsible for the investment. We've asked them to engage with the company board on it and to let us know.
Some investors in MinRes are encouraging them to keep Chris Ellison in the operating within the firm because he's a great rainmaker. What's your view about that?
Well, we don't have a specific view on the company, but we agree with you that the issues raised are serious and need to be looked into, and so we've asked our fund managers to look into it, make sure they're aware of it and decide what impact that has on their investment decisions.
Okay, thank you. I have got a couple more questions, but thanks for your answers. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
There's only
Senator.
3 more minutes to dinner break, Chair.
Well, I guess it depends on... can seek advice from the room as to whether you would like to finish the Future Fund before you go to dinner, or whether you would like to...
Why don't we let Senator Pocock finish her questions and then we'll come back with the Future Fund after the break.
Yes, that's a sensible idea.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Please continue.
My last questions are around the Mariana Dam disaster.
Can I just inquire how long people might wish to speak with the Future Fund? Because I understand there's some travel arrangements that might need to be amended. So
certainly. I had about 20 minutes worth of questions.
20 minutes. Well, I'm happy. I mean, we've been here since 2 o'clock. I'm happy to punch on and have...
No, some of us have other commitments
right.
that we've factored in.
I'm happy to come back a little early from the dinner break if you'd prefer. Perhaps at 8
I'm very happy to push on, but...
Okay, all right, sorry. I've started my conversation. I'm pulling out now. Okay.
Senator Pocock, let's just... if you use your...
Quickly. Amazing. Thank you, Chair. So the Mariana Dam disaster and BHP. I had the opportunity to meet with a group of survivors of Brazil's Mariana Dam disaster recently here in the Parliament and hear directly about the way those people and their communities have been really wiped out by that disaster. BHP's tailing dam, of course, collapse was the main issue in 2015, killed 19 people and wiped out the homes of hundreds of thousands of people, 600,000. It's a potent reminder of the international consequences from the work of the activities of Australian mining companies, in this case BHP. As I understand it, BHP hasn't taken actions to rectify the situation. I understand you have an investment in BHP, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about the size of it?
I'd have to look it up, but it would be substantial.
Thank you. I should have looked before I came up. In your view, is it appropriate to use public money to invest in a company that has caused such destruction and has failed to remedy it with such consequences for people in Brazil and for their environment?
So in this, I don't normally personally get involved with these sort of issues. I look over the investment team, and the investment team would hire managers and they would invest in companies. However, in this particular case, because it was such a significant issue at the time, I did in fact meet personally with senior executives at BHP as a major shareholder to impress upon them the importance from our point of view as a shareholder for them to make decisions and operate in a way to rectify the situation and do the right thing by the local community. So they're certainly aware of our views as a shareholder.
So you took that action at the time in 2015. This is 9 years on. Those communities, 600,000 people affected by it. Have you followed through in any action, or do you propose to do so?
Well, I certainly would think that it's the sort of thing that would come up in our engagement with the company and with our fund managers. It's quite recent news, so I'm not sure what we actually have done, if anything, yet, but I'll make sure that it's raised in those meetings. Yeah.
Thank you. And if on notice you could give me any information about your messaging to BHP, sure. I'd be very keen to hear it. And Minister, do you have a view about the future fund's very sizeable investment in BHP and its failure to make good on such disaster?
Well, I think Dr. Arndt has answered your question. So the Future Fund does take it seriously, and from our point of view, the board operates independently of government. They make decisions based on information that's made available to them. The government sets, and we've done some changes around transparency and reporting, and now climate disclosures will come in. So we are making sure that there's more information being made available about some of the decisions that the fund is making.
It is, began by telling us about the very significant growth in the investment portfolio that you have. I think you said 295 billion now, and not so long ago it was 225. So that is a massive shift, but it really increases the lever available to you to meet the interests of the Australian public more broadly and to balance, for example, the climate damage with the other objectives of the fund. So heavy responsibility for your shoulders. So thanks for your answers.
Thank you. We'll now suspend for the dinner break and return at 8:15.
Get out, or at least have dinner with your son.
I'll leave that in the hands of the Minister and
oh no, so does mine actually.
The Future Fund at the table. It's been put to me that we could in fact return, not take the entire hour. I think that depends on...
I'm happy to come back at 8 o'clock.
Great.
If that suits people.
Thank you. We will suspend until 8 p.m. will unsuspend after the dinner break, and we are with the Future Fund, and the call goes to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to members of the Future Fund. Mr Combay commenced his role as Chair in June. There was a question on notice F056 that said that Mr Combay's first briefing as part of the onboarding process was heard on the 13th of May and has had 3 meetings as part of that onboarding process. I'm wondering if that onboarding process, who that was with, was there particular topics of those onboarding meetings? So, for instance, was one on investments, one on governance, and one on process or something like that? So perhaps you could just elaborate on those.
Thanks. So there's quite a well-established induction process. We tend to get new guardians every year or so. So there's a whole range of things for new guardians which largely go to the board's legal responsibilities to understand the legislation, the investment mandate, how we interpret the investment mandate, or at least how the board does, and how the portfolios are put together and various processes. For Mr Combay, because he was also chair, which means he's the accountable authority of the agency, then there were a suite of other induction topics to do with the operation of the agency, the people policies, the responsibilities under the PGPA Act and those type of things.
So there's some standard information that is given out every time there's a new change in governance. Has there been any other changes in governance since the chair came on board?
So there's now, I think I mentioned last time, there's 4 new guardians out of 7 over the last 12 months or so. Given that, we thought it was prudent to actually take the board through a structured program to understand how we come to invest the way we do. So how we interpret the legislation, the mandate, various policies boards over the period of adopted. And so that's ongoing, but we think we'll complete that around the end of the year, calendar year.
And has there been any changes in reporting lines for the executive since we last met?
So in terms of people who report to me, no. In terms of people, like I report to the chair, obviously. We've had some changes within the investment team structure.
Okay. What about the timing or the frequency or the nature of executive meetings or reports to the chair?
So the chair's working out of our office a couple of days a week. So it's an open plan office, so he has informal meetings with lots of people, but I meet him on a structured way once a week.
Okay. And there's no new reports that the chair specifically asked for?
No.
Yeah, okay. Have there been any changes to the kinds of, although I think that's probably the same sort of issue, products versus reports, so I'm assuming that I can use those phrases interchangeably. Okay. What about any reviews? Are there any new reviews of internal positions or strategies or policies that have come into place under the guidance of the new chair?
So as I said, the board is reviewing many of their policies right now.
Right. And is that a regular thing, or is that because of the change in chair and a change in style?
It's more because the majority of the board has changed. And so there are things that we take as given typically when one new person would join that we need to make sure the board understands. So so most of those relate to translating the investment mandate into a portfolio, but there are other policies that are under review too.
Okay. And is Mr Combay based in Sydney or Melbourne?
Sydney.
He's in Sydney, okay. So what are the arrangements that have been made to accommodate the fact that the chair is based in Sydney rather than Melbourne? Obviously he's in the office 2 days a week.
We have an office in Sydney.
So you have an office in Sydney, so he's there 2 days a week. Yeah. Okay. And how often does the chair travel to Melbourne?
I'd have to check, but I'd say on average maybe once every 2 to 4 weeks, plus for the board meeting.
Okay. And there's been no changes to investment strategy?
Not out of the ordinary. I mean, we do refresh strategies as a general rule.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Minister, since the chair took the new role, how many times have you met with him?
I met with the board And he was present.
Right.
When was that? August.
So once with the whole board?
Yep, with everybody present.
But not with this chair individually?
No. That was with everybody.
Right.
I think there may be one other occasion, but I'd have to check that, when the chair was in Canberra and the Treasurer and I met with him.
Right, okay.
It was a sitting day, I think, so I'd just have to check.
That's fine. If you could take that on notice, that would be terrific. What about the Treasurer? Can we ask, I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head unless you have it in front of you, how many times the Treasurer has met with the new chair?
Yeah, I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice.
He was at both meetings I was at.
Yes.
So there you go.
So 2 at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But perhaps you can ask that of Treasury tomorrow and they'll be able to answer.
Okay. So we spoke previously about the government's wish to, and I'm using Minister Watt's words here, representing you in the chamber, Minister Gallagher, to better align the fund's investment strategy with the legislative goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Now, obviously, we've touched on this already with Senator Pocock's questions, but last estimates, Minister, you told this committee that this was a very minor thing and there's been no direction and no discussion. I just want to confirm, has there been any discussion since the last estimates between the department or the Treasurer or the Finance Minister or their officers with the Future Fund about better aligning its investment strategy with the net zero goal? And if so, what were the nature of the discussions and where they took place?
So we generally we had a general discussion with the board, if I remember correctly, and we're putting some thinking around changes or amendments to the investment mandate, but we would be discussing those with the Future Fund board before it being finalised.
What sort of nature? What nature?
Well, I'm just telling you, you asked a general one about policy and things, so those discussions are ongoing, and when it's finalised you will have good
Right, so there is an intention to
sight.
change the investment mandate for the Future Fund?
We are having discussions about that.
Right, and is it to meet the net zero target by 2050 and to align the Future Fund's investment strategy with that government target?
Well, we'll have more to say when we finish those consultations.
Well, that sounds like a yes.
We'll have more to say when we finish those
When
consultations.
are you expected to finish the consultations?
I don't have a date I can give you.
Is the intention to change the mandate, the investment strategy?
It hasn't been, from memory, it hadn't been updated for a considerable period of time. So it is actually routine good governance to refresh and have a look at these matters. I don't know if you have the detail of how long it had been, but from my memory it had been...
The last investment mandate was updated in 2017.
Yeah.
And,
so 7 or 8 years, 7 years or so.
And what was the nature of that change?
In 2017. I think that I'd have to check, but I think it was to change the return target to reduce it by 50 basis points because markets had changed.
Right, okay. And Dr. Arndt, have you been involved in those discussions to change the investment strategy to meet the net zero target of...
So just to clarify, there's a process set out in the legislation for changing the investment mandate, and in a formal sense, the government would need to write to the board and put a draft mandate in front of the board, and then the board would consider it and has the opportunity to table a response in the Parliament. We haven't received any formal change or any proposed change to the investment mandate through that mechanism. There's a range of discussions that have been had with the department around different ideas and options, but nothing concluded.
Is there anybody involved in those discussions that had professional experience in investment markets?
Well, this is, happening...
So as part of those discussions, we don't characterise more as informal than formal. Our feedback on various options and how it would impact the investment program have been canvassed.
Right. So you've been asked your opinion as to whether you think this is a good idea?
I wouldn't put it that way. I'd just say if a change was made in this direction or that direction, would that have a material impact on how you invest and your ability or expectation of meeting the expected return set out in the mandate?
The decision to change an investment mandate is one of the Treasurer or the Finance Minister?
It's joint.
It's joint?
We have joint responsibilities.
And it's done through Cabinet?
I don't believe so, because it's in our role as shareholders.
Right.
But again, from a good governance point of view, this is a pretty standard, routine almost assessment of any any changes or amendments. And as Dr. Arndt said, there is a process that needs to be followed to go through.
So last estimates, when you said, and you told this committee that this was a very minor thing, that there'd been no direction and no discussion, that's moved on quite considerably clearly since then. And Minister Watt's words probably were true, that the government has a wish to...
You are drawing links here. You're asking me a question about whether any policies or any kind of frameworks are being updated, and so I'm answering that part of your question. You are now saying that you've determined it's this. I have not confirmed that.
Can you rule it out?
I'm not going to rule anything out because we haven't finalised it.
Is it an option?
I'm not talking to you about it because there is a process that we have to undergo. I'm simply being factually responsive to the question you asked about whether there had been or was going to be changes to any of these documents.
Is Mr Combe included in those discussions?
Well, I can't speak to that other than we had a general talk when we were in that meeting with the board.
So he hasn't been involved in separate discussions. You said that you had met with Mr Combe with the Treasurer during a sitting week.
Yeah.
Was that...
Well, that was when he was just incoming into the role, I think, from memory. Yeah.
And was that about... Did that involve
there is no kind of, nothing untoward going on here.
Well,
it is
I know
good governance.
that's what you said
practice.
at the last Senate estimates, and now you're telling us that there is.
No, I'm giving you updated information. Things do change in a period of time, Senator Hume, and if you want me to be responsive to your questions, I will be, even if that involves it being a new piece of information to what I gave in May or June.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't really have any choice as to whether you're responsive to the questions. Mr Combe said in an interview prior to taking the position as chair that there's a good opportunity with this change in the Board of Guardians and me coming in for us to make it a bit better known exactly where the money is invested and how. For example, is it assisting the energy transition? So has the fund taken any steps to change its reporting of the energy transition investments since the new chair came in?
Is that a question for me, Senator? We haven't changed our reporting. No, we haven't changed our investment strategy either, but we have, of course, been investing in assets that assist the energy transition for quite a long time.
Yeah. Have you had discussions about how to highlight these kinds of investments with the chair?
So we did, in the annual report, we did talk a little bit more about some of the investments we have made that had been our past practice, but I wouldn't call it a report. It was just highlighting some of the investments that we'd made. We haven't changed any other type of reporting.
Has there been a suggestion from the chair or from to anyone on the executive that the Future Fund needs to increase its exposure to net zero energy transition related investments?
Not specifically. We've had broad conversations around the investment risks and opportunities resulting from sort of changes in policy and energy markets. So he's been part of those conversations.
Okay. It was reported in, and I think Senator Pocock mentioned some research that was done in an article that was written about that research, that at a press conference in Canberra, the Treasurer was asked whether there'll be any changes regarding the fund's investment mandate to take into account net zero ESG. And he said, "We are in discussions with the Future Fund about what the future of the Future Fund looks like, as you would expect. It's a very different beast from 2024. And when it was set up by Peter Costello, any responsible government looks at what the Future Fund will look like in the 2030s and what it will look like in the 2040s. We've had some discussions about that." So what was the nature of those discussions and with whom were those discussions? Minister, I'm assuming that they're with you.
I can't answer though. It's a quote from the Treasurer. It's in line with the information I have given you tonight.
Well, yes, it is. But if the conversations weren't with you, who were they with?
Senator Hume, I know that.
Well, have I had discussions with the Treasurer about Future Fund? Yes, I have. Have I met with the Future Fund and the Treasurer? Yep, twice that I can recall in the last little while. You know, hardly earth-shattering news. You would expect us to be doing that.
Yeah.
And that is in line with what I've said tonight and the comments that you've just read. But I cannot speak on the conversations that the Treasurer may have had with staff or board members of the Future Fund.
Senators, I just wanted to draw your attention that this is the time at which we said we would move on to the Department of Finance with the Special Minister of State.
Yeah, but you gave the Greens 25 minutes with the Future Fund.
No, I'm not seeking to wind you up. I'm actually just seeking to manage
You've had 90%
time.
of your time
I'm
today.
simply seeking to
95.
manage time and inquire as to how much longer you think. How many? Well, you can't.
We get.
Yeah.
Well, I will take my time in resolving this question. Senator Hume, can I ask how many topics you might have to go through with the Future Fund at this point in time?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. And what about...
Chair, we said to you before we had about 30 minutes for the Future Fund and we had about 30 minutes for the Digital Transformation Agency.
Thank you.
If you let us just run with that, we'll get it going.
You've had a pretty good run, Senator Colbeck. Like, there's hardly any interruptions today.
And apart from
pretty small
interruptions that aren't necessary.
Apart from the chair. All right, well, I'm not... Senator McGrath, I know you're just trying to wind me up, and I can keep taking your time here now by speaking as chair, because you know I've been more than generous in the way that I have given the call out. All I was doing was trying to resolve for my own mind when we might be moving on. And I can keep talking, and now I will finish talking so that you could move on to the next set of questions.
Well, that was illuminating. Thank you.
No, I didn't intend for it to be illuminating. I intended for it to be... to have its intended effect of you waiting and having to wait in order to resume our work. All right, Senator Hume, off you go.
Thank you. Mr Arndt, did you have conversations with the former government or the government prior to Mr Combet taking on the position as chair about how the Future Fund should be operating and specifically its investment strategy?
We would brief the government from time to time about what we actually did.
Right.
But the government, to my knowledge, never told us how to invest.
Thank you. Can I ask, government business enterprises, are you subject to the new disclosure reporting requirements that were legislated recently?
About what?
The climate disclosure.
Climate disclosure, sorry, yep, yes.
Well, my understanding is, I'm not sure under which limb, but that we will be reporting, yeah.
Okay. Have you done any work on how you might need to go about doing that, whether you're going to need to take on more people, whether you need to get some advice, and from whom that advice might come?
It's preliminary because we haven't yet received sort of the template of what the report has to look like.
Right.
But we are tracking the corporate reporting standards and assume that we would be required to report something similar to, for example, super funds.
Yeah.
So we are working on that currently, and we have, I think, approximately one person. It's not one person with one job, but approximately one person.
Does the Future Fund do other forms of reporting that you might find say a listed company does around, say, WGEA reporting or modern slavery reporting or all those sorts of things? Do you calculate how much that reporting costs the Future Fund each year?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know how many people do that reporting for you?
I'd have to think about that because there are people right across the organisation involved. So we have some people in our corporate affairs team who work pretty hard to put the reports together, but they draw on other expertise across the organisation to supply the information.
Do you think for the next Senate estimates, obviously I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you could, and I'm not asking you to put this on put this on notice, just for the next estimates, when you come, could you come prepared with an indication of how many people work on that reporting and what your estimate is of the cost to the Future Fund of doing that reporting is, and if possible also an estimate of what you think the new disclosure requirements might also end up costing the Future Fund when that comes into effect, which I think is not until 2025.
Sure.
Yeah, that would be terrific. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do believe we've concluded now the Future Fund.
Could have done it 10 minutes ago.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the committee moving that through that swiftly, and the Future Fund, and the opportunity to take a dinner break before we came back. We now invite the Digital Transformation Agency to the table. Now welcome Mr. Chris Fechner, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Digital Transformation Agency. I'll give you a moment to get settled in. I believe Senator McGrath is leading for the opposition on questions. Mr. Fechner, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Senator McGrath, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I am touched. Thank you for coming along this evening. I just want to discuss the outcomes of the trial of the Microsoft's Copilot product. We've discussed this in previous estimates, so this probably won't come as a shock to you. The formal evaluation report of the trial noted that there were, quotes, concerns related to vendor lock-in, end of quote. Minister, do you share that concern about vendor lock-in?
Well, we're certainly trying to encourage a broad range of businesses and technology have the opportunity to work with government. But we are reliant on some systems, I would say.
So in terms of Microsoft, you know, they sort of had a bit of an advantage, didn't they?
Well, a lot of our systems, I think, support Microsoft, don't they, across the APS? So,
and I suppose that comes to that there is vendor lock-in because they're in place. They have an advantage ahead of other suppliers.
Well, I think the trial was given to us at a bit of a discount, so that's what part of the agreement that was reached. But I am aware that there's a number of different AI tools that are used across government, and the DTA's been doing quite a lot of that as they've been finalising the responsible use of AI policy across government. So it's not just one technology that's being used.
Senator, the evaluation was looking to find out how the generative AI could be used across the Commonwealth, largely in that productivity space. We have a whole of government agreement for Microsoft Office, and Copilot works directly with Microsoft Office. So there was an easy vehicle for us to do it. And there was, as the Minister called out, a discount that was offered to us, and we had very high interest from across different areas of the APS to actually test this, so we thought we'd do it in a coordinated way. But what the evaluation found is that Copilot, in Microsoft's case, is not the answer for all things, and that there were several parts of the Australian Public Service that were looking at different uses of AI or different tools from AI outside of that environment. And in fact, the report does not recommend broad adoption of Microsoft's Copilot in it, but it did identify that generative AI tools could actually aid productivity across the APS.
Before we get further into the report, Before the Prime Minister announced the co-pilot deal, can you remind me, did the DTR undertake or request analysis as to whether another vendor could have offered their products for the purpose of an AI trial?
Not at that stage, no.
So why was that?
Because the offer had been made around the extensions of Microsoft Office, so the integration of the products inside of the Microsoft Office environment. That was the solution that the whole of government uses for productivity. So we have about 180,000 licences deployed across Microsoft Office, and trying to get to the point where we could assess it for security, integrate it with our environments across all of those different environments would have been prohibitive, and it would have delayed our understanding of whether generative AI was going to have a positive impact. We have the opportunity now, and we will continue to look at alternatives to generative AI in different contexts, not just for things like productivity, but how other types of AI can be used safely and responsibly across the public service.
So to confirm that there was no formal procurement process for the trial?
So there was no requirement for a formal procurement process because of the existing agreements with Microsoft under the single seller arrangements on our volume sourcing arrangements that have been in place for, I think it's 7+ years, but I'm happy to confirm that number on notice, at which point there is an option within inside that contract framework for additional products. This was the Microsoft Copilot trial was done as an additional product, which does not, as per the other Microsoft products, require full enrolment, which allowed us to just go with the 7,500 pilot size.
So does it create a precedent for taking into account what you've just said in terms of the licensing? Doesn't that give a precedent to existing vendors to run trials within the APS? This is what I'm trying to get to, that it gives effectively an unfair advantage to existing vendors within the system, especially if you're not running a procurement process.
Senator, there are in technology there are some dominant patterns that have got such broad adoption that it is difficult to get the same degree of quality, availability, deployment ease. And as I said, we have the single seller arranged with Microsoft because of the vast commitment that the Commonwealth has for it, not because of Microsoft Copilot, but because of its dominant position worldwide in productivity. There are other spreadsheet providers, there are other word processor providers, but they do not have a broad representation in the Commonwealth. So the purpose of this was to see how generative AI would improve productivity, and to try and deploy it in a different productivity environment would have probably compromised the purpose of the trial.
So the report found, I quote, use of Copilot enabled some participants to access documents they should not have had permission to access. Trial participants raised instances where Copilot surfaced sensitive data that staff had not classified or stored appropriately. This was largely because their organisation had not properly assured the security and storage of some instances of data and information before adopting Copilot. So I'll put this question to you, Minister. One of the government's own AI ethics principles is reliability and safety. AI systems should reliably operate in accordance with their intended purpose. Noting that the report found that there was unauthorised access to documents, would the particular agency where that breach occurred, would that mean that that agency had breached the government's own AI principles?
So you're talking about the policy for responsible use of AI and how it intersects with the Microsoft Copilot trial.
Yep.
And I think there's probably, this came, the responsible use of AI, when did that come into effect? 1st of September. So it, and that sets those 5 key areas of be accountable, notify the DTA in certain circumstances, be a contact point for whole of government. Yeah, so these are some of the responsibilities. Sorry. I'm not aware of unauthorised access that you speak of.
Senator,
I don't know if, sorry, Mr Fickner can
if I can
add.
just clarify.
Yeah.
The way that certain documents are actually used by generative AI is through a technical tool that connects to our internal document repositories. That is existing. So that's used through a product called SharePoint, and SharePoint stores lots of files. Now, SharePoint automatically puts classifications on files in particular spaces. The way that classifications on files was, in some cases, less well known than others. So documents that have always been available to people, because remember, it was very important to note that documents could not surface to somebody who they were unauthorised for. It's just if they were not classified, they could surface. And this was one of the things that we saw about the many implementations of Microsoft Office and across the Commonwealth, that there's a fair degree of variation in them and a fair degree of differences in the way that they classify documents. Some are open by default, some are secure by default.
So what you're saying is it's not the fault of AI, it's that the documents themselves, the documents were, as per the quote I read out, were not properly classified by the particular agency.
So what I am saying, Senator, is that in certain circumstances, particular directories inside of SharePoint could have been open by default. Now, they may not have been intended to be as broadly open as they were, but the AI actually doesn't qualify. If the person has access to the content through the authorities and it's not explicitly denied, then it will actually surface that document, even though without the AI, that document may have been impossible to find.
Well, I suppose that's the point, that AIs enable some people to, if they're not properly classified in terms of the appropriate settings, that AI can assist.
It did find some learnings that we would look to do in terms of being able to improve the way that we deploy Office 365 tenancies. And we also have done significant training for each of the areas about what they should do if they actually get unexpected results, including, and the final point, Senator, is that Microsoft's Copilot actually runs within a closed system. So even though it was surfacing information inside the APS within an agency, it was not exposing that information outside of the controlled area, which was IRAP certified as a result of the pilot.
In relation to this, did you provide a brief to the Minister on the evaluation report?
Yes.
Okay.
And the report.
And the report.
Yeah.
And the report is publicly available.
Yeah. And Minister, you would be concerned about the two aspects of the poor record keeping, but also the fact that AI can allow those documents to come to the surface?
Well, I think obviously there's other requirements on agencies about record keeping and protection of information, and so that nothing that the Microsoft Copilot would waive any of their existing responsibilities for which they need to be accountable. I think one of the things where there are issues identified through pilots like this, it means you are able to respond. That's an important part of ongoing good governance.
Can you list what participant agencies where the unauthorised access took place?
Senator, I think unauthorised is a misclassification. It is unexpected rather than unauthorised. If the documents were secured, they do not surface.
Okay, so in what participant agencies did unexpected documents access to unexpected documents take place?
So I might actually pass to Ms Poole, who's got some more details on that.
So, Lucy,
do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah. Lucy Poole, General Manager of Strategy Planning and Performance. Senator, the survey process that we used as part of the evaluation was anonymised, and so therefore we don't know the specific details of those participants that were expressing a perceived risk associated with that issue.
But you'd know which agency, though, because surely I take it that the participants who participated in the evaluation report, that their responses were anonymous. But I'm asking about the agencies where the unexpected access took place.
So, Senator, I should stress that as part of the survey, it was a perceived risk identified by the participant, not in fact that there had been breaches of security. So that is an important distinction to make. And also, I've just confirmed with my colleague that in fact the survey was anonymous.
Yeah.
A series of sessions, face-to-face sessions, were held with participants also as part of that methodology that supported the evaluation. And certainly I can take on notice whether or not specific agencies were identified as part of that.
And Senator, just to extend that, before the trial got away, so the independent assessment of security was undertaken and the results published in the Microsoft Trust Store. That is a mechanism that basically put together all of the existing security requirements of Microsoft 365 environment and added the implication of Copilot to it. So independently, it was certified up to protected level. So that the controls that are in place were sufficient for it to be used in a pilot across the APS.
So you're saying that in terms of the different classifications of official, sensitive, protected, secret or top secret, that anything above protected did not have unexpected access?
So we had clear instructions that that the information classification was a key requirement. And again, most of the environments that we're operating in operate in their productivity environments to that protected level. There is very few connections to technologies in the secret and above.
Okay.
And certainly not accessible by Copilot.
Would the access to these documents, would that constitute a data breach?
No information went outside of the organisation.
So no personal information of anyone was?
No, and as part of the ongoing performance evaluation, there is a privacy impact assessment group that's continuing to work in the space of ensuring that we've got the right controls to protect personally identifiable information inside of the Commonwealth.
And you'll take on notice that the agencies where the unexpected access happened. The report also went on to note that while Microsoft has provided assurance that Australian user data is housed in Australia and is not used for training models, can you confirm that all user data did remain in Australia?
So the part of the assessment requirements was that in the Trust Store talked about what they called the service boundary of Microsoft, which was domiciled in Australia. Now, the actual AI model itself is not domiciled in Australia, it's domiciled in the United States, and the service boundary protects information that comes from the Commonwealth from leaking into that model. And that's the assertions that came through both the IRAP but also Microsoft's own work, because underpinning the Microsoft Copilot is OpenAI's GPT models. So there is a degree of Microsoft and GPT and OpenAI have got a partnership about deploying that in the space.
So no information would have been used for training models or anything like that?
So no.
No. Okay. But you're definitive in that no information would have gone overseas?
To the best of all of the assurances of all of the provision that happened within the independent IRAP assessment, Microsoft's assertions and our inquiries, yes, Senator, that's true. No information went overseas.
Now, the report also noted that, and I quote, others noted their agencies were confident in co-pilot's data security arrangements and allowed sensitive information to be used. Do you know what type of sensitive information that those respondents would have been talking about, or...?
Not specifically, Senator, but undertaking that that the environment was certified up to protected level, which meant that anything that fitted within that classification could be used within the test.
So you wouldn't know the nature of the sensitive information apart from the classification of up to protected?
Yes.
The report also noted that, and I quote, it is unclear whether transcriptions are subject to freedom of information laws. Were the outputs of co-pilots subject to FOI requests?
So, Senator, there is still an emerging requirement to understand the impacts of the archives requirements and the records management. We have working groups that are currently looking into that. This is not a new problem. Microsoft, within the Microsoft Teams product, has had transcription services before. What's been added to it with Copilot is things like summarisation and intent extraction, where it actually interprets the outcomes of those transcriptions. But the consequence of things like video conferencing is actually a new sort of capability that has that problem about what forms a record and what doesn't. So being aware of this issue in terms of the application of FOI, would that have been a reason for the trial to not proceed? No.
No. Minister, do you have a view in relation to how FOI needs to be made fit for purpose in terms of dealing with AI and some of the learnings that have come out of the co-pilot trial?
Well, I think this is an area, obviously, the government's going to have, the public service more broadly is going to have to develop over time. So we're starting, we've got pilots, we've got the responsible use of AI policy to guide some of those decisions across government. But, as the technology changes and, our government systems are going to have to adapt.
And Senator, I might just add to that, the Office of the Information Commissioner has recently released some additional guidance that they believe is appropriate in the space of freedom of information and the requirement to make that transparent.
Do you have a working group within the DTA to deal with this, following on from two answers ago?
We have a working group that's looking at the impacts of records management in conjunction with the National Archives, and we have a working group that's working with the Attorney-General's Office with the privacy and information protection requirements.
When do you think the working group would come forward with some recommendations or conclusions as to...
So my understanding is the working group on the privacy impact assessment is coming to the conclusion that there is still appropriate controls that are in place around there. The freedom of information impacts, I don't have any direct timing on that, Senator.
Minister, are you aware of any concerns raised by the CPSU about the conduct of this trial?
I have some, I'm not sure about co-pilot specifically, but obviously the union is interested in the use of AI across the APS, and so would be involved, I think, in...
Have you met with them over AI?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
No.
So they've not written to you about AI?
I would have to check that. I get a lot of corro, but I would have to check whether they've written about it. I've certainly seen something from the CPSU about AI.
And Senator, the DTA has met with the CPSU twice as part of the undertaking of the pilot. So at the commencement of the pilot, we briefed them on the intended approach, and then prior to the release of the evaluation report, we also met with them to provide them with some early notice of the findings.
What concerns were raised?
So I wasn't at the meeting, Senator, so I can't speak directly, but I am aware that the union has expressed concerns about potential job losses as a result of the introduction of AI.
They also, my office doesn't believe we've had any correspondence from them, but they also had some I think they've raised some general concerns, and it perhaps might be through their own media on use of it in recruitment.
Okay. In what way in recruitment? Can I ask?
Well, I think in
Sorry, people
in recruitment processes,
okay, right.
you know, like going through CVs and things like that.
Okay.
Having so obviously there'll be further discussions with all unions involved.
Okay. Thank you. I might move on to the next topic, which is. Sorry.
Wayne Pools, General Manager of Digital Investment Advice and Sourcing. Just to clarify a couple of points, we've had an agreement with Microsoft since February 2009. The other thing with regard to the procurement, we were able to vary the existing contract with Microsoft when we did do a value for money assessment as part of that process.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but how much did the co-pilot trial cost?
So, Senator, like every contract, we have small, medium and large entities. We won't reveal the prices and discounts.
Can you say Can you actually say what the percentage discount was?
I think Mr. Fechner may have been on the record previously, but I'll just confirm that on notice what has been discussed.
Thank you. Right, if we go on to performance benchmarking, please. Now, previously we've discussed this, and it's with the investment oversight framework, and I note that for the second consecutive year, the agency has not achieved its outcome, with only 61% of digital investment proposals identified by the DTA as in scope of the IOF were reviewed within budget timelines. So how many proposals were reviewed within budget timelines?
So, Senator, I'll defer to Mr. Poles in a second, but we generally look at hundreds of proposals for each budget and MyEFO that go through, not all of which actually make it through to the budget process, not all of which are actually identified in terms of their level of readiness at a budget process. So the measure that the DTA has set is that we have a aspiration to look at all digital investments to see if there's opportunities for doing them more efficiently, to streamline them, to make them aligned to policy. But it's not a fair assessment to say that just because it hasn't happened prior to budget that the DTA doesn't continue to work with agencies at our assurance and benefits realisation process. So while prior to budget we may have only looked at about 60% of those, during the rest of their deployment process, the DTA steps up engagement. So once they've gone through an approval process, the DTA works to make sure that there's an effective assurance plan, effective benefits things, and during the life cycle of those projects that we apply our assurance models and escalation protocols to work with the senior responsible officers to achieve the result that was authorised.
And so would you get that to 100% then?
So
in terms of your aspiration?
There are thresholds associated with the work that we do as well. There are also levels of risk that we undertake as well. So some particular proposals are well structured, well understood, versus ones that have got a higher degree of ambiguity. The DTA makes resource allocation priorities to make sure that we look at the ones that have the highest risk or the highest impact and apply our resources to those.
Because in your annual report, you do note that